My first reading tonight is from Nova Express. Daddy Longlegs looked like Uncle Sam on stilts, and he ran this osteopath clinic outside East St. Louis and took in a few junkie patients. For 2 notes a week, they could stay on the nod in green lawn chairs and look at the oaks and grass stretching down to a little lake in the sun. The nurse moved around the lawn with her silver trays feeding the junk in. We called her Mother, wouldn't you? Doc Benway and me was holed up there after a rumble in Dallas involving this aphrodisiac ointment. And Doc goofed on ether and mixed in too much Spanish fly and burned the prick off the police commissioner. So we come to Daddy Longlegs to cool off. Find him cool and casual in a dark room with potted rubber plants and a silver tray on the table where he likes to see a week in advance. The nurse shows us to a room with rose wallpaper, and we have this bell. Any hour of the day or night, just ring, and the nurse charges in with a loaded hypo. Well, one day we are sitting out in the lawn chairs with lap robes. It's a fall day, leaves turning, sun cold on the lake. Doc picks up a piece of grass. Junk turns you on vegetable. It's green, see? Now, a green fix should last a long time. So we check out of the clinic and rent a house, and Doc starts cooking up this green junk. And the basement is full of tanks, smell like a compost heap of junkies. So finally he draws off this heavy green fluid and loads it into a hypo big as a bicycle pump. Now we must find a worthy vessel, he says. And we flush out this old goofball artist and tell him it is pure Chinese H from the Ling dynasty. And Doc shoots the whole pint of green right into the main line. And the yellow jacket turns fibrous gray-green and withers up like an old turnip. And I say, I'm getting out of here, me. And Doc says, an unworthy vessel, obviously. I withdraw from the case. Thank you. The next selection is from a novel in progress entitled Cities of the Red Night, and this section is called Virus B-23. Virus B-23 in the context of this novel is a virus that causes biologic mutations in those who recover from it. Except for junkies who stay exactly the same. Dr. Pearson was a discreet addict who kept himself down to 3 shots a day. Half a grain in each shot, he could always cover for that. Towards the end of an 8-hour shift, he tended to be perfunctory. So when he got the call from emergency, he hoped it wouldn't take long or keep him overtime. Of course, he could always slip a half grain under his tongue, but that was wasteful. And he liked to be in bed when he took his shot and feel it hit the back of his neck and move down the backs of his thighs while he blew cigarette smoke towards the ceiling. As he reached for his bag, he noticed that he had barked his knuckles. He couldn't remember where or when. That happens when you are feeling no pain. It looks like measles, Doctor. The doctor looked at the boy's face with distaste. He disliked children, adolescents, and animals. The word cute did not exist in his emotional vocabulary. There were red blotches on the boy's face, but they seemed rather large for measles. Well, get it in here, nurse, whatever it is, away from the other patients. Not that I care what they catch, it's just hospital procedure. The boy was wheeled into a cubicle. Fingers cold with distaste, the doctor folded the sheet down to the boy's waist and noticed that he was wearing no shorts. "Why is he naked?" he snapped at the attendants. "Well, he was like that when they picked him up, doctor." "Well, they might have put something on him." He turned back to the attendants. "What are you standing there for? Get out. And you, nurse, what are you gawking at? Order a bed in isolation." His temper was always evil when he ran over like this, but right after a shot, he could be nice in a dead, fishy way. The doctor turned back to the boy on the bed. His duty as a physician is clear. Hippocrates points sternly to the sheet. "Well, I suppose I have to look at the little naked beast." He folded the sheet down to the boy's knees. The boy had an erection. The genitals and the area adjacent to the genitals were bright red, like a red bikini. The doctor leaped back as he would from a striking snake, but he was too late. A gob of semen hit the back of his hand right on the skin knuckles. He wiped it off with an exclamation of disgust. He recalled later that he felt a slight tingling sensation, which he didn't notice at the time. Being that disgusted with the human body, he wondered why he had chosen the medical profession. And this dirty child was delaying his fix. "You filthy little beast," he snapped. The boy sniggered. The doctor pulled the sheet up to the boy's chin. He was washing his hands when the nurse came in with a stretcher table and an orderly to take the boy to isolation. The doctor sniffed. "My God, what's that smell?" "I don't know what this is, nurse, but it's rather disgusting. He seems to be in some state of sexual delirium. He also seems to be giving out a horrible odor." "Order the broad spectrum. Cortisone, of course. It may be an allergic condition. Red-haired animals are especially liable. And the usual antibiotics. If the sexual condition continues, do not hesitate to administer morphine." The doctor gasped and clasped a handkerchief in front of his mouth and nose. "Get it out of here." He always referred to a patient as the disease. "Do you have a typhoid bed in isolation?" "Not now, we don't." "Well, it can't stay here." He had barely settled in bed after his fix when the phone rang. It was the super. "Seems we have an epidemic on our hands, doctor. All staff report back to the hospital immediately." Could it be that dirty little boy, he thought as he dressed and picked up his satchel and walked to the hospital. He saw there was a police line around the entrance. "Oh, yes, doctor, right over there for your mask." "I'll help you put it on, doctor." A brisk young girl in some sort of uniform rubbed her tits against him in a most offensive manner. And before she got the mask on, he smelled it and he knew it was that dirty little boy. Inside was a scene from Dante. Stretchers side by side in the corridors, sperm all over the sheets, the walls, and the floor. "Be careful, doctor," a garrulous old nurse caught his arm in time. "Just put one foot solidly in front of the other, doctor. That's right." "It's terrible, doctor. The older patients are dying like flies." "I don't want to hear any generalities, nurse. Take me to my ward." "Well, doctor, you can have the northeast wing if you want, right here." Every sort of copulation was going on in front of him. Every disgusting thing they could think of. Some of them had pillowcases and towels wrapped around each other's necks in some kind of awful contest. As some of these crazed patients seemed in danger of strangulation, the doctor almost slipped in shit. He ordered attendants to restrain them, but no attendants were available. Well, we'll start with morphine and a curare derivative, nurse. Sorry, doctor, the morphine stocks are exhausted on the older patients. They go into the most awful spasms at the end, doctor. At this terrible pronouncement, the doctor turned pale as death. He slumped to the floor in a faint, his face covered with red blotches. By the time they got his clothes off, his body was also affected, and spontaneous orgasms were observed. Most distasteful thing I ever stand still for, he told himself later, but it's still an easy score. He recovered from the fever because of his addiction, and the word went out that junk was the only insurance against the fever. No stemming the black market, the government concedes and legalizes. Now begins a deadly war of extermination between the junkies and the fever freaks. Here's the old junkie CO taking the young lieutenant on his rounds. They're out there, son. He points beyond the barbed wire and the gun turrets, waiting, watching, catching every filthy thing in their diseased minds and bodies. They'll sell you red hots for junk, kill you in a nasty sex spasm. They want a fever world. That's what we have to deal with out here. Well, perhaps sometime, somewhere, the human race will remember that a few white men stood between them and the fever freaks. What an old windbag, the boy thought. Where's my fix? We're on short rations here, son. Quarter G 3 times a day. Captain, that is short. We have to ration it, son. God help us if we ever run out and fall into their hands. Swear you'll kill me first, sir. Of course, son, the Army always takes care of its own. The lieutenant thought of all those dirty monsters out there, a threat to everything he held dear. Cut him down to a lousy quarter G, would they? Next reading is from the Wild Boys. The Green Nun has stopped the unfortunate traveler in front of her red brick priory, set among oak trees, green lawns, and flower beds. Oh, do come in and see my mental ward and the wonderful things we are doing for the patients. She walks with him up the gravel drive to the priory door, pointing to her flowers. Aren't my primroses doing nicely? She opens the door of the priory with a heavy brass key at her belt. Down a long hall and flight of stairs, she opens another door with her keys. She shows Audrey into a bare, cold wardroom, crayon drawings on the wall. A nun walks up and down with a ruler. The patients are busy with plasticine and crayons. It looks like a kindergarten, but some of the children are middle-aged. The door clicks shut and her voice changes. You'll find plasticine and crayons over there. You must have permission to leave the room for any purpose. Now see here. A paunchy guard with a tin helmet and wide leather belt stands beside her. And so the years passed. Sometimes as a special treat, there were nature walks in the garden. Bob, the guard there, with 3 snarling Alsatians on a lead. The patients could watch a praying mantis eat her mate. Converted patients were allowed a quarter grain of morphine every night before lights out, a privilege which could be withdrawn at any trespass. Daily confessions were heard by the Green Nun on a lie detector. That could also give a very nasty shock in the nasty places, while the green nun intoned slowly, "Thou shalt not bear false witness." These confessions she wrote out in green ink, keeping a separate ledger book for each patient. Once, after a particularly degraded confession, she levitated to the ceiling in the presence of an awed young nun. Every night she put on Christ drag with a shimmering halo and visited some young nun in her cell. She liked to think of herself as the nun in a poem by Sarah Teasdale. Infinite tenderness, infinite irony is hidden forever in her closed eyes, who must have learned too well in her long loneliness how empty wisdom is, even to the wise. She was an inveterate hypochondriac and dosed herself liberally with laudanum. As a result, she suffered from chronic constipation, which could put a comely young nun on high colonic duty. This honor was invariably followed by a nocturnal visit from Christ with a strap-on. In her youth, the green nun had toyed with the idea of ordering Bob to raid a sperm bank. Then she could claim the Christ child. But she put aside these ambitious thoughts. Her work in the kindergarten was more important than worldly glamour. Her picture on the cover of Life. Dizzy dance of rooms and faces, murmur of many voices, smell of human nights. St. Louis backdrop of red brick houses, slate roofs, backyards, and ash pits. As a child, he had an English governess with references so impeccable that Audrey later suspected they had been forged by a Fleet Street hack in a shabby pub near Earl's Court. You can't put in too many lords and lighties, I always sigh. Listening back with a writer's crystal set, he picked up mutters of the servant underworld, the pimping, blackmailing chauffeur. "You don't get rid of me that easy, Lord Brambletie." Overdose of morphine in a Kensington nursing home. She said that Mrs. Charrington was sleeping and could not be disturbed. The governess left quite suddenly after receiving a letter from England. Next selection is also from the Wild Boys now. Here in the middle of a film to find myself one of the actors. The chief has asked me to his house for dinner. "Around 8, Rogers." "Help yourself to a drink, Rogers." He gestured to the drink wagon. "There's Keef, of course, if you want it." I mixed myself a short drink and declined the Keef. It gives me a headache. I'd seen the chief smoking with his Arab contacts, but that didn't give me a license to smoke. Besides, it does give me a headache. The chief's cover story is an eccentric old French comte who is translating the Koran into Provençal. And sometimes he will pull cover and bore his guest catatonic. You see, he really knows Provençal in Arabic. The chief wasn't pulling cover tonight. He was expansive, and watch your step, Rogers, I told myself, sipping a weak scotch. So I think you're the man for a highly important, and I may add, highly dangerous assignment, Rogers. You fell for that crap. Well, sir, he is impressive, I said cautiously. He's a cheap old ham, said the chief. He sat down and filled his keep pipe with one hand. He smoked and blew the ash out, absently caressing a gazelle that nuzzled his knee. Gotta stay ahead of the commies or everybody's kids will be learning Chinese. What a windbag. I endeavored to look noncommittal. Have you any idea what we're doing here, Rogers? Well, no, sir. I thought not. Never tell them what you want until you've got them where you want them. I'm going to show you a documentary film. Well, I happened onto this good thing through a Mexican shoe shine boy. You, Kiki, come out here and show Mr. Rogers how pretty you are. Kiki stands in the doorway smiling. Now that lad, he's a doll, isn't he? He's one of the best deep trance mediums I have ever handled. Through him, I was able to teleport myself to a Mayan set and bring back the pictures. The whole thing was so frantic, I cooled it all the way up in my reports. All I said was, it looks like a lovely whoop. That's code for weapon of unlimited potential. Now, he's hotting up now. The old priest rocks back and forth. His lips part, and a dry insect music buzzes out. It's known as singing the pictures. The principle is alternating current. Now, that old fuck can alternate pain and pleasure on a subvocal, perhaps even a molecular level, 60 times a second. Goading the natives around on stock probs into the prearranged molds laid down in the sacred books. Now, few singers can deliver direct current, and they are only called in an emergency. The control system you have just seen broke down. This happened quite suddenly. A whole generation was born that felt neither pain nor pleasure. There were no soldiers to bring captives from other tribes, since soldiers would have endangered the control machine. They relied entirely on local criminals for the pain and pleasure pictures. As a last resort, they called in the incomparable yellow serpent. The serpent is carried in on his amber throne, blue snake eyes, skin like yellow parchment, 2 long serpent fangs grafted into the upper jaw. As the current pulses through him, he begins to rock back and forth. He shifts from AC to DC. A thin siren wail breaks from his lips, now open to the yellow fangs. Death! 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 The pictures crash and leap from his eyes, blasting worker and priest alike to smoldering fragments. Death! 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 A thin siren wail rises and falls over empty cities. This secret of the ancient Mayans, which few are competent to practice. When comes such another singer as the old yellow serpent? Now, the technical department think we are all as crazy as our way of life is reprehensible. Bring us the ones that work, they say. Facts, figures, personnel. Put that joker Death on the line. Take care of Mayo and his gang of cutthroats. I was privileged to assist, in a manner of speaking, at the Yellow Serpent's last broadcast in Washington, D.C. Room in the Pentagon. Generals, CIA, State Department fidget about with that top secret, hottest thing ever look, open line to the President, strategic and NATO standing by. The old Yellow Serpent is carried in by 4 Marine Guards. He begins to rock back and forth. He breathes in baby cousins, breathes out death rattles. He sucks in wheat fields and spits out dust bowls. He's just warming up, says a CIA man to a 5-star general. The old serpent shifts to D.C. blazing like a comet. Death! 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 The pictures lash and crackle from his eyes. Death! 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 A wall blows out, spilling brass 18 floors to the street. Death! 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 And now the serpent swings his whip in the sky. Here live stupid, vulgar sons of bitches who thought they could hire death as a company cop. Empty streets, old newspapers in the wind, a rustle of darkness and wires. This is from The Exterminator. It's called The Evening News, a poem. It was written in Marrakesh, and I put in a few French phrases from the daily horoscope for that day, and I'll translate those when I come to them. And also there's a reference here to the Mayan god of death, Apuk. The old desk sergeant looked grimly at the wanted pictures, yellow, peeling, 30th day without an arrest in New York area. They risk 15 light years, entire future, certain discussions, cool gardens and pools of the evening. The old turnkey makes the round of empty cells. Sleep tight, boys, no one there. Muttering phantom voices, Pete men, junkies, con men, the old hop-smoking worlds mutter between years. The sailor hanging by his belt, a drunk banging on the door of his cell. Thin gray pickpocket stops him. Get me this letter out, screw, it's worth an abe to you. Pulls the abe out of his fibrous junkie shoe. I need an arrest, Mike, I'm thin. Fuck off, punk, I can't find an old drunk. No arrest, she reads it in his dull eyes. Conserve toujours un bon morale. Always conserve a good morale. A sharp, cold bray of laughter sliding away into the sky. Couldn't reach from the old cop film. Twirling his club down cobblestone streets, the sky goes out against his back. In a darkening park, couldn't reach with a sap. I do not need to remind you, laws as strict as the United States, urine in straw, a yellow sky, his bicycle of light, poumons sensibles, susceptible lungs, a blue smell of hope as he rounded the corner and the sea air hit his face. Leaving the fading film, please. Got up, remembered, thank you. The old courthouse, empty cells and precincts, bondsmen, judges, lawyers, probation officers, paper cups of coffee on the desk. Narcotics department. The door is open, files and pictures scattered on the floor, stained with urine and excrement. On the wall in phosphorus roach paste. Poop, jacked off here. Laws as severe as the United States. L'indécision ne servirait pas votre cause ce soir. The indecision will not serve your cause this evening. Last reading is also from the Wild Boys. At Tent City, a top-level conference is in progress involving top-level executives in the control game. The conference has been called by a Texas billionaire who contributes heavily to MRA and keeps a stable of evangelists. This conference is taking place outside St. Louis, Missouri, because the green nun flatly refuses to leave her kindergarten. The conference are discussing Operation WOG, Wrath of God. At the top level, people get cynical after a few drinks. The young man from the news magazine has discovered a good-looking Fulbright scholar, and they are witty in a corner over martinis. A drunken American sergeant reels to his feet. He has the close-cropped iron gray hair and ruddy complexion of the regular army man. To put it country simple for a lay audience, you don't even know what buttons to push. We take a bunch of long-hair boys fucking each other while they puff reefers, spit cocaine on the Bible, and wipe their asses with Old Glory. We show this film to decent, church-going, Bible Belt do-rights, and we take the reaction. One religious sheriff with 7 nigger notches on his gun melted the camera lens. He turned out to be quite an old character, and the boys from Life did a spread on him. Seems it had always been in the family, a power put there by God to smite the unrighteous. His grandmother struck a whore dead in the street with it. When we showed the picture to a fat Southern senator, his eyes popped out, throwing fluid all over your photographer. Well, I've been asparagus in Paris, kneed in the groin by the Sea Org in Tunis, maced in Chicago, and pelted with scorpions in Marrakesh. So a face full of frog eggs is all in a day's work. Now, it's what the narco boys call society's disapproval, reflected and concentrated. 20 million I hate you pictures in one blast. When you want the job done, come to the United States of America, and we can turn it in any direction. You limey has-beens. He points to a battery of old gray men in club chairs, frozen in stony disapproval of this vulgar, drunken American. You're nothing but a banana republic. And remember, we've got your pictures. And we've got yours too, Yank. Mine are uglier than yours. The English cough and look away, fading into their spectral clubs, yellowing tusks of the beast killed by the improbable hyphenated name. Old Sarge screams after them, "What do you think this is, a beauty contest? You Fabian socialist vegetable peoples. Go back to your garden in Hempstead and release a hot air balloon in defiance of a local ordinance. Delightful encounter with a bobby in the morning. Mom's wrote it all up in her diary and read it to us at tea. We got all your pansy pictures at Eton. You want to jack off in front of the Queen with a candle up your ass? You can't talk like that in front of decent women," drawled the Texas billionaire, flanked by his rangers. "You decorticated cactus. I suppose you think this conference was your idea." Compliments of Sid in the Sudden Inspiration Department. "And you," he points to the green nun, "write out 10,000 times underwater in indelible ink. Old Sarge has my Christ pictures. Shall I show them to the Pope? And now, in the name of all good tech sergeants everywhere, old Sarge is taking over. He looks around and the crockery flies off every table, spattering the conference with martinis, bourbon, whipped cream, maraschino cherries, gravy, and vichyssoise. Frozen forever in a 1920 slapstick." One more short piece. This is also from Exterminator. It's called From Here to Eternity. Mildred Pierce reporting. "I was there. I saw it. I saw women thrown down on Fifth Avenue and raped in their mink coats by blacks and whites and yellows while street urchins stripped the rings from their fingers. A young officer stood nearby. 'Aren't you going to do something?' I demanded. He looked at me and yawned. I found Colonel Bradshaw bivouacking in the Ritz. I told him bluntly what was going on. His eyes glinted shamelessly as he said, 'Well, you have to take a broad general view of things.' And that's what I have been doing, taking a broad general view of American troops raping and murdering helpless civilians, while American officers stand around and yawn. Been at it a long time, lady. It's the old Army game, from here to eternity. This license was dictated by considerations taken into account by prudent commanders throughout history. It pays to pay the boys off. Even the noble Brutus did it. Points with his left hand in catatonic limestone. The town is yours, soldier brave. Tacitus describes a typical scene. If a woman or a good-looking boy fell into their hands, they were torn to pieces in the struggle for possession, and the survivors were left to cut each other's throats. Mother-loving American army run by old women, many of them religious, my God, hanging American soldiers for raping and murdering civilians. Old Sarge bellows from here to eternity. What the bloody fucking hell are civilians for? Soldiers pay. The CO stands there and smiles. Just ahead is a middle western town on a river. 30,000 civilians. The CO points. It's all yours, boys, every man, woman, and child. God is nigh. Let's get us some civvies. Now, just a minute, boys. Listen to old Sarge. Why make the usual stupid scene, kicking in liquor stores, grabbing anything in sight? You wake up hungover in an alley, you're prick sore from fucking dry cunts and assholes. Your eye gouged out by a broken beer bottle. Yeah, you and your asshole buddy wanted the same piece of ass. No fun in that. Why not leave it like this? They go about their daily routines, business as usual, schools all open. You see what I mean? And we just take what we want when we want it. Cool and steady and easy, and make them like it. The young lieutenant from camouflage sees what he means. Boys, swimming pools and locker rooms full of them. Getting it steady year after year. Now that's what I call pay.
It's sort of a blurry Burroughs.
Yeah.
No, it was Paul, I think, is that guy's name.
Are you drinking, Stephen?
Yeah.
Well, you're drinking.
Is this going to be for next year's logo? I mean,
Yeah. What I'd like to do is make a...
Is this the second one, or was there a logo for the first NAROPA?
No, this is the first one.
This is the first one.
Yeah. What I'd like to do is make a...
It's laid out, you know, so.
I mean, on that question of control,
Mm-hmm.
on my mind, you know, like, in your work, like, control keeps being, the control of others keeps being one of the worst enemies, like almost like an intergalactic virus. I mean, it seems like, I mean, do you really feel that in your life that you reject any government's existence, legitimate existence?
Oh, that's too broad a question.
Too broad a question. Are there any government's existence that you don't reject?
Well, depends on what you mean by a government. As soon as you get, there's, for example, a hunting society, which numbers about 30, requires no governmental apparatus. The man who's the best hunter is the one that leads the hunt. As soon as you get agriculture on any sort of a scale, like one-crop agriculture, that has always led to social divisions where some people do work and others enjoy the leisure at their expense. And of course, you've got a very heterogeneous mass like America and Western Europe, or any modern state, and you have government. Which teaching courses of all degrees of oppression. I mean, it can be very oppressive or less oppressive, depending.
Do you think it's possible for there to be such thing as a just ruler?
Meaningless question.
Meaningless question.
Yes. What do you mean by just?
Somebody that leads without his own personal interest being paramount. I mean, who's really willing to be a focus for the group's needs.
Hello? Hello? Oh, I see. This is Stephen Long. How are you? I don't know. I just, I'm not aware of the schedule. I don't know how long it will last.
It sounds like you're saying something about could there be an egoless?
I don't think so.
No.
I don't think so.
Have you read Korzybski?
No,
Oh, I know that that's one of the
You wouldn't ask those
Gosh,
questions
Early
if
made
you
me
had.
read Korzybski in 16.
In first place, the word just has absolutely no meaning. I mean, since it's
Well, I think it's good.
it
It's one of
depends
the
on
slides,
who
too.
is doing what unto whom. In other words, the judge might think that his sentence is just. The criminal might not think so at all. In other words, they have very definite ideas of justice, and there's no such thing as justice floating in a vacuum. And there is
Well,
no
I'm
state
sort of, elliptical.
so homogeneous that you could even speak about common.
Yes.
Common.
So-
What is good for one group is not good for another. What is good for
Okay.
one person is not good for another.
Right.
And as for the
Okay.
ruler not taking his own, should we say, selfish interests into account, those people have always been the most dangerous.
You know, guys like Martin Luther and people like
Savonarola, frankly, a selfish dictator or ruler who's trying to get things for himself is a self-limiting evil. But somebody who has some ideal, there's just no limit to the harm they can do.
Do you know anything about the sphere of destiny?
Very little. I haven't read the book. James was just reading, and I know what the sphere supposedly is. But I don't know.
I think it's possible to inculcate force in an object.
No.
The sun disk. The Inca sun disk.
Well, yes, there are many of these magical and potent objects, like the crystal skull.
Right.
There are only two of these.
What do those do?
in existence.
Specifically.
Well, there's a book written on the crystal skull. Apparently it does all sorts of things. That it gives out a particular odor,
Wow.
and it affects people. People who are at all uptight are very much discommoded by the presence of the skull, whereas others find its presence soothing and pleasant. Well, that's just, that was just an article I read as to how Yeah, I've seen the crystal skull in, they got one in the British Museum. Well, it's a beautiful object, but you can't tell. I mean, they've got it in a glass case.
Yeah.
So you can't even get any very interesting reflections because the reflections are always the same. It's there in a glass case, and then there are windows here. And of course, no one is allowed to remove it from the case, or look at it, or examine it, or touch it, or put it in a different set.
You think there's such a thing as an ego?
It must be. What do you mean by an ego? Draw me a picture of an ego.
I couldn't do that, but I mean, everybody seems to fight to destroy it or to protect it.
Well, your ego,
Territory.
in a very general way, is that part, very small part of your psyche with which you consciously identify. In opposition or relation to your environment. There probably is an actual location, neural location for this whatever.
Tendency.
Pardon?
Tendency.
No, it's not a tendency. It has a neural location, undoubtedly, probably in the midbrain.
It doesn't exist in dreams.
Well, yes, it might well exist
Yeah.
in dreams. Certainly exists in dreams. It's the you,
Right.
the I, which of course is a very narrow area of the whole psyche. Is, someone has said it's like the tip of the iceberg that appears above the water. So, often, of course, in Western man, this ego is a highly defensive. That is, it is simply a reaction against something, against the environment, or against other people, or against early conditioning, and so forth and so on. So it's the source of a great deal of suffering, pain, conflict.
Well, is there a way to get out of that suffering or pain or conflict?
Well, for who?
For you?
Well, there's always a way to get out of it. Surely, I mean, by deconditioning, you can get yourself into a position where your ego expands, or rather, the boundaries are broken down. This depends. I mean, it's a different problem for everyone. Now, someone who has been brought up, say, in a slum or ghetto environment, their ego has been really, as a matter of survival, they've had to develop a very assertive ego, which, of course, is very hard to overcome. That environment, I think, is, while it conveys certain advantages, is also very crippling. That is, someone who is brought up in the streets is very good able to assert himself immediately, but he's not able generally to give up assertion when it isn't necessary. Since it has been so necessary for his survival, he is not able to abandon that mechanism when it's not necessary. There's no general concept of what intelligence means, but as a matter of survival, it has something to do with adaptability. And someone who's asserting himself when it's not necessary is not adapting himself. So you got it coming two ways. Many middle-class people who have had a very sheltered upbringing are unable to assert themselves, and people who have had a slum upbringing are unable to stop asserting themselves.
This leads me into, I was thinking about the political result of what I'll call the consciousness movement. Everything from Scientology to Buddhism and all the thing that seems to characterize the 70s for maybe just for middle class people. Do you think that has any kind of political result, or political meaning.
Well, of course, any sociological movement of importance has political significance, like the whole beatnik movement, which was a sociological movement of almost unprecedented scale and was worldwide, and still is worldwide. Of course, is going to be reflected in politics.
Is there anything that attracts you to Buddhism?
Nothing particular. It seems sensible enough. As I say, if they haven't come up with any definite answers after 3,000 years, at least what they're saying is relatively sane and sensible.
Definite answers to what questions?
Any questions, any basic questions.
Well, for example, where are we? Where are we?
Where, who, what, why?
Draw me a picture.
Draw me a
Well,
picture.
where, I mean, there seems to be a feeling, or possibly that we're trapped in something. Buddhism talks about samsara as kind of that we're trapped in simply reactions, that we're trapped in our desires. You talked earlier about suffering and pain and so on, which is one of the definitions of samsara.
Sure.
And the consciousness movement seems to look at that question. And most people who come to it seem to come to it, to begin with, out of a realization that they are suffering, that things are not quite right.
That's putting it mildly.
So how did we get in this fix? I mean, is this a particularly human thing, or is this how it is in our corner of the universe? Or
Well, one way, of course, is through language. Remember, most conflicts are verbal, inner conflicts and outer conflicts as well. A lot of it can be traced to the fact that we use a symbol system, which is not what it refers to. That was each covers very thoroughly. Now,
we are not our label.
yes, but you see, animals don't have that problem. Naturally, they're subject to all sorts of suffering, pain, death, disease, and so on. But they don't know it. They don't worry about it.
Mm-hmm.
Because they don't have a symbol system in order to do that. Now, you can condition any animal to be as neurotic as a human being, or to be psychotic. But this would not happen without such conditioning. That you put your rat, well, Pavlov has done this.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Put your rat through a maze, then
Right.
the signals are switched too quick for the nervous system to adjust. And the result is that finally the animal is cowers in the corner in a state of what we would call schizophrenia. And also, all animals react to non-existent situations in dreams. That is, cats running from dogs and so on in dreams.
Mm-hmm.
But they wouldn't ordinarily do that in a waking state.
Which is what we do.
Yeah, people are continually incapacitated by reaction to past and future dangers, to things that are not there, like the battle fatigue case who is still reacting to a battle situation that was 10 or 20 years ago.
Well, is it a matter then of living completely in the present?
No, I wasn't talking about a remedy. I was talking about the what actually happens, and the reason that people are reacting to past and future dangers at all times, or not all people, but in varying degrees, is the linguistic system, the symbol system, whereby they verbalize or symbolize past dangers and future dangers.
Well, have there been any human beings who have used this symbol system which didn't lead them into this mistake?
Well, I think a pictorial or character language seems to lead much less to this mistake than this impasse or conflict than syllabic language. This
But
is something
that's
I
a-
went into in lectures because it is closer to what it refers to.
You're talking about a hieroglyphic language then?
Or a character language.
Or a character, such as Chinese?
Chinese, yes. Which languages often do not contain the ideas of identity or the definite article. All these built-in mistakes that we have in Western languages.
But are those languages spoken? Is the spoken language free of that same kind of thing?
Yes, because since it's transcribed from the character language, it is apparently. In other words, the reason the Chinese are by and large so sensible and relatively serene is undoubtedly because of their language. You will notice the Chinese preserve their language.
Chinese observe their language?
Preserve their language.
Preserve their language.
Yeah. You won't find Chinese anywhere who don't speak Chinese. Whereas a second generation Italians, like, of course, they don't speak a word of Italian.
Right. Hmm.
I'm going to notice that a lot.
Well, be careful. Yeah.
Well, do you think that it would make sense to reform English to we should speak Chinese, for example, or that we should? Is there any hope for the English-speaking people or the whatever it is, Romance language-speaking people?
Korzybski suggested a reform of the English language would seem sort of a patchwork, eliminating the word to be entirely, and the definite article,
Right.
and the either-or proposition.
Right. But in your own writing, you haven't adopted this. Or have you?
No, it sounds like pidgin English.
Mhm.
Although it makes perfect sense. You don't have to say I am here, you can say I hear, which is usual in a pictorial language. You don't say the sun is in the sky, say sun in the sky. But you do that in English and it sounds like pidgin English. You just say, you know what you're doing, you know what you are using the as of identity, but just for the sake of being grammatical and readable, you really have to do it.
Is it possible that the use of that is reflects a fundamental anxiety about our own existence?
I would say that the contrary is true, that the anxiety about our own existence results from the is. You have to be prepared to prove at all times that you are somebody that you're not. Because you're not your driver's license, you're not your name, you're not your label. But you have to have a pocket full of documents to establish the fact, to establish something that isn't true.
Well, if we're not all those things, who are we?
Well, that's not the point at all. You see, people don't exist in a vacuum. The question would be, who would you be if you, say, had been brought up in an Arab village where you didn't have any documents?
Abdul Muhammad. Abdul Muhammad.
Well, obviously it would be quite different. But still, you're not in a vacuum there either. You have a whole individuality composed of your interactions with all the other people around you.
Have you ever tried consciously to change your identity and to shed your given identity?
Well, good heavens, all the time. That's what writers do.
But I mean, like when you stopped writing, like have you been in places where you were not William Burroughs?
Well, of course. That's what writing is all about, is being other people.
How is that? How is that? You're talking about while you're writing a piece of prose that you enter another character, or?
Well, of course. If you don't, I mean, if you don't enter the other character, the reader isn't going to. So any writer has any number of identities.
Any number of
identities, or as many identities as he is creating and entering into.
Have you ever felt there were certain identities in your writing that you had difficulty removing yourself from?
To some extent, yes. I think any writer has, should we say, his narrator's identity to some extent. Now that may be, say, Graham Greene's Bad Catholic. Well, that runs right through all of his books. And I think it would be very hard for him to completely shed that identity.
What would you say is the identity running through your books in terms of the narrative, basic narrative?
Well, there's a certain identity, like the narrator, Lee. That would be one identity.
One thing that I've been surprised at, being around you a little bit the last few days, is that a certain aspect of your character that always seems emphasized in interviews with you, and also is one of the characters that people think of when they think of you as a writer, is of a very cynical person. In that the aspect of you as a genteel person is not a public aspect, really.
I object to the word cynical. I just don't know what it means.
Hi, James. Fine, and you? How's New York? How is James?
Do you know what it means?
I'm trying to think of a person that finds almost all situations funny.
Yeah.
I don't think you'd find that would be the dictionary definition. I think the dictionary definition of cynical is someone who attributes, should we say, interested motives in any situation.
When was James in New York?
You don't find that. I mean, you don't feel that in yourself, that you see interested motives in.
It depends on the situation.
William James is on the phone.
Yeah, I mean, you can't really. There's no. It's every individual case. Naturally, sometimes you're going to suspect interested motives, and other times not.
I mean, there are times when you do not.
Well, naturally. Depending.
In your books. I mean, I'm trying to think of a character that in your books, any character that except, I mean, even the sense of Nova Police just doing their job and going, one never quite believes that. At least I never have. That they would just do their job and go, because I've never seen a police force where that was the case.
Well, you're thinking in terms of police here.
It's do you think police on other planets might have, or police in other vectors might?
Absolutely.
Well, yeah, in the first place, it depends upon what you mean by police. It is quite possible to conceive of police that were purely a restraining instance, only exercised when necessary. And indeed, of course, there are many situations in parts of the world, even today, where there's no necessity of police. Police is a purely informal instance exercised by anyone. there's no police in a hunting society. There are no police in little Indian towns in South America. There's no necessity for them.
There are police in the towns in Mexico that are just in transition, very much so.
Yeah, and of course, as soon as they get there, then they will start making themselves necessary. There isn't any crime there. There will be very soon after a policeman takes up residence in a town.
The whole world seems to be moving very quickly towards an industrialized situation, and sometimes when we speak, it seems that we have a great longing for a pre-industrial situation, or at least for pre-industrial models,
Post-industrial.
or post-industrial, but certainly we seem dissatisfied with the fix we've gotten into.
All of which dates, well, I wouldn't say it all dates, but most of the problems that we have now, of course, date from the Industrial Revolution, result from the Industrial Revolution, and the fact that no control was exercised over the process of industrialization. So that we all now have all these insoluble problems dumped in our laps. Anything posed as a problem immediately becomes insoluble. As soon as you try to solve it, you get more problems, usually worse ones. Like, okay, you have the problem with alcohol. What do they come up with? Prohibition. And where did that lead? Same thing, of course, is happening with the drug problem. It happens with any problem.
Problem of the ego.
Well, that's not a social problem. I'm talking about social problems here, like crime, unemployment, drugs.
But don't those things ultimately trace back to our fear of accepting what is, or trace back to like a struggle for survival, or trace back to territoriality or aggressiveness? Or
well, no, the problems I'm talking about trace back to the Industrial Revolution, to the process whereby making money became the primary object, and that in order to do that, you want as many consumers and producers as possible, which of course led to overpopulation. It led to exhaustion of resources, and all the inflation, eventually, to all the absolutely insoluble problems we have now.
You say insoluble. When you're faced with an insoluble problem, what is the intelligent thing to do?
Any problem is insoluble. Once it's posed as a problem. Once it becomes a problem, it's already insoluble. You don't do anything.
Okay, then we say there is no problem.
Right.
If there's no problem, how do we live in the midst of a society that's very problematic?
No. What I'm saying is that as soon as something becomes a problem, it is by its nature then insoluble. And actually, there's nothing you can do with it.
Well, the history of my generation, as far as I can tell, has been seeing or feeling the problem. I mean, the problem of Vietnam, or the problem of the suffering of the world, or however we see it. And once you do that, you're...
Is there anything?
The whole problem of biologic new discoveries in biology and biochemistry, which will become acute in another 20 or 30 years. Something possibly could be done about it now.
The mutation industry?
Yeah, the whole matter of the fact that it is going to be possible to more or less manufacture people to order in the future. But our tricky social system simply cannot adapt to that. It's certainly not going to be solved in political terms.
You have some suggestions?
Well, presumably the scientists would have to get together and decide, but who is exactly competent to decide? That we don't even have, should we say, the social mechanisms for dealing with the problem. And if you don't solve a problem or avoid a problem, actually the problem will solve itself one way or another.
Do you think this is a new human fuck up to invent technologies to destroy oneself, to destroy the society?
It's not a new problem at all, or a new human fuck up at all. It's simply they become more efficient. We've had war for a long time. Well, anyone in the war tries to develop more efficient weapons. So long as their weapons had limited killing power, it wasn't very much of a problem. But it's inevitable that with increased technology, they're going to develop more and more efficient weapons until they develop weapons which threaten the whole human species. It's not new. It's just simply an extension of the stone axe.
Is it a question of technology then?
Yes.
Well, you've spoken about technology being used in, shall we say, benign ways. Or,
Technology is neither good nor bad. People ask whether technology is good or bad. Good and bad don't float in vacuums. They only have meaning with relation to actual people at actual times. Because if he says who did what, when, and where, never what is good for society and so on. Hello. Yeah.
Hi, come on in.
How do you do?
Hi.
Oh, he's got his book.
The owner of the...
Yes.
Well,
Well,
We're
We're
doing-
both being interviewed.
We're doing an
I
interview,
love
so
covers.
you're welcome to
just giving you some souvenir posters.
Thank
welcome to stick around, join in, or whatever.
In an article on Nikola Tesla and his career in relation to J.P. Morgan, who stopped his work.
Oh, and crisscross
Buying it.
communications, great.
And,
Well, this leads me, if technology is not responsible, who is responsible?
Now, wait a minute. Technology is not responsible for anything.
But it seems if you have an atom bomb, somebody going to use it. I mean, this seems to be our experience so far.
No. Technology is not responsible for anything because technology has no responsibility. Okay, now you get someone with, they're fighting with clubs, stone axes, bows and arrows. But yet, since they're fighting, and it is, all games are hostile, and basically there's only one game, and that game is war. Now, it is a rule of the game that you must always try to win. And therefore, you're going to try to develop more and more efficient weapons, right?
Right.
Till finally you develop weapons so efficient that the whole game is in danger. That is, a weapon that could kill all players.
Do you think suicide is an inherent wish of human beings? And what do you think makes it happen? I mean, why develop suicide weapons?
They don't think of it in those terms. No war happens unless somebody thinks they can win.
It seems clear that no one thinks they can win a nuclear war.
Yeah, well, they probably won't have one.
this week's headlines have the United States preparing for limited nuclear wars.
Limited nuclear wars.
What is a
A
limited
tactic
nuclear war?
which was considered
Little nukes.
a tactic which was considered impractical for a decade, but is now being revived as a tactic since everybody's been stumped by the total war. they're all figuring now, well, maybe they will actually need to have a limited nuclear war to get their end. It's in yesterday's papers.
Yeah.
The reassessment
Maybe, yeah,
of the limited
may well
type of
happen
nuclear
because
war.
of the. No telling what will happen with the proliferation of nuclear weapons. Anyone can make one now. It's got to the point where I think, $100,000 you can make some sort of a nuclear device.
Well, who is responsible for this? I mean, I'm not responsible. I didn't drop any bomb. You said the other night you're not responsible.
Well, who is responsible for what exactly? Who is responsible for dropping the bomb on Hiroshima? Well, if you had to assign it to one person, it would undoubtedly be Robert Oppenheimer.
Not Harry Truman.
Harry Truman didn't, I mean, the difference between Harry Truman and Oppenheimer is the difference between a higher intelligence in outer space and a southern sharecropper. They're not of the same species. One is a tremendous intellect, the other they both were, was a extremely limited, commonplace person. He just happened to be in a position of power, and that was an accident. He was vice president. But he had no forethought or anything else.
Do you think people are ever driven towards, want things like peace and home and families and those kinds of steady dreams or desires and for themselves?
What people?
Any people. Have you ever met people like that?
The man, the world's full of them.
How come you don't think? How come it doesn't work out?
Well, what do you mean? They don't run things.
I mean, you think that the desire to run things is the opposite of that need or that want?
Not always, no. But certainly the world is full of people that are quite content with their refrigerator and their 2 cars and their television, their color television set. But they are not the people that run the country, and all these, of course, economic forces and other forces which lead to wars are quite out of their control.
What do you think?
And they don't even know anything about it.
What are the forces besides economic forces you think that lead to wars?
Fucked up ideologies, but I think certainly economic factors are of great importance. See, the only thing that pulled us out of the First Depression was World War II. There's been a war going on somewhere ever since then. And the reason the French were so reluctant to turn loose of the Algerian War was partly economic. They were afraid of the collapse of their economy.
Which didn't particularly happen. It seemed like that could be a more of a model to people. I mean, the United States
I would hardly
didn't collapse.
take
out of
France as a
nothing losing
model.
in Vietnam.
No, it didn't actually collapse, but
Well, New
their
York's,
economic situation is about as shaky as any Western country. I would say that is extremely shaky.
is the current depression, recession, whatever, directly linked to the ending of the Vietnam War?
No, because it's worldwide. It's as much in England and more in England than it is here.
Mm.
See, everything we've been taught about economics proves to be basically faulty. The law of supply and demand and all that kind of thing, or the idea that a good product will sell. In England, you'll have demand but no supply. Okay, they say, well, we've got rationing now, everybody wants a bicycle. There aren't any bicycles. Bicycles can't be produced to fill orders. It takes 6 months. One reason for that is they say we can't get skilled workers. They can't get skilled workers because they can't pay them a living wage. So it's just an absolutely vicious down spiral.
Well, this whole vicious circle thing really interests me. When Bateson was here last year, he was talking about that a lot, of like the armaments race being a vicious circle, and I think samsara could be described as a vicious circle. I still have a feeling that we're looking for some way out of that circle.
Well, naturally. But there comes a point when apparently there isn't a way out of it. I don't know what in the fuck England can do. Now, there's a place that's really got a fucked up economy. They can't, they've got at once, see, mass unemployment, inflation, and a scarcity of consumers' goods. Now, this was supposed to be impossible in old economic terms. But a very simple definition of money that I think explains a great deal is money is something that you have and someone else needs and doesn't have. Now, if you think of money in those terms, you will see that any sharing of wealth is nonsense. Because money depends on someone not having. It depends on not having. If there were no poor people, there'd be no rich people.
Well,
You see, the old laissez-faire economics might have led to something like that. That was why it wouldn't work. You've got to keep the not havingness of money going.
could we jump a level and imagine a society without any money?
You could imagine a small society without any money. You can't imagine New York City without any money.
Except that that's what looks like what's happening.
Could you imagine a society small or large without tokens of product?
Sure. It depends on how large or how small. I mean, if it's small enough. They didn't have any money on Pitcairn Island, for example. They didn't need it.
Because in a sense, the problem is not in New York, say, scarce, or even England, scarcity of money, because there's more physical money because of the inflation in circulation. It's a scarcity of raw materials and energy supply. The energy supply has been used up. And in England, the cheap labor, raw materials, and energy from the empire are no longer available.
Right.
So they have to live on their own means within the island.
And they can't do it.
H.T. Odom's idea about inflation, or the increasing scarcity of goods and a higher cost, is that it costs more money to get the primary energy that runs the society in America. It costs more money to get at the oil from the North Slope of Alaska or the North Sea. So that, you have to work harder to get it. So that basic energy is more expensive or harder to get, and therefore all goods are more expensive because they all are based on originally on a cheap available supply of fossil fuels, which now running out makes the energy supply more costly, and therefore all goods more costly.
Basically, you're using more energy to
Yeah.
get less,
Right.
all the time.
And you're using more energy to get what energy
Yeah.
you have. There's a net energy measurement introduced.
Can you posit any kind of social system that you could see workable in in the remnants out of the ashes of America?
It depends on the number of people.
Do you think that's really the key issue?
On the number of people, or at least on their ability to function together. Now, of course, the Chinese are much more homogeneous than we are. So therefore, they can get more people into less area with less friction.
Could you make a statement like what you think the next 15 or 20 years, like a scenario for the U.S. of A?
Not really. We have the escalating rate of change, which seems to be a rule, but the changes in the next 15 years are going to be much, much greater than the last 15 years. And they've been tremendous in the last 15 years, and so on. that we could certainly have. I guess the bankers are all working on this, but how efficiently, I don't know, a complete breakdown of the world monetary system in the West. In fact, all bankers say that this is inevitable. The time is going to come when no amount of money will buy anything. And this could not occur as an isolated phenomenon. Like after World War I in Germany, you had a terrific inflation. But that didn't occur in other countries. If it happened one place now, it would happen every place. So that's why they go around desperately propping up currencies. No major currency can be allowed to collapse at this point. When the lira was threatened with collapse, they rush in and support the lira. Because a collapse anywhere would bring the whole thing right down the drain.
Well, is need the desire? I mean, it seems that we're taught that desire is kind of an absolute. I mean, people just assume that what they desire, what they want is what they should try to get, and so on. Is that at the basis of this kind of?
No, we're busy.
I'll do that tape.
Yeah. Okay.
I'll bring it back about 6.
Okay, great. But no, what people think they need, of course, is socially determined. If people are taught that they need a car, and in fact then found their social system on a car, then they by God do need a car, right? But needs are not inherent.
Well,
They're always socially conditioned. Okay, you give someone junk for a month, and he needs junk. He didn't need that before. Or you give someone money, with which he buys all the things that he needs, then he needs money.
well, okay. We might think that those things are socially determined. What about the need for love, the need for sex, the need for existence? In fact.
Well, those of course are just basic needs of any animal organism.
But you don't see the root of this sort of proliferating Baroque kind of need in those things.
Well, naturally, you couldn't have it without an animal organism. If you don't have an animal organism, you don't need much, right? You don't need food. But if you do, then you have those needs. Now, those needs, of course, you have, say, a small hunting or agricultural society. Those needs can be quite satisfactorily solved in a small community.
You know, we seem to have passed way beyond the place where we can even imagine what a small community, self-sufficient to itself, might be.
No, we can imagine that very well, and in fact, you can go and see them. You better hurry, because they won't be there long, but they do exist. I think it's very easy to imagine what life is like in such. But yes, we certainly have gone beyond the possibility of that, and that's partly a result of overpopulation in these tremendous cities, where they're absolutely dependent on food brought in from outside, on power, garbage collection, and so on.
We talked earlier about leaving the body as now as you're speaking, as possibly a way to get around the fact that we're animals.
Well, to say we are animals is once again the innocent identity. Whatever you may be, you're not an animal. You're not the word animal. And I would say also that you are not your body. You occupy your body, any more than a pilot is the plane.
Well, who is it that occupies this body?
Well, who is it that pilots the plane? It's the pilot.
Do you think it's possible to leave the body?
Well, of course it's been done.
Who's done it?
Haven't you read Monroe's book, Journeys Out of the Body?
Yeah.
But that's it's a very old phenomenon. I mean, it's not. I mean, there are many instances of it.
Do you think there are technological possibilities of people developing this, shall we call it, skill?
Well, sure.
Such as?
Well, Monroe describes very in great detail exercises, and actually he's running a sort of a seminar down there and doing just that.
Once you're out of your body, though, where do you go?
Various places. Sometimes he just goes to another city or so. I mean, many of these have been confirmed. That is, he's gone there and seen things that, and described situations that were accurate.
Well, you don't think that's a kind of fantasy of escapism from what the actual situation is?
No, because he's actually out of his body. And of course, I think that out-of-the-body experience is not rare at all. It happens all the time. It happens every time you put yourself in some other place. It just depends on how accurately you do it, and that, of course, is one of the basic exercises. Put yourself in a certain place where you were yesterday, and you are doing astral travel. It depends on how vividly you do it. If you do it with complete identification, then you are there.
What's the point? What's the point of doing it?
Well, it gives you more freedom of motion, for one thing, and it's interesting. I mean, Monroe describes many very interesting trips that he's made. I mean, what's the point in going to Africa? What's the point in going to India? What's the point in traveling?
Well, do you think, does the term total liberation or liberation mean anything to you at all? You don't think there's a state in which we're somehow freed from everything that seems to be binding us, enslaving us, confusing us?
No, it's bound to be relative, so long as you are occupying a body, a physical body with physical limitations. I mean, an absolute freedom from all conditions is almost a meaningless proposition, so long as you have conditions.
Well, it's the other side of conditioning, perhaps.
No, I say as long as you have conditions. And if you didn't have any conditions, whatever, well, you'd certainly have nothing to worry about. But it is a state that's very difficult to conceive so long as you have conditions.
Well, I know you're
Of course,
interested
the Buddhists talk a lot about that.
about not having conditions.
Yes, about freedom from conditions.
Mm-hmm. And you think that's just a nirvanic dream, or?
No, you're still talking in either our terms. I mean, it's something that people can certainly approach and have approached.
Who's
It's
been
not
your
labeled
teachers?
Buddhist.
Hmm?
It's just not labeled Buddhist.
No, as Franklin was pointing out, a carpenter who's really right all there in his job is achieving a sort of nirvana. In a sense, because the way out of the body is in. You go all the way in and out the other side, just like someone climbing a cliff. He's got to be right there every second. And by being there, he is also approaching the state of not being there, by being there completely. And in fact, many out-of-the-body experiences have been reported by cliff climbers. They fall and find their body is floating beside them and they're not at all harmed, etc.
What
Or
happens?
someone driving a car at high speed, or a fighter pilot. He's right all the way there.
But what happens when they hit?
Well, here's someone out of his body, right?
Right.
If he hit, he wouldn't come back.
Nothing to come back to.
I know you're interested in Reich. It just seems to me that Reich's whole point was that human beings can't stand their bodies somehow, and that most of the religions and so on are sort of neurotic attempts to somehow try to get imagine ourselves out of this thing, like the pain is too great, so let's fantasize a way out of it.
Well, there is no the way. There are a number of ways. I say people might get out by climbing cliffs, driving racing cars, gliding, all sorts of things. I don't say that there's any the way at all. In fact, if you postulate, I think that is another of the great errors of Western thought, the idea that there is one the way, which of course has been propounded by all one God religions.
Well, in the job, you seem to talk about maybe not the way, but you propose kind of a strategy of dealing with the mess we're in, which seemed to involve kind of political or social ways.
Yeah, most of those ways, I say it's too late. I mean, these things would have been possible 100 years ago if they had controlled the industrial process and formed more cooperatives and communes, more diversity instead of more uniformity. But I don't see this as very practical at the present time.
Who's been your teachers? Who's been your teachers?
Teachers? I've never heard of teachers. As such, well, naturally I've learned a lot from reading Korzybski. I've learned a lot from reading Conrad, a lot about writing from reading Conrad, a lot from reading Beckett, a lot from reading Joyce.
You never had any interest in looking, I mean, it was never a conscious thing for you to look for anybody to show you anything?
Well, to show me what?
Well, to show you anything about how to live.
No. Because I don't think there is the way. I can see someone as being, okay, if you want to learn to fly, you go to someone that learns to fly, right? If you want to get into meditation, you go to someone that knows something about meditation. You want to learn karate, you go to a karate master. In that sense, yes. But as I say, I don't believe that there is a sort of one way that you can learn from somebody. Because his way may not apply to you at all.
Do you see gurus as being authoritarian figures in a sense?
Depends on the guru and the attitude towards him.
What would be the proper attitude?
Once again, I emphasize such thing as a proper attitude. A sincere guru like Trungpa, I feel, may have that forced on him, which he isn't seeking at all. That people assume that he has the answers, which he continually tends to deny.
What do you think people are attracted to a man like Trungpa?
Makes a lot of sense.
Makes a lot of sense.
Sanity, concern with sanity.
Sanity. Reading his books, he's got a lot of very sensible
Intelligence.
things to say.
I think there's a problem just separating the God from his teachings. And, Buddhism goes back, 3,000 years or whatever, and there's a lot of good sense there. And if you do accept a teacher, you presumably become devoted. But, I mean, just because he drinks and smokes and fucks around doesn't mean people get a little skits around something they think is religious, you know.
What did you mean by the statement, don't put your dirty karma on me?
Well, just that. There's no reason for anyone to accept anyone else's bad karma since we have enough of our own. That's one of the oldest tricks in the industry, to try to unload your bad karma on somebody else.
Yeah, it seems that one of the tenets that people are working with now is that each person is responsible for their whole life, and by implication for everything that happens around them. Therefore, possibly by implication, everything that happens.
Well, it's a question of degree. Okay, you got some guy that's brought up in the ghetto. He has been subjected to horrible conditions. How much responsibility does he have? He feels that he has very little, and I think he's right in feeling so. In the first place, he can't even exercise responsibility. So that's
I don't think Mr. Burroughs needs much of an introduction.
What I'm trying to do in these two lectures is to give you something you can use and apply, something you can do, experiments you can perform. And I'm indicating some areas of experimentation in the hope that some of you will carry these experiments further and come up with something new. In fact, some of you may already have done so. And some books that may turn you on to something. The first book that I'm using is the handbook.
There's a sound problem. Can you project a little more, and we're going to close
Okay.
those doors.
Yeah.
Move closer.
Can you all hear me?
There's no amplification. presentation.
Oh.
It's just,
Then this is reading. Oh, bison. Now I understand. I'll start over. What I'm trying to do in these two lectures is to give you something you can use and apply, something you can do, experiments you can perform. Indicating areas of experimentation in the hope that some of you will carry these experiments further and come up with something new. Perhaps some of you already have. And some books that may turn you on to something. The first book I'm going to use is the Handbook of Psychic Discoveries, which doesn't seem to be in stock in any of the bookstores. But it's on order and will be here, I think, in about 10 days or 2 weeks. How many of you read the first book, the Handbook of Psychic Discoveries, Behind the Iron Curtain? Yeah. Well, this is a sequel to it, which is a real how-to book, how to do Carillion photography or whatever, with the equipment necessary. And what I'm going to be discussing is tape recorder experiments. And this book gives a very clear, concise summary of the experiments with which I will be discussing during these lectures. It's chapter 15, Your Tape Recorder, a Tracking Station for Paranormal Voices, ? It seems that recordings made with no apparent input have turned up unexplained voices on the tape. I'm quoting from the book. Voice phenomena are done with a tape recorder and microphone set up in the usual way and using factory fresh tape. No sounds are heard or emitted during the recording, but on replay, faint voices of unknown origin appear to have been recorded. Visible speech diagrams and voice prints have confirmed that these actually are recorded voices. And the most complete source book is a book called Breakthrough by Constantine Raudive. That's actually pronounced Raudive. It's Latvian. But I think I'll just stick with Raudive or Rowdy for short. Published in 1971 by the Taplinger Publishing Company in New York City. Well, Raudive was one of the pioneer researchers in this area, and he has recorded 100,000 phrases, selections from which are transcribed in his book. And other investigators have obtained similar results, including Dr. Walter H. Uphoff, who teaches parapsychology at the University of Colorado here in Boulder. I've been trying to contact him, but haven't been able to reach him yet. And these voices do seem an appropriate topic to take up at the Kerouac School of Disembodied Poetics. Before discussing the experiments carried out by Rowdy, I will describe experiments performed with Brian Geisen and Ian Somerville 12 years before Breakthrough was published, and in fact before it was written. Now, these experiments started not on tape recorders, but on paper. In 1959, Brian Geisen said that writing is 50 years behind painting and applied the montage technique to words on a page. And this technique had already been used in painting at that time for 50 years. It was, in fact, kind of old hat in painting. For a more detailed description of the method, I can refer you to LOCA, where a lecture I gave last summer at NAROPA has been transcribed. Brian copied out phrases from newspapers and magazines, then took a scissors and cut these selections into pieces and rearranged the fragments at random. And these cut-up experiments appeared in Minutes to Go in 1959, and I'll read you a few selections so you can get the idea of the style and what they sound like. September 1959, a collage from the Paris Herald Tribune, the London Observer, the London Daily Mail, Life magazine advertisements. Now, this cut-up was made by Brian Geisen, and there's not a word of his own in it. It comes entirely from the source material. It is impossible to estimate the damage. Anything put out up to now is like pulling a figure out of the air. I'm going right back to the Sheraton Carlton and call the Milwaukee Braves. Miss Hannah Pugh, the slim model, drew from a piggy bank, a talent which is the very quintessence of the British female sex. Ahead, 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 they chanted in Newark, Honolulu, Aris, Austin. Tobacco is our middle name. There seemed little doubt, however, that Mr. Eisenhower said, I weigh 56 pounds less than a man, flushed and nodded curtly. Asked whether he had had a fair trial, he looks inevitable and publishes, my sex was an advantage. He boasted of a long string of past crimes, highlighted by a total eclipse of whoever stood in his path when he redid her apartment. Rich because beautiful bought brain. I said, bravo. To think that 1 million men were fitted into long slots in an absurd position for the highest products of creation. Crowds stopped the traffic, and it took more than 30 police to disperse them. Captain Barron was arrested today in the murder at sea of Chicago. He is one of the great Americans to see people from the front and kept laughing during the dark. He streaked across the sky like a comet and crashed. Witnesses from a distance observed a roaring blast and a brilliant flash as the operator was arrested. A petite, blue-eyed blonde streaked across the sky and clashed with Glasgow police. She had wielded the gavel with a walrus mustache and was thrown overboard. Her father, a well-known artist until a bundle of his accented brushwork blew up in the sky, said, we can't do that yet. The reason I'm not buying a new couch is to save money. She should have known better. If I'd known you were coming, some looks are simply good right there. You hit her in the new revised edition of After the Great Awakening. The sure way is with arrangement and also military appeal. Deep-eyed features and the rapt faces of discursive charm come from the sheer shining color of police. I, Sequin, perfected this art along the Tang dynasty. Might be just what I am looked. Now, that was made by Brian, and here's one that I made, and you'll see that they have, although the same criteria applies, that there's no words of our own in either one of these, but the selection, the whole thing, will be different from one person to another. This is from San Diego up to Maine, and it's Time and New York Herald Tribune, cut up of articles on juvenile delinquency. The solemn accountants are jumping ship, sir, all of them, sir, and the last skimpy surplus, sir. Room for one more outside, sir, they said, and plunged 7th teenage future Molotov cocktails, last seen swimming desperately in sewage. Allies wait on knives. Valiant crowns do a short 22 and heavy commitments. The Caribbean swells to a roar. A Negro snapped the advantages. Our show went on, we're proud of it. Who was rape and idleness? Anyone over homicide big enough to take punishment, Wisconsin. Milwaukee convicted of later and lesser crimes, pudgy and not pretty. The words included assault, murder, stratosphere, and his feet devoid of reality. Will Hollywood never learn? Unimaginable disaster, royal knights, teenage future time. And I'll read one more short selection here. This was also my cut-up material. 1 ounce, said the druggist, of shit burned down the city. Savvy shit. Had a book he gave out. Ish Derby, they were drafted. Mark's 4th day. We just dropped in to see some friends, a population of patrols. Mr. Flynn seeks position in rigged quiz show. Yeah, but why? Swedish, unwelcome visitor to the Warren. Talent was gone, the temple reeked of time, principal and agents in force. Bobo has attractions, more fun than a barrel of keys. He makes a pig of ice. Tomorrow is always white and blue. A fine, vigorous failure. All members are worse dysentery. A 16-year-old boy might burn in continuous operation. Everyone has left Paris. I dislike facts. Professor killed accident in U.S. Don't let me die this way. Subsequently, we cut up the Bible, Shakespeare, Rambo, and our own writing and anything in sight. And we made literally thousands of cut-ups. Now, when you cut and rearrange words on a page, new words emerge. For example, you have HA on one cut page, and you place this with another cut section, and the line falls on T, cut from another word, and you now have the word hat, which was not in the original text. A new word has been created by cutting the text. And words change meaning. For example, the word drafted as into the Army, moved into a context of blueprints and contracts, gives an altered meaning. New words and altered meaning are, of course, implicit in the process of cutting up and could have been anticipated. Other results were not expected. When you experiment with cut-ups over a period of time, you find that some of the cut-ups and rearranged text seem to refer to future events. I cut up an article written by John Paul Getty and got, "It's a bad thing to sue your own father." This was a rearrangement and wasn't in the original text. And a year later, one of his sons did sue him. I mean, it's just purely extraneous information. It meant nothing to me. I had nothing to gain on either side. In 1964, I made a cut-up and got what seemed at the time a totally inexplicable phrase. And there is a horrid air conditioner. I didn't have an air conditioner at the time. In 1973, I had moved into a loft with a broken air conditioner, which was removed to put in a new unit, but we couldn't get anyone to take it away. And there is 300 pounds of broken air conditioner on the floor. A really horrid disposal problem, heavy and solid and emerging from a cut-up 9 years ago. There are quite a few examples of this, and as I say, if you experiment, I think you'll turn some up sooner or later. We had no explanation for this at the time. It just suggesting that perhaps when you cut into the present, the future leaks out. But we simply accepted it and continued the experiments. The next step was cut-ups on the tape recorder, and Brian was the first to take this obvious step. A step becomes obvious when somebody takes it. Like 500 years of cannonballs before someone got the idea of a cannonball that explodes on contact. And that happened in the American Civil War, towards the end of the American Civil War. Probably dismissed as impractical by the military. From that point, of course, a series of steps led to long-range artillery and intercontinental missiles. Now, why did it take so long for such obvious developments? Well, perhaps because the way is blocked by preconceptions. People just don't think of it. Now, the first tape recorder cut-ups were a simple extension of cut-ups on paper. You record, there are many ways of doing these, but here's one way. You record, say, 10 minutes on the recorder. Then you spin the reel backwards or forwards, just like that, without recording. Stop at random and cut in a phrase. Now, of course, when you've cut in that phrase, you've wiped out what's ever there, and you have a new juxtaposition. Now, how random is random? We know so much that we don't consciously know that perhaps the cut-in was not random. The operator, on some level, knew just where he was cutting in. As you know, on some level, exactly where you were and what you were doing 10 years ago at this particular time. But you couldn't, most of you couldn't, there are a few freaks that can, make that knowledge consciously available. And the same way, while you're doing the tape, on some level, you know just exactly where your words are. So cut-ups put you in touch with what you know and do not know that you know. Now, of course, this procedure on the tape recorder produces new words by altered juxtaposition, just as new words are produced by cut-ups on paper. Well, we went on to exploit the potentials of the tape recorder, cut up, slow down, speed up, run backwards, inch the tape, that means work it back and forth across the tape head, play several tracks at once, cut back and forth between two recorders. Now, here are some tapes which Brian made with all the technical facilities of the BBC in London, and they show, I think, what can be done with a human voice and one phrase. Quite clearly, I unfortunately don't have this tape. I may have it for the next session. I asked Brian to send it along. The point is that as soon as you start experiments with slow down, speed ups, overlays, and so on, you'll get new words that were not on the original recordings. There are then many ways of producing words and voices on tape that did not get there by the usual recording procedure. Words and voices that are quite definitely and clearly recognizable by a consensus of listeners. And sometimes you can clearly recognize the voice of someone who was not present at the session. Now, another procedure is to run recordings of words through a speech scrambler. Quote here. In 1968, with the help of Ian Somerville and Anthony Balch, I took a short passage of my recorded voice and cut it into intervals of 1/24th of a second on movie tape. Now, movie tape is larger and much easier to handle. Splicing ordinary tape is a really laborious. Of course, you can make cut-ups that way, but it's an awful lot of work. And rearrange the order of the 24th of a second intervals of recorded speech. The original words were quite unintelligible, but new words emerge. The voice is still there, and you can immediately recognize the speaker. Also, the tone of the voice remains. If the tone is friendly, hostile, poetic, sarcastic, or whatever, this will be apparent in the altered sequence. I didn't realize at the time that I was using a technique that had been in existence since 1881, and I quote from an article in New Scientist, June 4, 1970, by Richard French, entitled Electronic Arts of Non-Communication. Designs for speech scramblers go back to 1881, and the desire to make telephone and radio communications unintelligible to third parties has been with us ever since. The message is scrambled in transmission and then unscrambled at the other end. There are many of these speech scrambling devices that work on different principles. Another device, the signal is chopped up into elements a tenth or a hundredth of a centimeter, and these elements are taken in groups of frames and rearranged in a new sequence. So you just take your tape and cut it up into very small pieces, and the pieces are rearranged into a new sequence, and this can actually be done and gives a good idea of what speech sounds like when scrambled in this way. Unfortunately, I don't have a tape of scrambled speech. And I've gotten words and voices from barking dogs, and no doubt you could do much better with dolphins. So if you just hear English words from a dolphin, doesn't mean that the dolphins have mastered the English language at all. It simply means that they've said something that sounds like English. Now, words will emerge from the recording of dripping faucets. In fact, almost any sound that is not too uniform may produce words. You know, the song, every little breeze seemed to whisper Louise. And the very tree branches brushing against their windows seem to mutter murder, murder, murder. Well, the branches may have muttered just that, and you could hear it back with a recorder. Everything you hear and see is there for you to hear and see it. If you didn't hear or see it on some level, it would have no meaning for you. Now, we are so accustomed to the erroneous either-or antithesis, objective or subjective. What I think and feel is one thing. What I hear and see in the street is purely random and therefore meaningless, that people may think they are losing their minds when they find that what they see and hear in the street has personal meaning for them. Some time ago, a young man came to me and said he was going mad because street signs, overheard conversations, and radio broadcasts seemed to refer to him in some way. I told him, of course they refer to you. You see and hear them. Now, you can scan words out of a foreign language of which you don't know a word, and let me confess that I do not know a word of Arabic. Well, years ago, Ian Somerville, Stuart Gordon, and your reporter had turned into the Rue de Vigne, just off the Place de France in Tangier. Walking ahead of us was a middle-aged Arab couple, obviously poor people down from the mountains, and one turned to the other and said, "What are you going to do?" But we all heard it. Now, perhaps the Arab words just happened to sound like that. If I'd had an Arab-speaking person, I could have checked that out. Or perhaps it was a case of consensual scanning. I had a friend who went, quote, mad in Tangier. Now, he was scanning out personal messages in English from Arab broadcasts. Now, this is the more subjective phenomena of personal scanning patterns. I say more rather than pose the either-or subjective or objective alternative, since all phenomena are both subjective and objective. He was, after all, listening to radio broadcasts. Now to consider Rowdy's experimental procedure. The experiments were carried out in a soundproof studio. A new blank tape was turned on and allowed to record. Then the tape was played back, and the experimenter, listening through headphones, detected quite recognizable voices and words that were found to be recorded on the tape. Let me say at once that I have not yet performed this experiment, though it is an obvious extension of the experiments I did perform. Well, why not? Well, it simply didn't occur to me. A step becomes obvious when someone takes it. Conversely, it did not occur to Rowdy to take his recorded words and voices, you could have used copy tape, of course, run them through echo chambers, overlay, inch, speed up, slow down, scramble them, and whatnot. I now intend to perform Rowdy's experiments with a number of variations, and I hope that some of you will do the same. Now, Rowdy has recorded 100,000 phrases of these voices. The speech is almost double the usual speed, and the sound is pulsed in rhythms like poetry or chanting. These voices are in a number of accents and languages, often quite ungrammatical. Here's one. "You, I, friends, where stay?" Sounds like a Tangier hustler. Now, reading through the sample voices in Breakthrough, I was struck by many instances of a distinctive style, reminiscent of schizophrenic speech, certain dream utterances, some of the cut-ups, and delirium voices like the last words of Dutch Schultz. Many of the voices allegedly come from the dead, as Hitler, Nietzsche, Goethe, Jesus Christ, anybody who is anybody is there. Many of them having undergone a marked deterioration of their mental and artistic faculties. Goethe isn't what he used to be, and Hitler certainly had a bigger and better mouth when he was alive. On one level, the recorded voice procedure is a form of sophisticated electronic table tapping. And table tapping is one aspect of the cut-up experiments I have described. After all, what better way to contact someone than to cut and rearrange his actual words? Certainly an improvement on the usual scene where Shakespeare is announced to be followed by some excruciatingly bad poetry. Now, whether there is actual contact with the dead is an academic question, so long as there is no way to prove or disprove it. An element of precision could be introduced using voice prints, where recordings of someone's voice exist. I mean, if someone turns up on the tape and pretends to be Kerouac, you can check it against Kerouac's voice print. Now, voice prints are as individual as fingerprints, and they could be compared, of course, to the voices on tape. Of course, it is not impossible that a voice print could be precisely imitated. Messages from the dead or not, the voices frequently refer to the thoughts and preoccupations of those present at the session or to people connected with those present. Now, here is an example from the Handbook of Psychic Discoveries. New experiments began with a surprise. The German team lost their way. At the same time, one of the group was stricken with a very severe toothache. Meanwhile, Jurgensen decided to try a recording session on his own. Replaying the tape, he heard the German words, "Sie kommen bald, Zahnarzt." Zahnarzt. They will arrive soon, dentist, dentist. Now, I pointed out a stylistic similarity between the voices recorded by Raudive, a dream speech, schizophrenic speech, words spoken in delirium, and cut-ups. Now, this does not apply to all the material in any of these categories, much of which may be quite banal and undistinguished. For example, a frequently recurring phrase in Rowdy's book is "heat the bathroom, company is coming." Well, I thought this was some kind of an esoteric code, but it simply refers to a Latvian custom. When they are expecting guests, someone goes into the bathroom and lights the stove. So it's a question of selecting material which is stylistically interesting or which may contain references of personal or prophetic, in some cases, significance. I've already given some example of cut-ups, and here are some examples of dream speech. This first one is from one of my students at New York City College who encountered Hemingway in a dream and asked him how he could be there when he is dead. And Hemingway replied, "We can come out when shadows cover the cracks." And these are mostly from my own dreams. "You need black money here. We still don't have the nouns. Do you like to get lost or patrol cars? The symbol of the skull and the symbol of soap turn on the same axis. Can't you keep any ice? The Inspectorate of Canada is banging on the door. I suppose you think Missouri is a lump. You have an Air Force appetite. The lair of the bear is in Chicago. The unconscious imitated by cheesecake. A tin of tomato soup in Arizona. Where naked troubadours shoot snotty baboons. Green as a man to Phil as a boy. I can take the hut set anywhere. A book called Advanced Outrage. An astronaut named Platt, first American shot on Mars. Life is a flickering shadow with violence before and after it. A good loser always gives up control for what the situation would be if control wasn't there to look around in it, if there wasn't any question of control. And here are two examples of dream slang. An ounce of heroin is a beach. You can lay around in it for a month. And a camel is dream slang for fuck. Unfortunately, I do not have examples of schizophrenic speech, just a few from my memory, and collecting this material would be a very useful project. And I just have two here that I remember. Doctorhood is being made with me. It's stylistically similar to the Inspectorate of Canada. Radius, radius, it is enough. And here are a few quotes from the last words of Dutch Schultz. He was shot on, I believe, Thursday, in 1935, and he died 24 hours later, and there was a police stenographer at his bedside the whole time, about 2,000 words. I'm just giving you a very few. And he had a temperature of 103, he'd been shot through the liver. The glove will fit what I say. If we wanted to break the ring, I get a month. He was a cowboy in one of the 7 days a week fight. In the olden days, they waited and they waited. Let me in the district. Please let me get in and eat. This is something that should not be spoken about. Be instrumental in letting us know. No, it is confused and it says no. A boy has never wept nor dashed 1,000 kim. That's supposed to be the most enigmatic line. I wonder what the police made of it. Please crack down on the Chinaman's friends and Hitler's commander. Mother is the best bet, and don't let Satan draw you too fast. They are French people. It was desperate, I am wobbly. I don't want harmony, I want harmony. Open this up and break it so I can touch you. The Baron says these things. Come on, open the soap ducats. The chimney sweeps take to the sword. French-Canadian bean soup. I want to pay, let them leave me alone. Now here are some of the phrases from Rowdy's book, and I have taken these phrases out of what might be called minimal context, because they weren't really very much in context anyway for illustrative considerations. Cheers, here are the non-dead. Here are the cunning ones. We are here because of you. We are all longing to go home. Politics, here is death. Take the grave with you. It snows horribly. We see Tibet with the binoculars of the people. Give reinforcement. Diminish the stopper. Sometimes only the native country loves. I am expensive. We are coordinated. The guard is manifold. You belong probably to the cucumbers. Telephone with restraint, comrade. It is difficult in Train A. Covering fire. Send orders. Are you without jewelry? A lecture is taking place here. We have become accustomed to our sick ones. Get out of the defensive position. Speed is required. Leave it in full gear. Have done with the seemingly apparent. Pleased to use studio postulated to you. Faustus, good morning. I demand our authorities. This is the ants' language. Identity card, passport, bind death, obey death, bring a halibut. You can refuse. It is permitted. A pistol is our man. This is operational. Even the wolves do not stay here. Into battle, the long life flees. We ignite. It is bad here. Here the birds burn. Are you without jewelry? It smells of the operational death. Knowledgeable Goth, the deed of the future. Believe, separated, here is eternity. The far away exists. You are the contract. Are you in salt? We have been looking all over the place for human beings. Oh, good, the sea. Professor of non-existence, the body is evidence of the spirit, the natural key. We are the language here. The doctor is on the market. Good evening, old chap. Are you making mummies to standard? It is enough. Reason submitted, called at a bad time. This is operational even in the middle. With binoculars at the border, you have nevertheless to fetch our clothes. Prepare trousers in the bathroom. Why are you a German? Clean out the earth, the new Germany. Hitler is a good animal-infesting louse. Have you stolen horses with him? Yo siento man pricks buena cosa, ma'am. Draw the spirit to the plata. Hurry to make the flutes. Faxius, I am practically here. A good crossing. The earth disintegrated. It sounds very much like some kind of a code, and I try to interpret some of it. Now, we see Tibet with the binoculars of the people. Now, this means something to me because in 1970, About the time that these recordings were made, I wrote a story about a Chinese patrol who find a Tibetan monastery taken over by the CIA to test a radioactive virus. I'll just read a paragraph from that. The scouting party stopped a few hundred yards from the village on the bank of a stream. Yen Li studied the village through his field glasses, through the binoculars of the people, while his men sat down and lit cigarettes. The village was built into the side of a mountain. The stream ran through the town, and water had been diverted into pools on a series of cultivated terraces that led up to the monastery. There was no sign of life in the steep winding street or by the pools. He lowered his glasses, signaling for the men to follow. The men crossed a stone bridge 2 at a time, covered by the men behind them. If any defenders were going to open fire, now would be the time and place to do it. Beyond the bridge, a street twisted up the mountainside. On both sides there were stone huts, many of them fallen into ruins. Keeping to the sides and taking cover behind the ruined huts, Yen Li became increasingly aware of a hideous, unknown odor. He motioned the patrol to halt and stood there sniffing. I think he was smelling the pickle factory. You belong probably to the cucumbers. I don't know how many of you are familiar with the term used to designate the CIA. It was the pickle factory. He works for the pickle factory means he's a CIA man. I think this designation was mentioned in Time or Newsweek, and I had already heard it from some acquaintances in the CIA. Well, what would be the derivation of the term? To be in a pickle is to be in a quandary or in a bad spot, and what is the CIA manufacturing but bad spots and quandaries? So I think it's quite possible that that is the reference. Yes. You ready? Okay. Telephone with restraint, comrade. Watch what you say over the phone. The cucumbers are listening in. Are you without jewelry? Well, this may refer to laces. The first laces were actually made with rubies, I believe, or whatever the ingredients necessary. Bind death to bay death. Compare to Dutch Schultz's last words, I don't want harmony, I want harmony. Are you in salt? We have been looking all over the place for human beings. Now, salt could refer to any basic commodity. In this case, since the voices are discarnate, the reference is probably to human bodies. Your blood, as you know, has the saline content of seawater. No good to see. Now, to say you are in blood would sort of blow your vampiric cover. That would be a little crude. Have you stolen horses with him is a German proverb meaning can you trust him? Draw the spirit to the plata. Now, Rodiv considers this utterance inexplicable. Apparently, he did not know that plata is a general Spanish slang term for money. A good crossing, the Earth disintegrated. Some years ago, scientists drew up a plan for a spaceship to be propelled by an atomic blast. And that would be a motive for blowing up the Earth, propulsion to healthier areas. The publication of Breakthrough in England caused quite a stir, and Peter Randolph wrote a book, Voices on the Tape, describing the circumstances surrounding the publication. There were articles in the press, radio and television programs, and much discussion pro and con. Some people protested that if these voices come from the dead, they seem to be living not in celestial realms, but in a cosmic hell. In consequence, the voices may be misleading, interested, even downright ill-intentioned. Well, what did they expect? A chorus of angels with tips on the stock market? Others protested that contact with these voices is dangerous, citing the use of black magic and invocation of lower astral entities by Nazi leaders. An article written by a psychic researcher, Gordon Turner, typifies the dangerous for the uninitiated line. Turner's article was written in answer to an article by someone named Cass, in which Cass says, "If a door has been opened between this world and the next, then the masses, armed with their cheap transistor sets and 5-pound Hong Kong recorders, will participate, despite Gordon Turner, the Pope, and the government." And here is Turner. "I believe Breakthrough should not have been published. Does he, Cass, think it is safe for anyone and everyone to open themselves to this kind of influence? Has he the slightest conception of how dangerous this might be? Dangerous to who exactly? When people start talking about the danger posed by making psychic knowledge available to the masses, they are generally trying to monopolize this knowledge for themselves. In my opinion, the best safeguard against the abuse of such knowledge is wide dissemination. The more people that know about it, the better. A large number of independent researchers is the best insurance against monopoly and misuse by power-oriented groups or individuals. The time has come to dump all these secrets on the table. Secret weapons, secret doctrines, the lot. They are less dangerous in the hands of the general public than in the hands of intelligence agencies and the military. And I feel that knowledge belongs to anyone who can use it. I'd like to stop here for some questions and discussions, since we really covered an awful lot of ground in this lecture so far. Questions?
When you did those cut-up techniques with the with newspapers and articles and stuff like that, did you just make the cut-ups and then just pick them out of a hat and piece them together at random?
There are any number of ways you can do it. For example, you take a page, cut it down there, and across there. You've got 4 pieces, and just put them in a new order. You can cut them into fragments. You can use or not use any of the material just as you want. I mean, there are just so many ways of doing it. But the basic point is that you have actually taken a scissors and actually cut the material, cut the words. Yes.
Did you ever consider that all this might be coming from some other planet, not from the Earth?
Certainly, yes. I'm taking that up in the next lecture, the whole question of the origin of these voices and the various theories that have been suggested and the objections raised to them and so forth. That'll be in the next lecture.
I've done an awful lot of automatic writing, and that's what I finally came to that.
Well, how do you define automatic writing? I know it's so, there's no sharp line between automatic writing and, say, writing that's flowing along like Kerouac used to do, sit down and just write as fast as you could, letting the associational process lead you. You mean writing that you were not aware of?
Well, I wrote one book that seemed to be dictated to me in my sleep. I got up, I just go to the typewriter and the phone would just be there, so it had already written somewhere.
Well, I've had that experience myself.
So really,
I was just sitting down at the typewriter. It's like I'm taking dictation. But
but this is different. I mean, it wasn't even my personality. It was something totally different.
yes, well, yes, and I've had that happen in the style of another writer. But you were aware of it, though. See, some automatic writing is supposedly produced. The person just their hand takes over and writes, and they are not aware of what they have written. That's kind of a rare phenomenon, I think. Yeah.
It occurred often to Blavatsky. She claimed that some other agency was making her write, but was having the things written for her. A lot of research has shown that quite large text of her work was taken from other sources, which is not credited. And I was wondering the difference between collages and working with your own cut-ups and cutbacks. You say that contact with the dead is academic in the sense it can't be proved or disproved. Could it be possible this whole thing is bogus, and that just leaving a tape go on, having voices come in is like taking pieces of flying saucers in the backyard which you invented?
No, because they're voice prints and visual diagrams. I mean, they're actual scientific ways of telling whether their voice is on tape, and these are past that. I mean, they have actual voice
I
prints.
understand that the voices are on tape, but did someone was communicated by humans on the tape and asserted to some other force?
They don't know. I'll consider the various theories for the origin of the voices in the next lecture, but there's been no complete explanation. The simple fact is, here he has recorded in a soundproof studio, no input, and there are voices on the tape. That's the basic fact which has been proven, that they are voices and that they are there. Yeah.
So from that, is one conclusion that the voices are there and you need soundproof rooms in order to hear them? There's no other input. When they're running those tapes, there's no other input?
There's no other input on his procedure because he was interested in proving his case under test conditions. However, a soundproof studio is not at all essential. And the first voices were someone who's recording bird songs.
And then heard human.
Yeah, I'll take all that up in the next lecture. Yes.
Did you say it was twice the speed, so he speeds up the tape?
Twice the speed of a normal voice.
Right. So
Although,
you slow it down.
of course, some voices are faster than others, but it's speed up.
Right, so like when you listen to the tape, you slow the tape down a lot so that it gets in.
Yeah. Yeah, he slowed the tape down. Yeah. Yeah.
Do you become interested in these experiments to the point that you find they're interfering with your own writing and you have to stop them to go back and do so-called normal writing? Or?
No, because I don't think there's any line between, say, normal writing and I've gotten quite a lot of material that I can use out of the rowdy of tapes. That is, I think they're very interested from a purely literary and stylistic point of view, quite without regard to the possibility of there being a paranormal source. I think one could get quite a reputation just as a poet just using these phrases. Yes.
There was this place in Persia, this one particular castle, where the Shah of the castle had his best musicians play in this room that had somehow was lined with mirrors that reflected the sound back and forth. And for a number of years, it was like this stereophonic room that just the mirrors kept that sound continually going, so that it was audible and would invite guests into the room. And the room was then destroyed by the French when they invaded. Now, is it possible that a lot of these voices are just sound currents? I mean, are just, like there's somewhat the sound that everybody talks just stays floating around the planet, and you just pick up on what's there that's been said at some particular time previously?
It's quite possible. Yeah, I think that's one of many theories. But of course, they don't have to have one source. They can have very many sources. Yes.
What do you personally think is the relationship between schizophrenics and this type of trance?
Well, it just seems to me that the schizophrenic seems to be tuning in on these levels. And that the psychologists say that anyone that tunes in on these levels is crazy. Unless they keep it to themselves or put it in an academic context. Yes. Pardon?
You could use as much material in the cloud as a following. I was wondering if you used a whole lot that way, you might cut your originality down. Or does that mean that you just mix it all up in that way?
No, I don't think, and I think originality is sort of a myth anyway. I mean, everything is a myth. Lots of the phrases that I got from Naked Lunch were somebody said them. I heard it. It wasn't original at all. And any writer does that. I mean, he's getting material from all sorts of sources. I mean, there's nothing that is purely his own unless he's in a condition of sense deprivation.
So it's all right.
He's always getting input.
It's all right to use as much of the other person's material as you want to. So you put it somewhere else.
Why not? you're going to do it anyway. Yes.
There was an article in Loca where you mentioned that you would like to do a retreat maybe without a typewriter. And I was wondering-
Louder?
Yeah, I heard him.
There was an article to the effect that you might consider doing a retreat without a typewriter. And I was wondering if you ever did that.
Yes, I did a 2-week retreat without a typewriter. I had a pad and pencil. But I only used it about 5 or 6 minutes a day. So I just sort of walked around. It was beautiful, beautiful weather.
What sort of experience was it to be without your writing apparatus?
Oh, just like a rest. So I do that sometimes. I go to the beach or something. I don't write for 2 weeks. Just a rest. Not much more than that. Yes.
These beings, Hitler or whatever, whose voices are being picked up, why do you think they're stuck sort of halfway between one birth and another?
Well, I don't know that they are. See, I'm not at all sure of any of the theories that have been proposed, and that whether or not these actually come from the dead or not is surely an open question. They haven't checked any of them out with, none of them have checked out with voice prints, as far as I know. And God knows we've got plenty of voice prints of Hitler to compare with anyone purporting to be Hitler on the tapes. But as far as I know, this hasn't been done.
So do you buy this theory? And there's a woman in England who claims to be writing down themes being sent to her by Mozart and Haydn and all that. Do you buy that?
Well, how are they? How good are they? That's
Unfortunately, her ability in musical notation is not up to it, but she takes down these notes or something. I mean, this was reported on national TV, which amazed me anyway.
Well, I would neither say yes or no. Yes or no. I don't know.
But you might have heard of that.
Why are you separating out these paranormal ideas from normal ideas or supernatural ideas from regular?
It's exactly what I'm not doing. I'm saying that there is no line between the normal and the abnormal, between the supernatural and the natural. That it could be.
Could you talk more about the place between them?
Well, it's more like a spectrum. Say you have something that is really pretty subjective way over here. Say if someone was in a sensory deprivation chamber through all levels, whereas what they're hearing over here may be more or less completely objective. All sorts of people are hearing it. So there's no either-or line at all, but rather a gradient spectrum. Or also, for example, the difference between telepathy and knowing what's in someone's mind by visual and food, so the body language, their eyes, so on. There isn't any line.
Or
it's both. Both may be in operation in varying degrees.
If we're starting to think a lot about the voices that appear when there's no one to speak them, what are we to think about the silences?
Well, you mean the time when there's nothing on tape?
Yeah.
I don't know. What do you think?
I was wondering, it seemed suddenly very important to me. And also when I heard the Geisen recording, the first one of I Am That I Am, when he would take the whole phrase and cut it, I don't know how fast it was going. Permutate it, and the spaces between them creating another rhythm than the speech. Is that something that's
well, I think silence is in a way in a context of voices is as significant as the voices. It's sort of a punctuation. Now, Dutch Schultz was there for 24 hours, 2,000 words. That means there were long periods when he wasn't talking, and those periods may have been quite significant, but they're not recorded. It was a police stenographer. Unfortunately, they didn't have tape recorders, so we don't know what it sounded like. Yes.
When you put a book together based on material like that, how do you organize it?
Well, you can organize it in all sorts of ways. You may have say, a narrative very clear narrative line and use only parts of this material, perhaps to indicate precisely confusion, delirium, or disorder of some sort, or as a sort of a background, a chorus or commentary. But there's no difficulty in organizing, really, because you make the decisions. You're not obliged to use all the material. You only use what material you'll find useful or applicable. Yeah.
I would like to
Speak up.
I would like to hear you elaborate on this piece of yours, project, the section on black magic, mind war, in which you said that the conference in Glassboro, New Jersey, summit conference between Segan, I believe, and Johnson at that time, might have been the first psychic warfare conference. How much of that was educated guess, and how much?
I think that material you can find in Jack Anderson's back columns. There's no secret of the fact that the United States has been engaged in various psychic projects, not only the United States but other countries as well. And I could give you several references on that. Another is a book called Real Magic by someone named Bunwitz. And I'd heard many rumors of this from people sort of in the know, but they have been, apparently, definitely experimenting with areas, psychic discoveries. Yes.
Is it true that as a result of the USSR's psychic work that they outlawed meditation? I was told this by a teacher.
I never heard any such thing. Apparently, the Russians are ahead of us in psychic research, and they may have outlawed it for the general public, but they have certainly been very active in psychic research and the application of psychic discoveries to military and espionage purposes.
You began by speaking of using cutouts as an exercise, and it seems when you're published that, or in any event, maybe they're an end in itself. And I was wondering, I mean, there seems to be a lot of material for anybody, and I mean, how do you look at that as an exercise, or as an end in itself, or as something to fill up dry spells, or what?
I would regard it as an exercise in touching and handling your medium. You see, the painter touches and handles his medium, the writer doesn't. This is a way of doing that, of actually moving the words around and seeing what happens. That's one aspect, certainly. And then you do get some very useful material. Often I'll cut up a page and only get a sentence that I can use. And I would use that in straight narrative, so no one reading that would know that that necessarily came from a cut-up. It often gives you a whole new angle on what you're writing. So it's a technique and an exercise that may be useful and sometimes to some writers and at other times not.
And you don't make any distinction between that and what's produced, say, when you get up in the morning and all of a sudden, bam, it comes to you and you write.
No, you can, as I pointed out, the similarities between cut-ups and dream utterances, and often I've gotten whole characters and sets from dreams or from a sentence in a dream. Or you can take something that you're writing if you're not getting anywhere with it and cut it up and see if you get something new or some new tack. Yes.
Did you say that you have not made tapes yourself?
Well, since this was written, I tried a few experiments, just like the tape. This was under no control conditions, such as in an apartment, which means that you will never be sure that you're not hearing a radio broadcast down the pipes or something. And I only got 2 words after a couple of hours. One was yes, and one sounded like missed out. But some investigators have spent, months before they got any voices. And there is equipment, something known as a diode circuit, that seems to potentiate this. But the whole thing is very carefully described, just how this is done, and the various procedures and the results. And if anyone could find Professor Walter Uphoff, who presumably is at the University of Colorado. Now, he's done a lot of experiments. He's talked to Radu and made a lot of recordings. You know, it's well up on the whole scene. Yeah. On the what?
Chance.
On chance? Not as such, no. I've cut up I've cut up music. Musical cut-ups, of course, have been around for a long time. A medley, that's a musical cut-up. Yeah.
As a writer, I guess some of the interest in this lies in releasing the voice in the word, in some sense, and that there's somehow an eternal voice that takes on the character of characters in history, or words themselves become characters, and looking for that voice in the language.
Well,
by playing.
Yes, that's true. But in another sense, of course, you cut up material, you get all sorts of voices, all sorts of different voices. Like in Rowdiff, you see, he gets male voices, female voices, voices in different accents, and often mixed, often 2 or 3 languages in one sentence, like Buena Cosa Man. Yeah.
I can see how these things are all related that we're talking about, but I've been trying to figure out for myself what the Cavisi principle is, what it's a class of, and I'm having a little trouble in the sense of trying to define for myself what's not defined.
Well,
you wouldn't want music to be in there, presumably.
Pardon?
I presume you wouldn't want music to be in there.
Well, I think that Brian's poems, like "I Am That I Am," are concrete music, and there's no line between music and poetry. I mean, all these arbitrary lines really, in fact, don't exist.
So what is it a class of?
Pardon?
What is it a class of?
Well, all right. So what has this got to do with poetics? Well, what is the basic material that writers and poets use? Their words and voices, showing something about how words and voices behave and what to be done with them. I'll go into that much more detail in the next lecture. Yes.
Are the phrases and things in Breakthrough all heard and translated or recorded by the one person, or did several people hear them?
Oh, several people heard them. They check out on voice prints as actual voices. Yeah, he only uses the one where there's some consensus, although there is a matter of interpretation. Yeah. Yes.
What kind of sources would you go to when these cutouts?
What sources?
What other places would you go to?
You mean who has done actual cut-ups?
Yeah, what kind of material would you use? Like magazines?
You could use anything. Use magazines, the Bible, Shakespeare, anything you want.
You could get it out of any of those.
Pardon?
You could get it good enough out of any of those kind of places.
Sure. Yeah, you can make cut-ups from anything. Although if you do it for a long time, you find that a certain material might give you more interesting results than other material. It's just a question of preference. Yes.
Allen Ginsberg seems to be interested in presenting a transcription of his mind to his reading public. And I was wondering if you have any sort of motivation behind your writing, in liking to a person something writing, presenting something.
Well, I don't think that you think in those terms when you're writing. That I'll go into that point, but a lot of what I write and what I think any writer writes seems to come, and that's what I'm talking about in these voices, that it seems to come from outside sometimes. So it isn't really recognizable as, something that you yourself devised. So you don't approach writing, at least I don't approach writing with the idea of how I'm going to enlighten somebody.
Right. Well, would you say that that's somewhat in Alan's presentation?
Well, I don't know. Ask him. He'll be here tomorrow. I wouldn't like to speak for Alan about his basic motivations, particularly. Yes.
Why are you going away from yourself so much and not using your own words, but all of these other things?
Now listen, man. What words do I have? I say so much in Naked Lunch was something I heard from somebody else. Often the best parts. Now the county clerk, I actually went to visit the county clerk. I didn't say everything that he said in there, but he said enough so that I could then enlarge on that. So any writer is using all sorts of other words.
Well, I guess my question is more, you're talking about direction and the Soviets being ahead in psychic research. What kinds of movement do we get ultimately, or do you think that you might get ultimately if we keep carrying this further and further to the point where we're recording empty space and getting voices, and then we do something with those voices?
I don't know. We haven't carried it that far. How would I know yet?
I think all the writers are getting it from somewhere.
Well, of course. They've always said that. They always talk about their muse and so on.
Jack Spicer had this idea that every poet, even if it's he's a lousy poet, he's serious, sooner or later will learn this dictated poetry.
Yes, I've always felt that the best of my writing has been of that character, something that I just didn't quite recognize as myself that came in. Yes.
Were the recordings in the silent room done with an input from the microphone, or was there no input from tape?
Oh yeah, they were done in various ways. Some of them were done with an actual microphone, just like you'd set up a recording session. Others, they didn't have the microphone, and some they tuned into a blank radio, or a blank television station. There have been various ways in which these have been done.
Would you elaborate a little bit on the fact that there's no difference or no distinction between poetry and music?
Speak up.
Speak up.
Or did you mean in terms of a spectrum, not literally no difference?
No, I simply mean that there is no sharp line. What is singing? As soon as you sing it, it becomes music. And then there's this sort of half singing, like chanting. So you can't just lop down a line and say, here is poetry and here is music. That's all. It's just, yes, they overlap.
Maybe this is what Freud had in mind, like eliciting voices out of silence, or bringing back dead cells. The idea of just allowing that silence. So voices, of course, that spectrum speak.
Well, what we're dealing with here is voices that have actually been recorded on tape, objectively recorded on tape. Now, there's a number of theories to this. You see, some say that this is imprinted from the unconscious mind, but there are technical difficulties to account for the voices. So it's still an open question.
You said in an old interview in the Paris Review, you were talking about that your writing was going out instead of in. You were trying to open the vision more. And as you walked down the street, you had friends, and they were you say, "Did you see that guy over there?" And they go, "No." And so you had your old notebooks that laid out, and you had pictures, and you had your memory of a certain spot years ago. Do you think that having those notebooks helped you open your vision like that way?
Well, sure. The notebook is having an account of it. But if you keep your eyes open when you walk down the street, you'll see a lot more than people ordinarily see. Because I've asked people, lived in a place for a year, what's the store next door to where you live? And they won't know. Well, I think a writer should keep his eyes open, because that's where your material comes from, is its input. Let's see.
Do you know of any experiments that have been done using blank film instead of tape like that? Or I think in terms of a thing, I was reading recently about a device that they developed for people to use for some type of meditation, where they would just like take a ping pong ball and cut it in half and tape it over the eyes, and it gives there are no corners or no. It seems to give a completely undifferentiated field of vision. Like I think in terms of like, you know, taping something like that over a camera lens or something like that, and just using blank film.
Well, that question, I'd wondered right away whether, say, you did the same experiment, the corresponding experiment by turning taking a blank screen. Frankly, I doubt if you get anything. You see, the two phenomena are not at all similar, oral and visual.
Why not? Isn't it just different wavelengths?
Well, one
different
travels at,
frequencies?
700 feet per second. The other travels the speed of light. That's one difference for a start.
Well, you know,
they are registered by different parts of the brain. The whole thing is different, but there is some there. You know about Carillion photography, and well, there's a description of that in here. That sort of aura photography. There's this man who can look at cameras and imprint a picture on them. I think that's also described in here. So there have been some experiments, positive experiments, of photographing something that wasn't normally there, at least not there by the usual normal limits of vision. Yeah.
It seemed that technically sound vibrations seem to end, and that its origin would be silent. I was wondering that at certain times people can not hallucinate the same thing, but be visual or audio. But I was wondering, are these tapes made public, or what have the sounds that have been heard? Are they really, distinct, or perhaps people upon suggestion or auto-suggestion have agreed that it's the same sound, that's what they said?
No, he has a record out. Yeah, which I want to get. He's got, as I say, thousands of hours of these recordings, and he's made some selections for a record. So you can listen to the record and see what you get. I want to get it, but I haven't get it yet. Are we in go condition here? Yes.
Have you ever had any internal conversations that precluded your understanding anyone else speaking to you?
I don't understand the question.
A conversation that's going on in your head, perhaps between 2 or 3 different cells, to the point where when other people come to speak with you, you may use the sounds of their conversation in your own conversation with yourself, but you don't actually hear what they're trying to say in a logical way, or at least according to their life.
Well, of course, having conversations in my head is my business. That's the way you get dialogue.
But I mean to a point where you actually can't understand their language.
No. I mean, that would be a point where there's a sort of a loss of control. That's getting on the areas of what they call psychosis, where you can't hear what people are saying to you. No, I've always been able to understand what people were saying to me. Yes.
I was wondering, in your opinion,
speak up, please.
In your opinion, can you really have something be true poetry if its interpretation depends solely upon somebody who's reading it and not upon what created it?
I don't understand the distinction. I mean, all right, let's take Shakespeare, for example. Right? There's sort of a consensus of opinion that this is good poetry. Right?
Well,
but
I wasn't asking whether it was good or not. I was just saying that, as a part of a medium, usually you have a writer and a reader. And if you really create something out of either maybe a computer or really if you get your technology sufficiently advanced, you can create a random word generator. sure somebody might come along and read it, and it might mean something to that person. Somebody else will come along and read it, it'll mean something else. And you can't deny that that meaning exists, but is that really poetry?
Well, I don't know what poetry really is. I don't have any hard and fast definition for poetry. People have made poems, as you know. John Giano particularly has made poems out of phrases from the newspaper and advertisements and things like that. I don't have any hard and fast criteria as to what is poetry and what is not, because it's purely a matter of interpretation. Some people might say this is poetry that I have written, someone else comes along and says it isn't.
Meaning could be, what you're doing, the process of cutting it up. The meaning is what you're discovering about what you can do with the language, too, not just, the point you make.
Yes.
Have many experiments been done using the computer as a random word or just letter generator?
I don't know very much about computers, frankly, but I have heard, you've heard the computer record. The computer did make...
the computer speak?
Well, the computer made music, sort of Bach-like music, and also the computer sang A Bicycle Built for Two in an Irish accent. And that was used in 2001. Where the computer, Homer, I think, going to sing the only song he knows is He's Disconnected, and that's it. But that was quite a while ago. I don't know exactly how it's done, frankly. But the record is there if you want to listen to it.
And have the computer generate letters, have them strung continuously, forming words from those.
Oh, indeed. There have been pages and pages and pages of this stuff. That is made by the computer. Computer poems or, well, whatever you call them, made by the computer. But they don't seem to fall stylistically into this area. These are obviously voices made by the mind in the widest sense. Yeah.
These tape recordings that picked up voices, were these done in some kind of special environment or something? It's hard to imagine that being done just anywhere that happens to be quiet.
Well, you got a soundproof studio. In other words, they were done under what might be called standard studio conditions, which is soundproof or relatively soundproof. And of course, there are people there, and they're breathing and moving around, so there is some noise. They're not supposed to. And of course, if they talked or said anything, that would ruin the experiment, but they didn't.
But they didn't go to some place where these kind of voices had supposedly been heard or some kind of...
No, they didn't make that experiment, and I think that's one of the experiments that would be interesting. If there are certain places where the voices would be more, should we say, available or potent, or whether they could do it in a pyramid or, haunted house or what have you. They haven't been very imaginative about their experiments, actually. Yes.
Have you read Dylan's book, Tarantula? Is there a certain literature, like Gertrude Stein, maybe, that it falls into this category, like these works?
To some extent, yes. But Gertrude Stein doesn't appear among the dead. The Vips. I would have expected both Joyce and Stein and also T.S. Eliot to have been very much present. And now there's Hitler and Jesus Christ. Second runners like that. And obviously, interesting enough, most of the literary lights are not, these unusual phrases don't come from them at all. They seem to have very little to say. These are sort of anonymous voices that Rowdiff doesn't understand what the phrases mean. Well, the cucumbers came from Young.
Came from where?
Young.
Young.
Yeah. I saw some more questions over there.
Are you familiar with Young's work on he had a long German name for it, but I can't recall it. It meant coincidence on top of a coincidence.
Synchronicity.
Synchronicity or something.
Is that what it was? You mentioned earlier that the cut-ups at times seem to be prophetic.
Yes. Like dreams.
Okay, can you make any connection between those two? Would you care to?
Well, I think the connection is obvious. I don't think there's any such thing as a coincidence. A coincidence is just a meaningless phrase that you have to something for which you have no explanation.
All right. Now, connecting the cut-ups to the cut-ups, which are like a product of one thing, something very concrete, connecting those to words coming across on tape recorders, are you almost suggesting some kind of loosening process to keep yourself in tune with those things that are going on?
Well, I'm suggesting that we all are hearing voices all the time. There are various ways in which these can be tuned into. And the cut-ups is one, dreams, delirium, schizophrenic speech, these phenomena on the tape recorder. Yes, I'm suggesting a very definite connection, if only a stylistic one. They seem to have a distinctive literary style. Let's see. More questions? Yes.
Is this kind of study interesting to you to inform the voices that we hear normally, or is there some other preoccupation?
I don't understand.
That what I'm used to hearing, the sound of my own voice or the sound of your voice, seems to me to be still of primary importance. I was wondering if you see it otherwise.
No, that's, as I said, there's no line.
Well, but like what I'm used to hearing, what I'm used to thinking about, my normal everyday kinds of experiences and the way I perceive them and think about them.
Yes. Well, which would be quite different for you than for me, right? Yes. Well, of course, these areas, since I've been doing these cut-ups so long, studying schizophrenic speech and whatnot, are what I think about. Together with a number of other things. There's no line at all. I mean, your thought process can contain all the data available to you. Some of it is objective. Some of it's street signs, radio broadcasts. Some of it's dreams. Some of it's fantasies. So on. There's no line there, really. Yeah.
I was interested in what you said about these critics of Brody's work, that this opened the door to black magic and all sorts of psychic dangers and things. I happened to write an article in Psychic Magazine about this because one of the writers there, can't think of his name, has written an article saying the dangerous automatic writing and all this. And, the thing is, if we start shutting the door to all these things, we can't possibly, we may be mutating here or developing some higher consciousness.
Yes, it's always been my feeling it's much more dangerous to shut the door than to leave it open in such manners.
That's what I feel. I mean, it should.
Because somebody's going to open it, and you should have some idea as to what they are doing. Yes, the CIA particularly. Yeah.
Do you feel that there are any sound environments that give away words, phrases, and ultimately a certain kind of logic that really sync with your own mind, your own biocomputer?
Well, sure, all the time.
But have you found any particular place? Do you feel like where you're living now in any way is reinforcing to your own?
No, as I say, I've lived in various places, and some of them seem to be more conducive than others. Naturally, there's always the question of noise, too much noise.
Well, for instance, like some African languages have like clicking sounds that happen in the back of the throat, and certain factories, perhaps, would have continuous clicking 24 hours. I just wonder if those languages are part of a gestalt. You choose the place you live in because that places too, to see the
Well, I'm sure that if you had a clicking language, you could probably scan something out of factory clicks. Undoubtedly. Yes.
After doing cut-ups for so long, do you find yourself thinking in cut-ups without having cut up anything?
Sure, I make cut-ups with mine. I can grab a piece of a street sign over there and a piece over there.
Or without even
Scramble
consciously
around.
trying to put them together, just having these as
Oh,
part
well,
of the mind process.
my point, one of the points I've made about cut-ups is that cut-ups happen all the time. Every time you walk down the street and out the door, your whole consciousness is being cut by random factors. You walk down the street, you suddenly see a Coca-Cola sign, which may remind you of a Coca-Cola that you drank 20 years ago. So life is a cut-up. And as soon as you look out the window, you're cutting up. You don't have to leave your apartment. You're glancing around, you see a book or a newspaper or a magazine. You're looking here, you're looking there. You're cutting your data up all the time. Actually, the cut-ups simply make this process that goes on all the time explicit.
Have you ever experienced ESP or mind reading?
Well, all the time, everybody does. In varying degrees. I mean, have you ever seen two horse traders working? You see ESP and all kinds of other factors, where the one, you see a price in one man's mind above which he won't go, and another man's mind below which he won't go. You can see all this in operation in a poker game. ESP is something that happens all the time. Anybody that's good at anything operates on what he calls hunches. Whether he's a lawyer, a doctor, or a cop, or whatever. If he didn't, he wouldn't be any good. Talked to a lawyer. He said, I can walk into a case, look around, and tell just what's going on, probably who's going to win the case. I mean, a case, say somebody else's case. Anybody that's good at anything works on hunches, which are probably partly ESP. They're past knowledge, they're all sorts of things. No line. Yes.
You could take the beat of the music and apply it to qualification.
Well, of course.
Now, is there any particular rule that you have to follow for that? Does somebody ever say, what no. And I wondered if there was any sort of conformity.
Not that I know of. There are, of course, various metrical and musical conventions. It's just a question of whether you want to apply those or not. But music isn't my area at all. Anybody else? There are no more yeah.
Well, if you say life is a cut-up, it seems like it would be necessary to go ahead and cut it up again.
Yes, because you may not be at all aware of this. In other words, as I say, cut-ups put you in touch with something you know and don't know that you know.
So
there are all sorts of things that you know on some level and you don't know that you know. And this an expansion of awareness is becoming more aware of these. And by doing something explicitly, then you become more aware of it.
But just generally increasing your awareness might be all that you need to do instead of cutting up.
Well, this is a method of increasing your awareness. It's a method of becoming aware of more by becoming aware of what you're actually doing. In other words, if you become aware of the cut-up process, then you become more aware of all the things that you know and don't know that you know. See, people can walk down the streets and they are noticing these things on some level, but it's not in their consciousness because they're not really doing it explicitly. That's all. Yes.
Was there anything but voices on those tapes?
Oh, you mean any music or anything like that?
Yeah.
So far as I don't know. But I haven't checked them all out, but they seem to be mostly voices. But the fact that some of them seem to be chanting might indicate that there was a musical factor there. I don't know. But as far as I know, there were no instruments.
No sounds of animals, cars, anything else?
Not that I know of. Well, no more questions. We're going until Thursday. Thank you. Rather than coming to grips with any basic problems. Kiyomatte smiles. The camera is the eye of a cruising vulture flying over an area of scrub, rubble, and unfinished buildings on the outskirts of Mexico City. The camera zooms up past a red brick tenement studded with balconies. The vecinos lean over the balcony walls to exchange gossip, cooking oil and sugar. It is an old folklore set played out year after year by substitute extras. Camera sweeps to the top of the building where two balconies are outlined against the sky. Here the camera stops on set. It is a bright, windy morning, china blue half moon in the sky. Joselito, the Maracan son of Tia Dolores, has propped up a mirror by the rain barrel and is shaving the long, silky black hairs from his chest into the morning wind while he sings, "No pegana mio, don't hit me." It is an intolerable sound that sets spoons tinkling in saucers and window panes vibrating. The vecinos mutter sullenly, "Es el puto que canta," it is the queer who sings. The son of Dolores, she crosses herself. A young man rolls off his wife despondently. "No puedo con esa puta cantando." I can't do it with that queer singing. The son of Dolores, she has the evil eye. In each room, the face of Joselito singing "No pegana mio" is projected onto the wall. Shot shows an old paralyzed man and Joselito's face inches from his, screaming, "No pegana mio, don't hit me." Remember that he is the son of Dolores and one of Lola's little kittens. Tia Dolores is an old woman who runs a newspaper and tobacco kiosk. Clearly, Joselito is her professional son. On the top balcony is Esperanza, just down from the mountain since her husband and all her brothers are in prison for growing opium poppies. She is a massive woman with arms like a wrestler and a permanent buck-tooth snarl. She leans over the balcony wall. "Puto grosero, tus chignoa de pelos no soplan en la cocina." Vulgar queer, your fucking hairs are blowing into our food. Shot shows the hairs sprinkling soup and dusting an omelet like fiend Arabs. The epithet grosero is too much for Joselito. He whirls, cutting his chest. He clutches the wound with an expression of pathic dismay, like a dying saint in an El Greco painting. He gasps, "Mamacita!" and folds to the red tiles of the balcony, dripping blood. This brings Tia Dolores from her lair under the stairs, a rat's nest of old newspapers and magazines. Her evil eyes rotate in a complex calendar, and these calculations occupy her for many hours each night. Settled in her nest, she puffs and chirps and twitters and writes in notebooks that are stacked around her bed with magazines on astrology. Tomorrow my noon eye will be at its full. This table of her powers is so precise that she has to know the day, hour, minute, and second to be sure of an ascendant eye. And to this end, she carries about with her an assortment of clocks, watches, and sundials on thongs and chains. She can make her two eyes do different things, one spinning clockwise, the other counterclockwise. Or she can pop one eye out onto her cheek, laced with angry red veins, while the other sinks back into an enigmatic gray slit. Latterly, she has set up a schedule of ojos dulce, sweet eyes, and gained some renown as a healer, though Tio Mati says he would rather have 10 of her evils than one of her sweets. Dolores is a formidable war machine, rather like a gun turret, dependent on split-second timing and the reflector disc of her kiosk. She is not well designed for surprise encounters. Enter the American tourist. He thinks of himself as a good guy. But when he looks in the mirror to shave this good guy, he has to admit that, well, other people are different from me and I don't really like them. And this makes him feel guilty towards other people and unnecessarily polite. Tia Dolores hunches her cloak of malice closer and regards him with stony disapproval. Buenos dias, señorita. Desea algo? Sí, Tribune Americano. Silently pursing her lips, she folds the Herald Tribune and hands it to him. Trying not to watch what the woman is doing with her eyes, he fumbles for change. Suddenly his hand jumps out of his pocket, scattering coins on the pavement. He stoops to pick them up. A child hands him a coin. Gracias, gracias. The child looks at him with cold hatred. He stands there with the coins in his hand. Es cuanto? 70 centavos. He hands her a peso. She drops it into a drawer and pushes the change at him. Gracias, gracias. She stares at him icily. He stumbles away. Halfway down the block, he screams out, I'll kill the old bitch. He begins to shadow box and point pistols. People stop and stare. Children scream after him, son bitch, American crazy man. A policeman approaches jerkily. Senor, oiga. Old bitch, she lashes out wildly in a red haze, blood cold on his shirt. Enter a pregnant woman. She orders the Spanish edition of Life. Looking straight at the woman's stomach, Dolores's eyes glaze over and roll back in her head. Nacido muerto, born dead, whispers Tio Pepe, who has sidled up beside the woman. On Sweet Eye Day, she changes her kiosk to a flower stall and sits there beaming the sweetest old flower lady of them all. Enter the American tourist, his face bandaged, his arm in a sling. Ah, the American caballero wishes the Tribune. Today I sell flowers, but this paper I have kept for you. Her eyes crease in a smile that suffuses her face with gentle light. Aquí, senor, muchas gracias. The paper smells faintly of roses. The coins leap into his hand. Giving him the change, she presses the coin into his palm and folds his fingers over it. This will bring you luck, senor. He walks down the street smiling at children who smile back. I guess that's what we come here for, these children, that old flower lady back there. Enter the woman whose male child was born dead. She has come to buy a flower for his grave. Tia Dolores shakes her head sadly. Pobrecito, poor little one. The woman proffers a coin. Tia Dolores holds up her hands. No, senora, este mío. However, her timing schedule necessitates a constant shift of props and character. My sweet eye wanes with the moon. That day the tourist reached his hotel in a state of collapse, for a terrible street boy followed him from the kiosk screaming, Son, bitch, puto, queer, I catchin' one clap from fucky your asshole. Sometimes half her booth is a kiosk and the other half a flower stall. And she sits in the middle, her sweet eye on one side and her kiosk eye on the other. She can alternate sweet and evil 24 times a second, her eyes jumping from one socket to the other. Confident from her past victories, Tia Dolores waddles out on the balcony like a fat old bird. Pobrecito, she strokes Joselito's head, gathering her powers. Tell your American son to shave in the house. With a hasty glance at 3 watches, Dolores turns to face this uncouth peasant woman who dares to challenge her dreaded eye. Vieja loca, que haces con tus ojos, sneers Esperanza. Tu te pondrás ciego como eso. Oh, crazy one, what are you doing with your eyes? You'll blind yourself doing that. Dolores gasps out, Tio Pepe, and sinks to the deck by her stricken son. And Tio Pepe pops out, tying his pants in front with a soggy length of gray rope. Under a travesty of good nature, his soul is swept by raw winds of hate and mischance. He reads the newspapers carefully, gloating over accidents, disasters, crimes he thinks he is causing by his suggestiones. His magic consists in whispering potent phrases from newspapers. No hay supervivientes, no survivors. Muerto en el acto, dead in the act. Accidente horrible, horrible accident. Cuerpos carbonizados, charred bodies. Nacido muerto, born dead. This he does in crowds where people are distracted. Or better, much better, right into the ear of someone who is sleeping or unconscious from drink. If no one is around and he is sure of his flop, he reinforces his suggestiones by thumping him in the testicles, grinding a knuckle into his eye, or clapping cup cans over his ears. Here is a man asleep on a park bench. Tio Pepe approaches. He sits down by the man and opens a paper. He leans over, reading into the man's ear a thick, slimy whisper. No hay supervivientes. The man stirs uneasily. Muerto en el acto. The man shakes his head and opens his eyes. He looks suspiciously at Tio Pepe, taps his pockets, and walks away. And there is a youth sleeping in a little park. Tio Pepe drops a coin by the boy's head. Bending down to pick up the coin, he whispers, un joven muerto, a dead youth. Several times the vecinos shoo him away from a sleeper, and he hops away like an old vulture, showing his yellow teeth in a desperate grin. Now he has picked up the spore of drunken vomit, and there is the doll sprawled against the wall, his pants streaked with urine. Bending down as if to help the man up, Tio Pepe whispers in both ears again and again, Accidente horrible, accidente horrible. He stands up and shrieks in a high falsetto voice, Emasculado, 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 and kicks the man gently 3 times in the groin. He finds an old drunken woman sleeping in a pile of rags and claps a hand over her mouth and nose, whispering, Vieja borracha asfixiado, old drunken woman asphyxiated. Another drunk is sleeping in dangerous proximity to a brush fire. Tio Pepe drops a burning cigarette butt into the man's outstretched hand. Squatting down on his haunches, he whispers slimily, Cuerpo carbonizado, cuerpo carbonizado. He throws back his head and sings to the dry brush, the thistles, the wind. Cuerpo carbonizado. He looks up at Esperanza with a horrible smile. Ah, the country cousin rises early while he croons a little tune. Resbalando sobre jabón se precipitó de un balcón. Slipping on soap, fell over a balcony. Esperanza swings her great arm in a contemptuous arc and wraps a wet towel around the balcony wall, spattering Tio Pepe, Dolores, and Joselito with dirty water. Sneering over her shoulder, she turns to go inside. The beaten team on the lower balcony lick their wounds and plot revenge. If I can but get her in front of my kiosk at 9:23 next Thursday, if I could find her Baracho, and I will have her gunned down by pistoleros. This boast of Joselito is predicated on his peculiar relationship with Lola La Chata. Lola La Chata is a solid 300 pounds, cut from the same mountain rock as Esperanza. She sells heroin to pimps and thieves and whores and keeps the papers between her massive dugs. Joselito had a junkie boyfriend who took him to meet Lola. Joselito danced flamenco, screeching like a peacock. Lola laughed and adopted him as one of her little kittens. In a solemn ceremony, he had suckled at her great purple dug, bitter with heroin. It was not uncommon for Lola to service customers with 2 little kittens sucking at her breasts. As Esperanza turns to go inside, 6 pimpish young men burst through the door in a reek of brilliantine and lean over the balcony screaming insults at Joselito. This brings reinforcements to the faltering lower balcony. Tio Mate stalks out, followed by his adolescent Ka El Mono. Tio Mate is an old assassin with 12 deer on his gun. A thin, ghostly old man with eyes the color of a faded gray flannel shirt. He wears a black suit and a black Stetson. Under the coat, a single-action Smith & Wesson .44 is strapped to his lean flank. Tio Mate wants to put another deer on his gun before he dies. The expression of deer derives from mountainous districts of northern Mexico where the body of somebody shot is usually brought into the police post draped over the horse like a deer. Tio Mate had been the family pistolero of rich landowners in northern Mexico. The family was ruined by expropriations when they backed the wrong presidential candidate, and Tio Mate came to live with relatives in the capital. Every night he cleans and oils his .44. There's nothing for Tio Mate to do except oil his gun and wait. Every Independence Day the vecinos assemble to watch Tio Mate blast the vulture from the sky with his .44. El Mono is a thin, agile boy of 13 who climbs all over the building spying on the vecinos. He wears a little blue skull cap, and when he takes it off, the vecinos hurry to drop a coin in it. Otherwise, he will act out a recent impotence, a difficult bowel movement, a kinky sex scene, with such precise mimicry that anyone can identify the parties involved. El Mono picks out a pimp with his eyes. He makes a motion of greasing a candle. The pimp licks his lips, speechless with horror, his eyes wild. Now El Mono is shoving the candle in and out his ass, teeth bare, eyes rolling, he gasps out, "Sangre de Cristo!" The pimp impaled there for all to see. Joselito leaps up and stomps out a triumphant fandango. Awed by Tio Mate and fearful of a recent impotence, a difficult bowel movement, a kinky sex scene, the pimps fall back in confusion. Tio Paco now mans the upper balcony with his comrade in arms, Fernandez, the drug clerk. Tio Paco has been a waiter for 40 years. Very poor, very proud, contemptuous of tips, he cares only for the game. He brings the wrong order and blames the client. He flicks the nastiest towel. He shoves a tip back saying the house pays us. He screams after a client, "Le service n'est pas compris." He has studied with Pullman George and learned the art of jiggling arms across the room, hot coffee in a quiet American crotch. And woe to a waiter who crosses him. Tray flies into the air, rich, well-dressed clients dodge cups and glasses. Fernandez hates adolescents, pop stars, beatniks, tourists, queers, criminals, tramps, whores, and drug addicts. Tio Paco hates their type too. Fernandez likes policemen, priests, army officers, rich people of good repute. Tio Paco likes them too. He serves them quickly and well, but their lives must be above reproach. A newspaper scandal can mean long waits for service. What they both love most of all is to inflict humiliation on a member of the hated classes and to give information to the police. Fernandez throws a morphine script back across the counter. No prestamos servicio a los viciosos. We do not serve dope fiends. Tio Paco ignores a pop star and his common-law wife until the cold, sour message seeps into their souls. We don't want your type in here. Fernandez holds a prescription in his hand. He is a plump man in his late 30s. Behind dark glasses, his eyes are yellow and liverish. His low, urgent voice on the phone. Receta narcotica falsificado. A forged narcotic prescription. Your prescription will be ready in a minute, senor. Tio Paco stops to wipe a table and whispers, marijuana in a suitcase, table by the door. When they first came to live on the top floor 5 years ago, Tio Mate saw them once in the hall. Copper-loving bastards, he said in his calm, final voice. He did not have occasion to look at them again. Fernandez steps to the wall and his wife appears at his side. Her eyes are yellow, her teeth are gold. Now his daughter appears. She has a mustache and hairy legs. Fernandez looks down from a family portrait. Criminales, maricones, vagabundos, I will denounce you to the police. Tio Paco gathers all the bitter old men in a blast of sour, joyless hate. Joselito stops dancing and droops like a wilted flower. Tio Pepe and Dolores are lesser demons. They shrink back, furtive and timorous as dawn rats. Tio Mate looks at a distant point beyond the old waiter, tracing vultures in the sky. And now Tia Maria, retired fat lady from a traveling carnival, comes out onto the lower balcony, supporting her vast weight on 2 canes. Tia Maria eats candy and reads love stories all day and gives card readings, the cards sticky and smudged with chocolate. She secretes a heavy sweetness. Sad and implacable, it flows out of her like a foam runway. The vecinos fear her sweetness, which they regard fatalistically as a natural hazard like earthquakes and volcanoes. The sugar of Mary, they call it. It could get loose one day and turn the city into a cake. She looks up at Fernandez and her sad brown eyes pelt him with chocolates. Tio Paco tries desperately to outflank her, but she sprays him with maraschino cherries from her dugs and coats him in pink icing. Tio Paco is the little man on the wedding cake, all made of candy. She will eat him later. Now Tio Gordo, the blind lottery ticket seller, rolls his immense bulk out onto the upper balcony. His wheelchair a chariot, his snarling black dog at his side. The dog smells all the money Tio Gordo takes. A torn note brings an ominous growl. A counterfeit, and he will break the man's arm in its powerful jaws, brace its legs, and hold him for the police. The dog leaps to the balcony wall and hooks its paws over, barking, snarling, bristling, eyes phosphorescent. Tia Maria gasps and the sugar runs out of her. She is terrified of rage dogs, as she calls them. The dog seems ready to leap down onto the lower balcony. Gonzales de Agente wakes up muttering Chingoa, the fumes of mezcal burning in his brain. Buttoning on his police tunic and .45, he pushes roughly to the wall of the upper balcony. Gonzales is a broken, dishonored man. All the vecinos know he has much fear of Tio Mate and crosses the street to avoid him. El Mono has acted out both parts. Gonzales looks down, and there is Tio Mate waiting. The hair stands up straight on Gonzales's head. Chengoa, he snatches out his .45 and fires twice. The bullets whistle past Tio Mate's head. Tio Mate smiles. In one smooth movement he draws, aims, and fires. The heavy slug catches Gonzales in his open mouth, blows a large tuft of erect hairs out the back of Gonzales's head. Gonzales folds across the balcony wall. The hairs go limp and hang down from his head. With a creaking wrench of iron and concrete, the overburdened balconies start to sag. A frozen still of the two balconies tilted down at a 45-degree angle. Gonzales still draped over the walls, sliding forward, the wheelchair halfway down the upper balcony, the dog slipping down on braced legs. Then the balconies tear loose, spilling the vecinos into air. Pimps scream by, teeth bare, eyes rolling. Esperanza sneers down at the Mexican earth. The fat lady drops straight down, her pink skirts billowing up around her. Tia Dolores sails down, her eyes winking, sweet and evil like a doll. The dog falls across a gleaming empty sky. The camera dips and whirls and glides, tracing vultures higher and higher, spiraling up. Last take, against the icy blackness of space, ghost faces of Tio Mate and El Mono. Dim, jerky, faraway stars splash the cheekbones with silver ash. Tio Mate smiles. Thank you. Lexington Narcotics Hospital. There is an exclusive wing of Lexington reserved for the do-rights, who are considered good rehabilitation prospects. They get better rooms and more medication. A do-right always shows up with letters from his clergyman, banker, employer, pictures of himself as an Eagle Scout shaking hands with a priest on graduation day. Now, this letter, doctor, from my clergyman, the Reverend Hazelwood, and this letter from my bank manager, and this letter from our state senator, and this letter from the Parkhurst family, you know who they are, of course. You know the type, fall all over themselves to light the boss's cigarette. The doctor walks into the ward and says, "Rather warm in here." As one man, the do-rights break out in a sweat and rush around opening windows. "Cold in here, isn't it?" Immediately the do-rights see their breath in the air, snatch blankets and bundle themselves up to a chorus of chattering teeth. Front office, brown nose, fink to the bone. Oh, doctor, you've made me see it all so clearly. I was just compensating for my own inadequacies when I should have been making Mom and Dad as proud of me as I am proud to be an American. The doctor prepares an injection. A shameless do-right sobs out, "Oh, doctor, when I think of my buddies over there in foxholes and me here shooting poison into my arm." The doctor prepares an injection. "Doctor, when I die, I want to be buried right in the same coffin with you. You're the finest, most decent, most deeply humane man I've ever known. I'm putting you down for additional medication, son. Thank you, doctor. Pushers should receive the death penalty." Of such stuff are do-rights made. Get there firstest with the brownest nose. While down in the grim, dim gray wards and day rooms where the do-wrongs hawk and spit and shiver and vomit, fucking Croker wouldn't give me a goofball. Ask me what the American flag means to me. I tell him, soak it in heroin, Doc, and I'll suck it. He says I got the wrong attitude. I should see the chaplain, get straight with Jesus. And then, with the tears streaming down their lousy pink faces, the do-rights leap up as one man and bellow out the Star-Spangled Banner. More folklore. Daddy Longlegs looked like Uncle Sam on stilts, and he ran this osteopath clinic outside East St. Louis and took in a few junkie patients. For 2 notes a week, they could stay on the nod in green lawn chairs and look at the oaks and grass stretching down to a little lake in the sun. And the nurse moves around the lawn with her silver tray feeding the junk in. We called her Mother, wouldn't you? Doc Benway and me was holed up there after a rumble in Dallas involving this aphrodisiac ointment. Doc goofed on ether and mixed in too much Spanish fly and burned the prick off the police commissioner. So he come to Daddy Longlegs to cool off and find him cool and casual in a dark room with potted rubber plants and a silver tray on the table where he likes to see a week in advance. The nurse shows us to a room with rose wallpaper. We have this bell. Any hour of the day or night, just ring in, Mother charges in with a loaded hypo. But one day we were sitting out in lawn chairs with lap robes, fall day, leaves turning, sun cold on the lake. Doc picks up a piece of grass. Junk turns you on vegetables. Green, see? Green fix should last a long time. We check out of the clinic and rent a house, and Doc starts cooking up this green junk. And the basement is full of tanks, smell like a compost heap of junkies. So finally he draws off this heavy green fluid and loads it into a hypo big as a bicycle pump. Now we must find a worthy vessel, he says, and we flush out this old goofball artist and tell him it is pure Chinese H from the Ling dynasty. And Doc shoots the whole pint of green right into the main line. And the yellow jacket turns fibrous gray-green and withers up like an old turnip. And I say, I'm getting out of here, me. And Doc says, an unworthy vessel, obviously. I withdraw from the case. Thank you. Thank you. This piece published in Harper's was in answer to the question, when did you stop wanting to be president? When did I stop wanting to be president? At birth, certainly, and perhaps before. In this life, or any previous incarnations, I have been able to check out I never wanted to be president. This innate decision was confirmed when I became literate and saw the president pawing babies and spouting bullshit. Then came the Teapot Dome scandal under President Harding, and I remember the unspeakable Gaston Means, skin of an aristocratic Southern family, infamous private eye and go-between in this miasma of graft, walking into a hotel room full of bourbon-drinking, cigar-smoking lobbyists and fixers, with a laundry hamper he puts in the middle of the floor. Fill it up, boys, and we talk business. I do not mean to imply that my youthful idealism was repelled by this spectacle. I had by then learned to take a broad, general view of things. My political ambitions were simply of a humbler and less conspicuous caliber. I aspired at one time to become Commissioner of Sewers for St. Louis County. $300 a month with every possibility of getting one shitty paws deep into a slush fund. And to this end, I attended a softball game. where such sinecures were assigned to the deserving and the fortunate. Everybody I met said, "Now I'm old so-and-so running for such and such, and anything you do for me I'll appreciate." My boyish dreams fanned by this heady atmosphere and 3 mint juleps, I saw myself already in possession of the coveted post, which called for a token appearance twice a week to sign a few letters at the old courthouse. While I'm there, might as well put it on the sheriff for some marijuana he has confiscated, and he'd better play ball or I will route a sewer through his front yard. And then across the street to the courthouse cafe for a coffee with some other lazy, worthless bastards in the same line of business. And we wallow in corruption like contented alligators. I never wanted to be a front man like Harding or Nixon, taking the rap, shaking hands, and making speeches all day. Who in his right mind would want a job like that? As Commissioner of Sewers, I would not be called upon to pet babies, make speeches, shake hands, have lunch with the Queen. In fact, the fewer voters who knew of my existence, the better. Let kings and presidents keep the limelight. I prefer a whiff of coal gas as the sewers rupture for miles around. I have made a deal on the piping, which has bought me a $30,000 home. And there is talk in the press of sex cults and drug orgies carried out in the stink of what made them possible. Fluttering from the roof of my ranch-style house over my mint and marijuana, Old Glory floats lazily in the tainted breeze. But there were sullen mutters of revolt from the peasantry. My teenage daughters is cunt deep in shit. Is this the American way of life? I thought so, but I didn't want it changed. Sitting there in my garden, smoking the sheriff's reefers, coal gas on the wind sweet in my nostrils as the smell of oil to an oil man and the smell of bullshit to a cattle baron. I sure did a sweet thing with those pipes, and I'm covered, too. What I got on the governor wouldn't look good on the front page, would it now? And I have my special police to deal with vandalism and sabotage. All handsome youths, languid and vicious as reptiles. Described in the press as no more than minions, lackeys, and bodyguards to His Majesty the Sultan of Sewers. The thoughts of youth are long, long thoughts. Then I met the gubernatorial candidate, and he looked at me as if trying to focus my image through a telescope and said, in effect, "Anything I do for you, I'll depreciate." And I felt the dream slipping away from me, receding into the past. Dim, jerky, far away, the discreet gold letters on a glass door. William S Burroughs, Commissioner of Sanitation. Somehow I had not intersected. I was not one of them. Perhaps I was simply the wrong shape. Some of my classmates, plump, cynical, unathletic boys with narrow shoulders and broad hips, made the grade and went on to banner headlines concerning $200,000 of the taxpayers' money and a non-existent bridge or highway, I forget which. It was a long time ago. I have never aspired to political office since. The Sultan of Sewers lies buried in a distant 1930 softball game. Thank you. Hold on. Start on, Carl? Okay. That's a little short piece called From Here to Eternity. Mildred Pierce reporting. I was there, I saw it. I saw women thrown down on Fifth Avenue and raped in their mink coats by blacks and whites and yellows while street urchins stripped the rings from their fingers. A young officer stood nearby. "Aren't you going to do something?" I demanded. He looked at me and yawned. I found Colonel Bradshaw bivouacking in the Ritz. I told him bluntly what was going on. His eyes glinted shamelessly as he said, "Well, you have to take a broad general view of things." And that's what I have been doing, taking a broad general view of American troops raping and murdering helpless civilians, while American officers stand around and yawn. Been at it a long time, lady. It's the old Army game, from here to eternity. This license was dictated by considerations taken into account by prudent commanders throughout history. It pays to pay the boys off. Even the noble Brutus did it. Points with his left hand in catatonic limestone. "The town is yours, soldier brave." Tacitus describes a typical scene. If a woman or a good-looking boy fell into their hands, they were torn to pieces in the struggle for possession, and the survivors were left to cut each other's throats. Well, there's no need to be that messy. Why waste a good piece of ass? Mother-loving American army run by old women, many of them religious. My God, hanging American soldiers for raping and murdering civilians. Old Sarge bellows from here to eternity. What the bloody fucking hell are civilians for? Soldiers pay. The CO stands there and smiles. Just ahead is a Middle Western town on a river. 30,000 civilians. The CO points. "It's all yours, boys, every man, woman, and child. God is nigh. Let's get us some civvies." Now, just a minute, boys. Listen to old Sarge. Why make the usual stupid scene, kicking in liquor stores, grabbing anything in sight? You wake up hungover in an alley, you're prick sore from fucking dry cunts and assholes. Your eye gouged out by a broken beer bottle. Yeah, you and your asshole buddy want the same piece of ass. No fun in that. Why leave it like this? They go about their daily routines, business as usual, schools all open. You see what I mean? The young lieutenant from camouflage sees what he means. Boys, swimming pools and locker rooms full of them. And we just take what we want when we want it, cool and steady, and make them like it. Now that's what I call pay. Thank you. Well, everything. Writers work with words and voices as painters work with colors. An important point here is the misconception that a writer creates in a vacuum using only his very own words. Was he blind, deaf, and illiterate from birth? A writer does not own words any more than a painter owns colors. So let's dispense with this originality fetish. Is a painter committing plagiarism if he paints a mountain or a landscape that other painters have painted? Writers work with words and voices, and where do these words and voices come from? Well, they come from many sources. Conversations heard and overheard. Movies, television, radio broadcasts, newspapers, magazines, yes, and other writers. A phrase comes into the writer's mind from an old Western story in a pulp magazine. He read years ago, can't remember where or when. Here's an example. He looked at her trying to read her mind, but her eyes were old, unbluffed, unreadable. Well, there's a phrase that I lifted. All writers are plagiarists, steal anything in sight. Or perhaps a phrase comes to the writer and he doesn't even remember that he read it somewhere or heard it somewhere. As I said in the last class, the county clerk sequence in Naked Lunch derived from contact with a county clerk in Cold Spring, Texas, and was in fact an elaboration of his monologue, which seemed to me just boring at the time, since I didn't know yet that I was a writer. In any case, there wouldn't have been any county clerk if I'd been sitting on my ass waiting for my very own words. You've all met the ad man who is going to get out of the rat race, shut himself up in a cabin, and write the great American novel. I always tell him, don't cut your input, PJ. You might need it. So many times I've been stuck on a storyline, I can't see where it will go from here. Then someone drops around and tells me about fruit-eating fish in Brazil. I got a chapter out of that. All right, buy a book to read on the plane, and there's the answer. And there's a nice phrase, too, sweetly in human voices. I had a dream about such voices before I read The Big Jump by Lee Brackett. In my next novel, I will, as far as my memory serves, in an appendix, identify all the sources, just to show what a patchwork of bits and pieces a novel is. So what you pick up, and don't be ashamed to boost right and left from reading and conversation, is one source. Another source is dreams. Now, I get about 40% of my sets and characters from dreams. Sometimes just a phrase, a voice, a glimpse. And sometimes I will get a whole story or chapter. All I have to do is to sit down and transcribe the dream. An example is a story in Exterminator called They Do Not Always Remember. And sometimes in dreams I find a book or a magazine and read a story. So perhaps writers don't write, perhaps they just read and transcribe. Now, what are dreams made of? Much the same material as a novel. Pieces of old movies, newspapers, magazines, novels, sensory input. The line between subjective and objective experience is purely arbitrary. No objective reality could be experienced without someone there to experience it subjectively, and no subjective experience could exist without something to experience. Another source of material for the writers is the voices, the kind of voices that Raudev has recorded on tape, which he is hearing all the time, whether he knows it or not. He may think he is hearing his very own words. Well, if the tape recorder picks up the voices, so do you. A tape recorder is just a model of one function of the human nervous system. So consider the voices as a source of material for writing. You ask yourself, who would have said that? What does he look like? What is the context? As the voices say, get out of the defensive position. Look, listen, and transcribe, and forget about being original. I've spoken of the stylistic similarity between the voices recorded by Raudev and certain phrases heard in dreams. And perhaps the dream voices may have the same source. Just a few points about dreams here. Recent experiments have demonstrated that if an animal is prevented from dreaming by waking it whenever rapid eye movements and characteristic brain waves indicate that the animal is dreaming, he will soon show all the symptoms of sleeplessness, no matter how much dreamless sleep he is allowed. He becomes irritable, anxious, disoriented, and 10 days of dream deprivation leads to convulsions and death. One of the most important facts to have been established about REM sleep and dreams is that they appear to be essential to our health and well-being. So vital, in fact, that dreams obstinately resist elimination. When 8 volunteers were prevented from dreaming for 6 successive nights by waking them as soon as the EEG record showed the onset of REM sleep, they had to be roused only 5 times the first night, but by the 5th night it became 20 or 30 times. The longer the dreams were kept out, the more they tried to force their way in. And when uninterrupted sleep was permitted, the subjects dreamed 30% more than usual during these recovery nights. The conclusion is unavoidable. Dreaming is a biologic necessity for all warm-blooded animals. And dreams can be seen as the prototype for artistic expression and creative thought. The part played by dreams in writing and painting is well documented, and mathematicians and chemists have found the solutions to formula in dreams. I think we may extrapolate to say that art is an elaboration of the dream process, and far from being a superfluous luxury, is necessary for the continuation of human life. No people so far contacted are without some form of artistic expression. When Plato banned poets from his Republic, he may have been unwittingly advocating a program of extermination. Now, probably the dream process goes on all the time, but is not ordinarily perceptible in the waking state, owing to sensory input and the necessity of orienting yourself in an apparently objective context, avoiding cars, catching buses, and so forth. And as I say, the dream voices, which may well have the same sources as the voices a relative has recorded, can be contacted at any time. It is simply necessary to put aside defensive mechanisms. The best writing is achieved in an egoless state. The writer's defensive, limited ego, his very own words, is his least interesting source. Now, the assignment, which I'm going to give, and those of you who are not registered can do it or not, please, is to put together a page or two, or as many as you like, containing no words of your own. This can come from any source, passages or dialogue from books, TV, films, anything that anybody else said. You can cut it up or rearrange it in any way you like. And you could use any dream phrases from your own or anybody else's dream, or any voices that you may have heard. Any material that presents itself as objective. You can cut up material on a tape recorder and transcribe it. And I would recommend this procedure for any of you who have tape recorders available. It'll give you an idea of what happens when you stir material around on a tape. Now, here's a cut-up tape made of Rowdy's voices, some dream voices, some cut-ups from Minutes to Go, Dutch Schultz's last words. And these phrases have been cut in with passages from this lecture. Bobo has the future, a fine, vigorous pig. Tele-reinforcements, identity, and passports are middle names. This is operational from the Thronson home. Even the cucumbers. Here. This is operational, even in the middle. I am in short 22 and stolen horses, in the hope that some of you will carry these experiments further and come up with something new. It is the Great Awakening. Recordings made with no apparent input have turned up unexplained voices on the tape. Are you in Salt, are done with a tape recorder and microphone. A good crossing ahead in the usual way. No sounds are heard or emitted during the recording. but on replay, faint voices of unknown origin. The language dropped natural key. These voices. You keep up with tech and rig quiz show up at the Kerouac School of Disembodied Poetics. In 1959, Brian Geisen said that right. A lecture is attractions, more fun than future light, and applied the montage technique, which had been used for 50 years in painting 2 words on a page. Might be just what I am look is permitted, out phrases from newspapers and magazines. Then took a scissors and cut these special birds burn, diminish the Great Awakening at rest. These cut-up experiments appeared in 19... Who are you in Rig Quiz Show? Accident in U.S. People are sparked. Stop at random and cut in a phrase. How random is random? We know so much that we don't find death, obey death. Bring a halibut. Who are you without jewelry? Body is evidence of the film. The thoughts on this side. Knew just where he was cutting in. This is operational even to the cucumbers. Put you in touch with the connection as distances of the wolf, the native country loves. We still don't have the noun, the damage. Anything put out up to now is like pulling a figure out of the air. I'm going right back to the Sheraton Carlton and call the Milwaukee Braves. Miss Hannah Pugh, slim model, drew from a piggy. This is the ant's language, the very quintessence of the British female sex. People aren't crazy, she said. Now that hazard has banished my timidity, I feel that I, too, can live on streams in the area where people are urged to be watched. Are you in salt? I demand our authorities. Horribly. Pulled a married couple off a jetty. Here are the cunning ones. We are here because of you. Here are the non-dead. Work Honolulu, Aris, Austin. Yo siento, man, prix pensamiento. Buena cosa, man. Said, I weigh 56. We defend against brutal attack. We see Tibet through the binoculars of the people. Had a fair trial. He looks inevitable and publishes, my sex was an advantage. He boasted of a long, I friends, where can stay? I see you free of charge. We are already here. Back, see us, I'm practically here. Bravo. Captain Barron was arrested today in the murder at sea of Chicago. With binoculars at the border, you have nevertheless to fetch our clothes. Tonight claimed his lover on a long trip from the Orient. He streaked across the sky like a... Are you doing mummies to standard? From a distance, observed a roaring blast and a brilliant flash as the operator was arrested. A petite, blue-eyed blonde streaked across the sky and clashed with glass. Bobo has the future. A fine, vigorous pig. Drafted, coordinated. Savvy shit. U.S. people into film orders. Yeah. The reason I'm not buying a new couch is never learn. It smells of the operational death. Our birds burn. So simply good right there. You hit her in this new revised edition of After the Great Awakening. Sure, what are you in Rig Midnight? Deep-eyed, unwelcome visitors permitted. The sheer shining color of release. The guard is manifold, is sterby in the closet. I, Sequin, perfected this art along the Tang dynasty. Hurry to make the flutes. Fate decrees. San Diego up to Maine. Have you stolen horses with him? Class can be surplus, sir. Room for one more outside, sir, they said, and plunge 7th teenage. Are you in salt? It is enough. Reason submitted. Called it a bad time. Stallion crowns do a short 22 and heavy commitments. Caribbean swells to a roar. The Negro snapped the advantages. Who was raping up? Helpers of the Dean, the natural key. The doctors on the market. Milwaukee convicted of later and lesser crimes. Pudgy and... Who is police? We are the language here. Sphere speak devoid of reality. Will Hollywood never... Pleased to choose studio postulated to you. Royal Knights, teenage, future time. Mine is here the uncertainty. Can you keep up with tech? 1 ounce of the druggist of shit burned down the city. Give reinforcements. We see Tibet through the binoculars of the people. This is operational. Even wolves do not stay here. Swedish, unwelcome visitor to the Warren. Talent was gone, the temple reeked of time, principle, and agents in force. Here the birds burn, diminish the stopper. Obey death, bring a halibut. You can refuse, it is permitted. Well, now to combine the tape recorder experiments already described with Rowdy's procedure. Rowdy's recordings were made in a soundproof studio because he was concerned with demonstrating that the voices were recorded under controlled conditions and could not be attributed to accidental background sounds or voices, people talking in the street, a radio broadcast next door, or, of course, people talking in the studio. I think that anyone who examines the evidence will agree that he has, in fact, proved his case. So I'm not interested simply in collecting additional proof, but in the actual phenomena on tape, whatever its source. A soundproof studio is not essential. In fact, the first to pick up on the voices in 1959 was a Swedish painter, Fredrik Jurgensen, who was recording bird songs, and on playing back his recordings of bird songs, he heard a quiet male voice discussing nocturnal bird songs in Norwegian. And Jurgensen was the one who turned Rowdy on to the voices. Now, the first step would be to take Rowdy's recordings and process them, speed up, slow down, apply cut-ups, scrambling, and see what new words and voices emerge. And I will perform these experiments as soon as I can get the record he has put out, a record of the actual recordings. And meanwhile, I've done some simple cut-ups on paper and on the recorder using my own voice reading his recorded phrases. That was that cut-up. Now, this is only a beginning. Now, let us say that you are invoking Rambo. Instead of working with the whole tape blank, you pre-record on another recorder a few phrases of Rambo's poems and cut them in during the recording at random. On playback, pay particular attention to the fraction of a second before and after the pre-recordings cut in. You can use the same procedure with any writer, living or dead. In the case of musicians or singers, music or singing can be cut in this way. Or in cases where recordings of someone's voice exist, these could be used. There are many variations. During the recording, project a film without the soundtrack and see if any of the soundtrack finds its way onto the tape. Or you could read silently Shakespeare, Rambo, the Bible, Newsweek, and see if there's any correlation between this silent reading and what is recorded on the tape. And you all know how a tune can stick in your head and play over and over. Would such compulsive subvocal playback be picked up on the tape? Hearing voices is a diagnostic indication of schizophrenia, according to the psychiatrist. Question is, could these voices be picked up on tape in the vicinity of psychotic patients? So far as I know, the attempt has never been made. So there are very, very many experiments that could be made that have not been made. Rodiev considers three theories to account for the voices. One, they are somehow imprinted on the tape by electromagnetic energy generated by the unconscious minds of the researchers or people connected with them. Two, the voices are of extraterrestrial origins. Three, the voices come from the dead. I have a slip of the typewriter here, and a slip of the voice or a slip of the pen or a slip of the typewriter is always something to pay attention to. It may be what you really meant to say. Instead of the voices come from the dead, I wrote the voices some from the dead. He then crosses out number one, the imprint theory, because it is, as he said, technically impossible. It seems to me that we are operating in an area where technical impossibilities, in terms of what we know about magnetic tape and the way in which sounds and voices are imprinted by the usual means, no longer applies. We could make tapes where the participants concentrate on imprinting certain voices. Suppose we take 20 Kerouac students who have read his voices, who have read his novels, yes, his voices, to be sure, heard his voice on tape, seen photos of him at various ages. They all gather in the studio, silently concentrating on Kerouac. Now, would this have any effect on the content of the tape? Well, I don't know. But even a high correlation, say the recording of voices purporting to come from Kerouac, would not prove that the voices are imprinted by concentration, conscious or unconscious, of those present, but would suggest that the voices might be influenced in this way. Remember that your memory bank contains tapes of everything you have ever heard, including, of course, your own words. Press a certain button and a news broadcast you heard 10 years ago plays back. There's ample proof of this vertiginous warehouse of data stored in the human nervous system, with no method so far devised of passing it along to disposal. Under hypnosis, people have remembered in detail conversations and events that took place many years ago, and this has been confirmed by witnesses. Of course, a more precise experiment would be to have the subject remember a tape he heard 10 years ago, and then compare the original tape with a tape of his recall. And hypnotic subjects have been able to recall exactly what doctors and nurses said during an operation. And such recall, particularly if it has a menacing or derogatory content, can be extremely disturbing. And one thing is sure, he don't look good. A filthy mess. Sew up, it's inoperable. Clamps, nurse, he's bleeding like a pig. Prepare the patient for a heart shot. A round of drinks, he dies on the table. Now, these irresponsible observations are recorded and stored in the patient's memory bank, enough to convey a permanent patient status. You see, the doctors didn't know that the patient can hear when he is unconscious, and that the so-called unconscious may well consist precisely of what he has heard while unconscious from anesthesia, drugs, alcohol, shock, fear, and pain. That fits right in with Freud's theory of the unconscious as something that was so frightening or so traumatic that he has forgotten it. So doctors were not aware of that. Well, they know it now. The reference, Future Shock, Esquire, Christmas issue, 1971. Dr. Cheek, who carried out hypnotic experiments on post-operative subjects and found they were recording every word and sound in the operating room, recommended that silence be observed during an operation. Because what the patient hears during an operation is filed with all his tapes of pain, fear, helplessness, and hostility. All the horrible, frightening, and disgusting things he has ever known, awake or asleep, conscious or unconscious, from his conception. You know the old joke about the couple who adopted a French baby, taking French lessons so they would understand him when he started to talk. But like many jokes, it's not a joke. Dr. Truby has found that children adopted at birth by parents speaking a different language may be retarded in consequence, since they have heard and stored the mother's language in the womb. Well, there are years of tape-recorded tapes, day and night, stored in your memory bank, and film to go with it, talkies, feelies, smellies, tasties. And any of these tapes can be activated by touching an associational switch. You're walking down the street and something you see, hear, smell turns on an old tape you haven't heard in 20 years. Now, why did I think of that? Everyone you have ever known, however briefly, is there on film and tape. Take a look at these talking films and tapes, and you will begin to notice that certain words and characters tend to recur. The rude clerk in Hong Kong bore a strong resemblance to the rude clerk in New York, and both used the same words to indicate they did not have what you asked for. I never heard of it. And similarly, the nice clerk in Tangiers looked like the nice clerk in London. The more you look at it, the more it looks like a tired old film. Nice voices, nasty voices, good guys and bad guys. The old game of war from the Stone Age to eternity. Are we men or toothless crones? How long will we allow the filthy Zambezi to plunder our fishing territories? As free men, we cannot stand idly by. Geez, when you hear that, it's time to get yourself hid good, and the deeper the better. And I say to Russia, beware the fury of a patient man. A good crossing, the earth disintegrated. Old war tapes. We all have millions of hours of it, even if we never fired a gun. War tapes, hate tapes, fear tapes, pain tapes. Happy tapes, sad tapes, funny tapes, all stirring around in a cement mixer of voices. Relative dismisses the possibility that the voices might be of extraterrestrial origin because they are too banal. Well, there's no reason to think that we have a monopoly on banality. Besides, the voices may contain a code to be extracted by speech scramblers or other processing. As I have pointed out, some of the communications are in a cryptic code style. Now, his reasoning exemplifies the era of either-or thinking. Having categorically crossed out 1 and 2, he is stuck with number 3. The voices come from the dead. Now, I could suggest other possible explanations. For example, the voices are a playback of recordings stored in the memory banks of the experimenters and are played into the tape recorder just as one tape recorder with a lead can record directly onto another. This would account for the fact that no voices are heard during recording, but only on playback. Or why not all 3 possibilities and the others he hasn't thought of in various combinations, some from the dead, some from other sources. Now, the psychiatrists tell us, with little more evidence than their words, informed medical opinion they call it, that any voices anyone hears in his head originate there, and that they do not and cannot have an extraneous origin. That way, witchcraft lies. The voices are either objective or subjective, whereas all sensory phenomena are both. If you look at a lampshade and see a snarling dog head, you are still looking at something, that is, receiving oral input. If you scan meanings in English out of an Arab radio broadcast, you are still listening to something, that is, you are receiving oral input. Even in sensory deprivation, your body sounds would be recorded as objective input. And by objective, I mean recorded in your memory bank. The whole psychiatric dogma that voices are the imaginings of a sick mind has been called in question by voices which are of extraneous origin, objectively and demonstrably they're on tape, as they're on tape whatever their origin. And that is the basic point of these experiments. Voices of extraneous origin, whatever the origin may be, have been recorded on tape. So the psychotic patient may be tuning in to a global or intergalactic network of voices, some using quite sophisticated electronic equipment. It belongs probably to the cucumbers. 15 years ago in Norway, experiments indicated that voices could be projected directly into the brain of the subject by an electromagnetic field around the head. And the experiments were in a formative stage at that time. And I heard from someone who had a cousin or brother-in-law or something in the Navy about a top-secret project in sending thoughts with lasers, so they can actually send a thought. We don't hear about these things. They're all top-secret classified. So maybe we are all walking around under a magnetic dome of pre-recorded word and image. Are Raudiv and the other experimenters simply plugging into the pre-recording, which is always a little ahead of him because twice as fast. See, the voices recorded are about twice as fast as human speech, normal human speech, though some people talk faster than others. And I think he slowed them down in order to transcribe. The theory of a pre-recorded universe is venerable, and many people have believed it, especially those on the way up, believe in their destiny, as they call it. The Arab conception of fate, mektub, it is written. It goes back to the Mayan control calendar. It is written. And what is it written on? Well, perhaps some material similar to magnetic tape, but infinitely more sophisticated. This attempt to predict by controlling and to control by predicting is very old, and it can now be computerized. Such modern controllers as Hearst and Luce set out to be the pre-recorded universe, or as much of it as they could pre-record. Time and Life have whole warehouses full of recordings. Wittgenstein says that no system may include itself as data. The only thing not pre-recorded in a pre-recorded universe is the pre-recordings themselves, or to put it another way, the only thing not predetermined in a predetermined universe is the predeterminer. So, of course, we are listening to pre-recordings of pre-recordings to infinity. However, by listening to and processing a pre-recording, you nullify its impact as a control instrument. What might have shocked your grandmother into a cataleptic state is dismissed with a weary shrug by teenagers today. Think of my wasp grandmother, wife of a circuit-riding Georgia minister, WCTU, colonial dame, forced to witness a pornographic film. Be the end of it. Well, don't blame Grandma. In actuality, the change didn't happen all at once, but by a series of gradient steps. As soon as any data is widely disseminated by the media, it loses its shock impact in time. So then the machine has to feed you the pre-recording above that, and on back on an infinite tapeworm to the pre-recordings which must exist somewhere in some form. Pre-recordings to the people. If the recordings that Raudive has taped are in any way derivative from the original pre-recordings, and they must be, come to think about it, then the experiment is worth anyone's time. Bender considers the voices as important a discovery as nuclear physics. Could you, by cutting, overlaying, scrambling, nullify the pre-recordings of your own future, change it? Could the whole pre-recorded future of the human race be nullified or altered? I don't know. Let's see. And don't let any smooth old voices ease you out of it. There are certain things, my son, that human beings are not permitted to know, like what we are doing. Son, you'd fall dead from one whiff of the pickle factory and other similar factories in other countries. Scramble him like an egg before he hatches. What is this? His hand is one of the unbearable mysteries, and the other players can't see his cards that he rakes in the chips, and then says the chips are his cards, $1 billion on the board. Now, we know that words can be wiped out from magnetic tape by a magnetic field. Now, suppose some sophisticated magnetic device could wipe out all the bad tapes in everybody's memory bank. Our chap will run on the clean slate ticket. I'll stop for some questions and discussion. Question? Yes.
Nebutol or something like that. And then I was given sodium pentothal and trying to stay alert while I'm going under. The last thing that went was my hearing. All my other senses went before then.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Well, naturally, your sight would go first.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That just kind of folded back. And hearing was the first thing that came back.
Did you remember anything from the operation?
No, I don't.
No. Well, it's there. It can be recovered. Yeah. Yes.
In meditation, I sometimes have the experience of getting bored with pre-recordings, and they just stop coming up at a certain, like a really long-term meditation.
Well, excuse me. Then what happened? Was there a blank? What?
Well, there's
no words.
No, it was just certain types of internal dialogues I would get into. Stopped happening for a while, and then after the meditation experience was over for a while, they came back.
No, but what I was interested in was the dialogue that actually does occur during meditation. See, I spoke of the fact that these voices go on all the time, and one way certainly to contact them is to put yourself in a meditative state, to lie down and make your mind a blank as if you were just a recording instrument. And then you'll hear something, it's quite surprising. I wondered if you had any experience of that sort with meditation.
Like voices?
Yeah, I mean, what did you actually hear when you had suspended the boring everyday internal dialogue? Was there something, did you hear something else?
Well, not particularly. I would get into things like composing songs and this and that, which they would then dissolve after a while.
Because I've had the experience, sometimes of just sitting and deliberately cutting sensory input, of suddenly hearing a quite inexplicable voice or word, which may mean something to me later. It may be something I read in the newspaper next day, a name or something. I say, why did I think of that? And the same thing happens in dreams. Yes.
Could you have to speak up, please? I'm trying to come up to the mic, maybe.
I had an interesting experience with an unconscious voice. I had stayed up all night. I was trying to get tickets for a concert, and I came back and I fell asleep in my room, and a friend came in, and I got up and I thought I was telling him about the concert. I heard my voice telling him about waiting for the tickets, and he kept making funny faces, and finally I just went like this. He wasn't responding to me, so I went back to sleep. And later he told me that I was telling him to go get his golden shackle. And I kept yelling at him to go get his golden shackle. And I said, I have one. Where's yours? And that, I heard myself telling him about waiting. And it just totally surprised me.
Well, did this golden shackle have any particular significance for you? Or was it just something more or less inexplicable?
The phrase itself still has meaning for me, but I haven't worked with it that much. It's a full phrase to me. I was telling him, but because he wasn't responding. His responses were totally out of tune with what I was saying.
No, I don't understand. Were you still asleep or just waking up?
I was sitting up I remember sitting up in my bed talking to him. I was up.
Yeah.
But apparently the voice that I was
apparently
speaking.
partly still asleep.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I see what you mean. Yeah.
Speak next, please.
This idea that it is written somewhere. I did an automatic painting years ago, and I just started out sort of doodling on a big canvas with a big brush, and didn't have anything in mind. And I came up with this painting of a sort of a giant crystal machine, and it looks like it might be out somewhere on another planet. And it didn't have any meaning for me at the time, and I just gradually, I didn't even know think of it as an automatic painting. I just sort of, I named it Alpha Centauri, and then beside this crystal machine were these strange sort of wraith-like forms, and it took me years before I finally came to the idea that this was really on some other planet, and it was a machine that was manufacturing some kind of thought forms, and that we were sort of under its control.
Well, yes, I've had experiences like that of something that seemed to come more or less automatically. It may be writing, or I don't draw, so I don't get much through that avenue, but which later has some very definite meaning, or later will be something that I use in a story. I'll say, well, that's what this means. Now, I think we all have those experiences. Yes.
Once I was in a meditation camp, and I started hearing very high-pitched sounds that seemed to resemble voices, and the teacher chuckled and said I was hearing the devas singing and to forget about it, not to attach any significance to it anyway. And I'm really interested to hear all of this discussion of psychic phenomenon, because it seems like there's a very real danger in trying to interpret them in some way, just to let them be, especially within a meditative context. Joan of Arc heard voices, and the Buddhists would say, big deal, so you heard voices, go back and sit another couple of hours before you're put on the stake or something. It's really strange to know how to work with these things without getting ego caught up in them. Do you have any feelings or thoughts or interest about this?
That's a point where I have a very sharp disagreement with the Buddhists. because they say that everything that is for me, material for writing, should not be paid attention to. As a writer, I do pay attention to these voices, and I frequently use them. I get a voice like that, and then I say, well, who is talking? What does he look like? I can elaborate that into a story. So if they just tell me that I shouldn't pay any attention to these voices, I don't pay any attention to them. Well, that's the context that I'm talking about here.
But you don't attach yourself to them and get caught up in them.
I use them. I use them in writing. I don't know what you mean by attach myself to them or get caught up in them. I elaborate from them or use them in some way. Yes.
If we could pause for a moment, there'd be some trouble with this.
Excuse me, we've got some technical difficulties here.
I've noticed during extended periods of not having sleep, the phrase peanut butter alligator underground kindergarten spider.
What was that last again?
Peanut butter alligator underground kindergarten spider.
Kindergarten spider. That is a fighter in kindergarten. Is that what it means?
Spider.
Spider. I'm not sure fighter.
And it's continued for like a period of years, and I've begun to relax around it, but I find that no, I've tried to use it as a mantra, but I'm wondering whether it's there all the time, and whether if I enter a state of mind in which either the voice itself is slower than I usually hear or faster, that's when it's made access to my hearing faculty.
Well, that is something we don't know a great deal about. We know that we have all these voices stored on tape, and that they're there. Then they can be activated to replay by various factors. So they're there, but they may not be playing back.
I'm also interested in what's your definition of a psychosis, or where is that point where a psychotic would hear a pre-recorded voice, whereas a person in some form of sanity isn't?
I don't think there's any line at all. The only line is that a psychotic may be completely unable to deal with the real context. I mean, they can't get around, they can't get themselves across the street, that sort of thing.
So the pre-recording is not heard as a pre-recording, but as some kind of message or order?
Yeah. They think that the voices are objective, and as I say, they may well be objective. And I think we all hear voices all the time. But I think it's a sort of a confusion of levels of reality, really. Yeah.
Okay, please wait for the mic. Who's next?
Your concept in the Naked Lunch on the sender turned my head around completely. And I've been fascinated by the idea for years. It keeps coming back to me. And a recent visit to Mexico, I saw the great symmetrical layout of places like Chichen Itza, Ixmal, and Palenque, and so forth. Could you tell us something? And now that you're talking about these voices and so forth, this sort of ties into this. Was there some way that they were actually, or at least they considered that they were working with sending out ideas I wasn't sure if this was all fact or fiction when you were talking about the sender principle.
No, I think this happens all the time, that people are sending with varying degrees of effectiveness. After all, what is a salesman saying? Buy my product, buy my product. He is trying to send something into the mind of the client. So this happens all the time. But we could easily conceive of a group of people who were sending voices to a whole population, let's say with such equipment as I have described, that is the electromagnetic broadcast which produces voices in the mind.
Do you see those temples that they've built in the Mayan area of southern Mexico? Were those utilized as some form of energy accumulator and dispenser?
They might well have been. There's a lot been written on pyramids lately. There's several interesting books on the psychic energies created by pyramids and by people meditating in pyramids. So that may well be a very important factor.
How did you come across or get turned on to this idea of the sender, the one person who would be, say, in a tower sending?
One person or any number. Well, from studying the Mayan civilization and the fact that the priests consisted of about 1% of the population, and they really seemed to keep 99% working. Much of the work, so far as they were concerned, that it wasn't food, it was building these temples, without any formal police apparatus. So I said, well, they must have used some sort of psychological control.
Thank you.
That gentleman over there.
Given your disagreement with Buddhists about voices, I'm trying to somehow put that together with what you said about the writer's own source and some notion of originality is the least interesting part of writing. What I'm curious about then is your conception of ego, and where that fits into to those voices that one might transcribe.
Well, I think that in order to receive the voices, you have to suspend, should we say, the everyday sort of defensive internal dialogue. So you do achieve a state which is more or less egolessness in order to receive the voices.
What's the difference between those internal voices and, the internal dialogue and the voices? How do you discriminate that?
You don't.
You don't.
You don't.
You just get it out.
Yeah. I don't think there's any sharp line at all.
Mm-hmm.
You don't know how much of what you are hearing is objective or subjective.
Uh-huh.
It's mixed, highly mixed.
Okay. Oh, that has something to do with some difficulty I had Tuesday with somehow putting together some notion of spontaneous poetics and notions like first words, best words, with doing the montages of the cut-ups as opposed to just getting the stuff out on paper. You hear the voices, even if it's from an egoless place, and you put it down on paper. It seems like there's as much problem with ego in contriving and manipulating pieces of paper as there might be trying to figure out which voices are defenses and which ones are the real thing.
Well, you don't have to figure it out. They're all mixed. It's a question, of course, of what is usable for your artistic purposes. But by actually cutting up and rearranging, you get arbitrary combinations. You see, that keeps you from contriving too much. You're faced by something that has actually happened. been created from the actual cut-up. And I think that's a very valuable exercise. I mean, it's similar to an artist testing colors on his palette. Say, what does this look like? Let's stir it around and see what we get.
You have to come up to the next.
I think it's pretty evident that telepathy is a fact, and perhaps the first point one ought to make is that the tape recorders, which have picked up voices, ought to be analyzed. There might just be something electronically in there which we've been looking for, in fact, to pick up thoughts. What worries me is basically the idea of predetermination, which came up. Either everything is predetermined or nothing is predetermined, which is really basically the same thing. If we assume that all thoughts, of course, are recorded in a computer, if these thoughts are in fact sent out, humanity, I think, is quite sufficient to form every possible thought. If this can be picked up, which I think it can, then I think the idea of predetermination would be automatic, because every possible thought is then somewhere available. It could be, of course, that this is universal, but I don't think that the fascinating idea that if you would change the pattern of 100 billion thoughts floating around and being constantly available, that this would change our future by cutting out these uncuttable energies. I have difficulties understanding what you mean.
Well, I don't think that we have uncuttable energies, and that, as I say, I've illustrated that any data, once it is out in front of people, loses its power to some extent. Nor was I saying that I believe in a pre-recorded universe. I think it has been often tried that it is sort of the goal of many control machines to predetermine, to predict by controlling and to control by predicting. Whether it has ever been actually, I don't think it's ever been actually complete. It's just should we say, an ideal towards which control machines will tend to strive.
I'm a painter, and I've been using the cut-up technique in my painting. I'll do a painting of, say, stripes, and then cut it into strips and reassemble it. And I find it's remarkable the possibilities that are offered by this method.
Yes. As Brian said, writing is 50 years behind painting. If you use these methods that have been used by painters for so long, then you're accused of promulgating a cult of unintelligibility. I mean, no one paints cows in the grass anymore, but bestsellers are still basically cows in the grass. That is, it's purely representational narrative. Let's see. Yeah. Okay.
Have you ever done the following experiment with a typewriter? Just typed out random letters for a period of time and then come out with, you find that you come out with words, and done anything with that? If you have, what? Did you come up with anything particularly interesting that you'd like to relate or whatever?
No, I've never gotten much results that way, and I've never been able to do any should we say, automatic writing in the strictest sense. I've never had my hand write something automatically, and I find the same on the typewriter. Now, I don't say that it can't be done. I just I've never done it. Yeah.
I read an interview with you once in Rat magazine
where you said that nothing happens unless it's written. And I was wondering if you meant that seriously and how that fits into this whole notion of a pre-recorded universe.
Yes, I meant it seriously to some extent. When the Arabs say maktub, it is written, they mean just that. That according to their concept of fate, it's all written somewhere.
But that when we're writing things, we're making things happen?
Indeed we are, yes. Didn't Marx make quite a lot happen? Yes.
And conversely, that nothing happens unless somebody wrote it somewhere? Or?
I would say nothing happens unless somebody or some force intended it to happen. That will is what makes things happen. That, of course, is the magical conception of the universe. That nothing happens unless someone, some entity, some force wills it to happen. I mean, you're made of much the same material as this table. But you move, right? Well, something moves you. I mean, this table doesn't move of itself, and neither do you. And what moves you is your will, or a will, whatever it is, that energy. Let's see.
One of the most interesting areas of exploration seems to be the connection between your dream experience and your waking experience. And it also seems that the way we've been conditioned not to make this connection is by a whole lack of focus in our dream experience or our memories of dreams. And I was wondering if you had any suggestions of how we can have a more focused connection between our dream awareness and our waking awareness, and how we can use our dream states within our waking state.
Well, yes. I always write down my dreams. I keep a pad and pencil by the table, or by the bed, on a table by the bed. And that's the best way, I think. Because if you don't write them down, you'll often forget them. There seems to be some kind of a difference between the the memory traces of dreams and, say, the memory traces of waking events. Because I wake up and I'm too lazy to get up and write it down. It's cold, maybe. So I'll go over it 5 times in my head and think I couldn't possibly forget it. And I wake up in the morning and it's gone. Now, that would never happen with a waking event. Now, whether it's completely gone or whether it's still there on some level, I just don't know. But the memory traces are not the same. But the best way, I think, to use your dream experience is to write it down. There was someone named John Donne, not the poet. He was a British mathematician and physicist. And he noticed that some of his dreams seemed to refer to future events. And so he started writing them down, and he recommended if you want to check this, you have to write them down. I've gotten quite a few future events in dreams. But I wouldn't have got them if I hadn't have, had the record there so I could compare it. Although some dreams you remember without writing them down. Some you can't forget. So it really is quite mysterious. Yeah, Alan.
Yeah, I'm interested in pursuing the difference between your method of introspection and Buddhist introspection. The Buddhist formula would be to observe the thoughts, or observe the breath, and in the course of observing the breath, thoughts would rise, and you'd automatically observe the thoughts as well, or see them clearly. Their point would be not to become attached to them, in the sense that not to enter into them to the point of getting perspective lost, that these are voices. In some respects, your own practice is similar, because what you're doing is isolating the voices, exploring them to some extent, but without entering into them in the sense of taking them as a final universe. But actually you're approaching them suspiciously as possibly pre-recorded attempts at a con job on your mind. which is basically also the Buddhist point of view, which is that all voices, or all interior dialogue is a con job, or a conditioned, automatic conditioned repetition of a tape, which is in a sense a con job on present consciousness, so that your image of a clear consciousness would be blue space without any content. And that's very similar to the Buddhist image of Dharmakaya, actually. So I'm wondering exactly where is the divergency here? Is that an aesthetic divergency in that you're interested in describing the structure of the con job?
No, I was simply interested in getting material for writing for a novel.
Right.
So I've talked to Buddhists about out-of-body experience and all like that, and they say, well, you shouldn't pay any attention to that. Well, I said, it's my business to pay attention to it. That's where I get my material.
Mm-hmm.
No doubt, if your mind is a complete blank, if it's empty of everything, then you would have nothing to write about.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah. So the Buddhists would say there would be people that would have nothing to write about, except that they would also say nobody's mind is empty, that samsaric thought is continuous, or what you would say, the samsaric thought might be the equivalent of what you were terming a large-scale electromagnetic dome.
Yes. Well, that would what I was talking about there was that there might be and probably are attempts to control in this way through broadcast, but they have never been completely successful.
When you achieve the state of blank mind, I was wondering if there was effort involved in this. And if so, it would seem that would tend to undermine the state of egolessness, because something would be having to put out this effort.
It's an inverse effort. The most difficult thing you can do is to do nothing, although it should be the easiest. So the easiest thing to do is the most difficult, to do nothing.
Do you attempt to quiet your mind, or does it just suddenly happen?
No, you just don't do anything. That's all.
So you have to wait a while for your mind to quiet then?
Well, you may have to, and you may not. It may not quiet. But it isn't an effort. As soon as it's something you're consciously doing, then you're not doing it. I mean, if you're trying to impose blankness on your mind.
Well, I've had that experience before. I mean, just tuning into the environment in a really intense way and actually blanking out my mind and identifying with the environment, and then finally coming to understand that I should give that whole idea of meditation up.
Well, sure.
Do you have any information about the distinction between dreams that you have no recollection of and those which you have recollection of?
Well, if you have no recollection of them, I don't know how you can compare them. But I have pointed out that if you don't write a dream down, you will often forget it. But other dreams, you remember whether you write them down or not. Now, I don't know why. Now, they may be, the dream that you remember may be purely banal. It doesn't have to be an intense dream. So it's just really something that I don't know. I don't think anybody does.
No, I simply meant that, dreaming occurs all the time, and there are only some dreams you remember, or faintly remember.
Yeah. Well, I don't know why that is. Because there doesn't seem to be any common denominator. If you could say that you remember intense dreams, or that the dreams that you forget are of a certain category, but I've never found that to be true. Yes?
If I want to ask a question, it's probably easier to come over here and
I think Ms. Luster has a question there.
You know, about this crystal machine and this guy under the sea or wherever it is, I really am convinced it's real. And it necessarily might be just recording everything we're doing. Not necessarily manipulating us, but just recording. That's one thought. Another, I heard a doctor from a mental hospital in Napa, California, give a talk one time about psychosis, and he said that schizophrenics, paranoid schizophrenics, almost invariably get this idea their minds are being controlled. And he said, why would they have the same fantasy all over the world in different cultures if it really weren't true? I mean, people don't usually all have the same fantasy. Another thing I want to say is about this crystal thing again. There's a place in Palo Alto called Crystal Alley, and they're experimenting more and more in crystallography, and apparently they can record tremendous amounts of information in a very small microscopic piece of crystal. So if there were a big one somewhere, who knows what it might do.
Well, there is, I don't know if you've ever seen or read about the crystal skulls. There are two of them in existence, one in, well, not in existence, but that have been found. There's one is in the British History Museum, and it has been suggested that these are very potent magical objects, that all sorts of things are stored in these crystal skulls. As to the similarity of paranoid so-called hallucinations all over the world, yes, I certainly have observed that. I've seen Arabs go mad, and exactly the same thing. The American embassy has wires in my head. That was a man who ran amok and killed 6 people a couple of days later. And the American embassy pulled their guard in and just stayed out of it. They could have stopped him, they didn't. But as I say, he may actually have been hearing something. I don't know if you all heard about the microwave scandal. I heard about it from some people who had been there, that the American embassy in Russia, people were getting sick because of some sort of microwave surveillance that the Russians were carrying on. So we can't just assume that this man was not hearing something. The same is true, I think, of any psychotic patient. Yes.
I'm, I guess, used to thinking hierarchically and with distinctions.
Oh,
yeah. This embodied voice is really happening now. And you keep breaking down distinctions between subjective and objective, between poetry and music, talking about a spectrum of things between those. There are certain distinctions which I can't reasonably overcome in my mind, like between life and death. And I was wondering what sort of hierarchy might enable us to overcome those boundaries that...
Well, as I say, I don't feel that these boundaries exist. I feel that they're purely arbitrary. Mm-hmm. Some things are obviously more subjective than others, and some are more objective. But where can you draw the line?
Right. I don't want to draw the line, yeah. But what I'm asking about is what sort of hierarchy, as a writer, do you see that enables you to overcome these things?
Well, I don't feel any necessity to overcome them. It's just a question of using various material. And actually, of course, the line between life and death is very controversial. You know, doctors are very much up in the air about what constitutes death and and when someone can be considered dead.
Well, does being a writer and your preoccupation with getting material for writing create another kind of hierarchy in your life than say a Buddhist or a doctor?
Well, certainly. It's occupational. I mean, a writer's consciousness is quite different from a doctor's consciousness or a lawyer's. That is, the whole occupational sphere of his consciousness is different because he's doing different things. I mean, he's looking for different data, in other words.
What does this do to his perceptions of the world? Does it change them in any way, or is he still perceiving exactly the same world with a different eye?
Well, if you say if 5 people walk down a street, all of them with different occupations, and they all described, or better still, say if you had a apparatus, say a talking film that would show what they saw, it wouldn't look like the same street. They're all looking at different things, right? So a writer is looking at a different set of data from a doctor or a lawyer or a cop or whoever.
Genet keeps talking about art as being destructive by preconditioning us and stuff like that. Would you say something about that in relation to the way in which a writer sees?
I don't know what he means by destructive exactly, but someone asked Genet when he started to write, and he said at birth. And I think that what he's saying there is not that a writer has something special in his chromosomes, but that when he does become a writer, he is using all the material, all the input from birth. That is an experience which might be quite pointless for someone who is not a writer, may be very useful for a writer. That is, I've found some very unpleasant experiences or boring experiences to be very useful, which would not have been useful to someone who is not a writer. They've just been boring or unpleasant. Wait a minute, let's see if there's any people over here who haven't been heard.
Is it at all possible that you have been writing for the Western world who are not in general meditative, and that you have been opening their minds to the result of the voices in your head, which expands their thinking, whereas the Buddhist meditation teacher is dealing with students who are being trained in Eastern methods, where everyone will reach a state of hearing their own voices, and therefore he is speaking to a different audience when he says, don't pay any attention to those voices, go on to another goal.
Well, yes, I would certainly agree with that. But I really think that that by and large the goal of enlightenment is not necessarily the goal of a writer. Let's see, who else? Where's that? Go ahead. Well, sure, go ahead. You want to read something? Go ahead. Anybody else?
I'm a Canadian poet and composer, and what's been talked here is like really relevant because this poem that I brought by is just like really into what's been said here today. It's called One Is All You Get. Robin Kristen Wakefield. One is all you get. Each one of us Each one of us, 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 USA, a man's son. USA, a man's son, no more son, no more son. Son of man, live, evil live. Live, evil live. See, turn on, see, CBS. All my life I see CBS. I just see CBS. Oh, how we drift from the canal of that phantom wife as that first breath of air caresses our nostrils. We are the chained saints screaming with our blood afterbirths tied to our bellies, with our taut red little salami arms shaking like thickly rolled wings, with tiny wet fingers poking out, up, seeking that first grasp of confirmed privacy. Crashed, rejected angels of this world. All our lives we search. All our lives we search. Us, US, USA, man's son, son of man, for that perfect, tight aperture to hide us, hold us, crawl in back inside, to never let go again. So we pretend, slipping loosely from these sperm's waters, the flayed open slippery seas of life madness, and the fake release, when we have to let go again. As always, we withdraw with the pressure is off. The pressure is off. The pressure is off. The pressure is off. A little while, it's heaven. You've got your nirvana. Oh, Susanna, oh, don't you cry for. Oh, Susanna, oh, don't you cry for. 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 I am selfless. Why? Myself is less and less. The lesson today is, well, here we are again and again. We are knocked about, wincing at the mechanical grins of cool spiritual neglect. Stable as our cardboard. Ascended masters only watching us with white teeth which cleverly look so domesticated, with almost vegetarian grins, with two eyes that look like light bulbs within the assault, but not the batteries. If we're clever, we again conceal our fleshly hearts that their meager minds feast off of. From our pockets, they only lift. As our heart ticks their time off in the sanctuary of endless cravings, we try to put to sleep, but they try to put to sleep, but in holiness. Fuck you, guru, fuck you, guru, fuck you, guru, fuck you, guru, fuck you, guru. Putting to sleep only my mind's boiling stew, Puritan American stew. You've cashed in my canned agony. Fuck you, fuck you. But put to sleep in holiness, but put to sleep in holiness. You only teach us to slow it down. And slip between, adding our own articulate cocks to this mess. Slowly as a serpent still coils, but still does squeeze, as if we weren't squeezing, as if money isn't shit still. You snake charmers, go home and kick your poor, stick knives up your assholes and smile blissfully as you refuse to bleed. Beggar boy watching flies eating his bones. His legs are broken so he can con better, so he can put food on the altars to rot, so he can learn 7-head cartoons or not learn 7-head cartoons, so he can sit alone in a room filled with people concentrating on their own breath only. Fuck this. I want to grab that mongoose who sits in that yellow chair above us, and I want to twist his balls off. I want to poke his third eye like the Three Stooges do. No, I want to love this poor bastard. For Christ's sake, I want to love the poor bastard. Won't kill him. It's finished. It was finished to redeem bastards such as this 1,976 years ago. Wake up, America!
Questions? Okay. Over there. Yeah. Right here? 3 here.
Well, I've often, nearly a third of my dreams occur on a different planet, and I've always been interested in whether these are the dream voices or whether, and I don't know too much about Buddhism, whether they are the occurrences of past lives coming back through me, because in the dreams I always seem to be a certain person living in a certain lifestyle, but yet on a totally alien environment. And a lot of the words I use and a lot of the words that come out are from these dreams, and it's so solid that it can't be ignored because it's been going on for about 3 years. And I just wonder what the Buddhists think about past lives and how if they could come back through the dreams, or whether these are projections from another planet.
Well, I don't know. But I've had the same experience, of another planet landscape, and where I'm a different person with a whole different consciousness. Whether these are past lives or what they are, I don't know, but they're something. They're data.
And with talking about the paranoids, R.D. Lang says that the normal state of man is paranoia, and that's from the control that society has placed on him. So are you postulating that this control that's going on is the same that he is talking about? Of other people programming other people?
Yeah, other people are programming other people all the time. And any group of people is programmed by, say, the culture in which they're born and brought up. That's what cultures do, is program people. And you'll find when you study so-called primitive societies that what may be perfectly acceptable behavior in one society is absolutely unacceptable in another. So what, did someone, okay.
Watch the feedback over here.
Gregory Corso has a line, I learned life is a century, death an instant. Do you think there's at least a sharper line between life and death than poetry or song, or that,
You mean,
death is as big a mystery as life?
Well, yes. How do you know you're not dead already? Well, for example, the Buddhists postulate a sort of a period between life and death, and you would have no way of knowing that you're not in that. That is, everything you see may be just your own past karma.
Could that be? Could the uncovering of your own past karma be the reason you would remember certain dreams over another? That they performed a better cut up of whatever material you had. That they just sliced a bigger view for you, and that's no matter how banal.
No, I don't quite understand the question.
Well, we were talking before about why you might remember one dream over another.
Yeah.
And could that dream have performed a better cut-up on the material you have?
No.
Or there's no way to say...
No, I don't think so at all. The reason why you remember some dreams and not others seems to me entirely obscure. I just don't know why. It just is a fact that you will remember some dreams and you won't remember others. And but if you write a dream down as soon as you wake up, then just a few notes and you'll remember it. Now they've made a lot of experiments on this, because there are lots of people who say they don't dream. Well, they do dream, but they don't remember it. That's true of heavy sleepers, and the time that it takes them to wake up, they forget. But if they wake someone up when they start to dream, then they'll remember the dream, and can be written down.
Thank you.
Yeah, some more questions over there.
In the book of breathing, you speak about the spoken word as having come after the written word, at least insofar as we understand word. Could you elaborate on that, how we understand word? Because in my sense of the origins of words, animals have a communication system that's unwritten, and humans, obviously, having evolved written system, it came from what I consider a spoken language, or perhaps an architectural language. But what do you mean, word as we know it? I've always thought that the spoken word came first.
Well, I mean that the concept of the word implies writing. See, animals talk. There's no doubt about that. And they communicate, but they don't write. Therefore, they cannot make experience available to other animals outside of their communication range or to future generations. But the whole concept of human speech, because it refers to things that are not there. When do you need words? As soon as you need to talk about something that's not there, you need words. If something is here, I can point to it. You don't have to know a word of a language. You can go into a shop and say that and that. If you don't see it, if it's not on the counter, then you need a word. So there's a great difference between communication and a language. I had a lot of talks with Dr. Truby about this. Do dolphins have a language? And what does a language mean? Well, a language means referring to a symbol system. And, well, you'll say there are illiterate people that don't write. There aren't any illiterate people that talk. You show that illiterate person a diagram, say, point here, go to town here, here's this and this and this, and he will understand perfectly. Show that to an animal and they won't. You could show a cat how to get food. Unless the cat can smell the food, the diagram is going to mean nothing to the cat because he is simply not set up to deal with a symbol system. See, a language is a symbol system, and it's not the same as communication.
Well, the symbol system that you used in the Book of Breathing implies that the symbolization or the process of putting down a hieroglyph or an ideogram in some way is self-fulfilling in terms of like King Tut's curse. Just the fact that the curse was written in stone fulfilled its function, and that anyone reading the curse was somehow imprinted with the curse.
Well, as to the efficacy of the curse, that's open to question. But yes, the curse was written and seemed to have some effect.
Well, isn't a spoken word a contradiction in terms then?
No. What is you can has a perfectly simple definition for a spoken language. It is any verbal units that refer to a certain pictorial sequence. Now you see that as soon as you look at a pictorial language like Egyptian, right? You've got it written there in pictures. Now a spoken language then would be any verbal method of referring to those picture symbols, to a movie, in fact. We lose sight of that because our language is alphabetical, and there's no connection between the word dawn, no visual connection between the word dawn and the phenomenon dawn. But, of course, there is in a calligraphic or hieroglyphic language. Well, wait a minute, there's someone right beside you there that's something to ask.
Relating to what we were speaking about before, about these phenomena and attachment, do you think that just recording this material might constitute an attachment to it of a sort, or bring about an attachment to it?
It depends on you. I don't know. I mean, does reading a newspaper bring about an attachment to what you read? In some cases, yes.
Because relating to the whole practice of Buddha's so-called ignoring this, I mean, my experience with that has been that these experiences tend to adhere to you, perhaps by the very attempt of trying to ignore them. So this becomes some kind of antimatter band-aid or something.
Well, according as I understand it from Alan, according to Buddhist practice, you're not supposed to try to ignore the voices. You're supposed to look at them objectively and without attaching yourself to them.
Actually, to be more precise, to observe the rising, flowering, and the dissolution of all mental phenomena. To observe the whole process of its arising and disappearing. Is that right?
Yeah.
Good.
Oh, certainly. Yes. Well,
Gurdjieff and Ouspensky talk a lot about the difference between subjective and objective art, and they talk about the shocks that you put in on the halftones and the interval and the scale, which creates an objectivity and makes a power in something. Do you know anything about that?
No, I don't. I really don't know too much about Ouspensky.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
So, yeah, okay.
You were talking before about about needing a word to describe something that is not there, and because if something is immediate, then you can just say this. I was wondering if that predisposes writing about what is distant or far away, whether that predisposes one to write about the spirit as opposed to the thing, and what that fact of language that you were talking about does to writing.
Well, no, I didn't mean it in the sense of applying to writing, but just a very primary consideration about language, that you need language, you need words, when what you're talking about isn't there.
Yeah.
And I don't think that has anything particular to do with writing at all. I mean, the fact that if you go into a shop and you don't know the language, you need a word when you don't see what you want. And that is something that differentiates language, say, from immediate communication such as animals have. They don't seem to be able to convey to each other something that is not there. Although that's not at all certain. We know that bees can do this. They can come in and tell the other bees just where the honey is. And there's another phenomena that I've observed that have never been able to, have no idea how it operates. You take a stream, a trout stream, that you have to go in with a pack train or something. You can pull a trout out as fast as you can throw a fly in. You take a stream that's been fished over, and you can see the trout swimming around down there, but they have learned somehow. You can try and hide yourself every way. Now, how did they learn? And how did they convey that to the other trout? Whether they, if you took some of these wise trout and put them into a virgin stream, whether they would wise up the other trout or not. I just don't know. It's very mysterious how this knowledge was conveyed.
I think I can answer that. That is genetic imprint. There have been lots of experiments, and you can, in fruit flies, rapidly imprint new genetic reactions within a week, where certain fruit flies will only fly upwards, for instance, because they've been trained to do so, and their children, grandchildren, and so on will still continue flying upwards.
Well, I don't know. That would require experimentation. What's the lifespan of a trout? They're not fruit flies, and they seem to learn in very short time. As soon as a stream is heavily fished over, the trout get harder and harder to catch. Now, would you surmise then that their children would have this knowledge?
They do up to through 5 or 6 generations, and this can all be completely fixed.
Yeah.
And then it disappears again. They go back to their old. So, in fact, communication into the future among animals is possible up to a certain extent. And if the fishing continues, eventually you might find uncatchable trout.
Mm-hmm. I just don't know.
I'm still hung up on this question that I asked you before. I seem to be the disembodied voice.
Yeah.
If you're writing about something that's close to you,
is it in your experience that your language is less charged, more pointing to things, and that if you're writing about something distant or difficult, that your language becomes more refined and you use more words?
No, I don't think that it really applies, because usually when I'm writing, I'm sitting at a typewriter and there isn't very much that's actually present that I'm writing about, unless I look out the window.
Writing about writing.
Yes.
Which is very close to you.
Well, no, as I say, I meant simply that this is a peculiarity of language, that it refers to things, it can refer to things that are not there. And that most of writing that a novelist does, he's referring to things that are not there. Yeah.
Have you heard anything about the chimpanzees that have been taught International Sign Language, and how they, in particular, how a chimpanzee can communicate with a human on this level?
Yes, I have indeed. It's a very interesting experiment.
And
yeah, as to whether this constitutes a language is another point, but they seem to be able to manipulate symbolic material to some extent.
Do you think maybe that'll someday the possibility of it creating a language for certain species of animals and humans being able to communicate with these animals? Do you think that's possible someday?
Well, they are communicating with these chimpanzees to some extent. Now, as to whether there's anything that could be called a language involved, because the chimpanzees, remember, are in a laboratory context. They're doing something that they wouldn't do and they wouldn't have to do in a wild state. Now, chimpanzees also will learn to use all sorts of tools and things, but if you turn them loose, I don't think that would occur to them.
That they wouldn't carry on that sign language?
They would not carry on that sign language. And they would not carry on the use of tools. That is, chimpanzees will even sometimes snatch up a stick or something and throw it at an enemy. But it doesn't occur to them to keep a special stick, which they have fashioned or sharpened or something like that. That is, they haven't made the real step to the use of tools or language.
Yeah, I was composing a piece of music in Vancouver. There's 12 stone sculptures from around the world. I had a symposium up there, and I went there and recorded the stone chippings, and then I went up to the reservoir, and my lady played the flute, and we meditated, our own meditation, and just got really aware. I dropped rocks in, I played the violin, and she played the flute, and it resounded within the whole thing like Taj Mahal sort of thing. Then I took that tape, and I ran it back, and I flicked it onto the dual tape, right? And I just sort of got into myself, and I just played the piano randomly. And when I played the whole tape back, I put the tape between, and the whole thing was in synchricity. You know anything about synchricity with Carl Jung? That's what you're dealing with.
Yes, certainly.
You're dealing with synchricity with the word game and that thing. But it was, to me, like the whole timing and synchricity of this whole bloody tape was just right on. Like, it wasn't out of phase at all. Like, you'd hear the track of the piano echoing, and then you'd hear the rocks drop, and then you'd hear leading up to something, and then the other side of the tape would lead up, and the whole friggin' things like that.
Yeah.
It just blew my mind.
Yeah. I know Paul Bowles did a beautiful piece that he made almost entirely from a fountain in his garden. The sound of the fountain, which he overlaid and did all sorts of things with, but it really is seems a very coherent and meaningful piece.
I call it symphony of iconoclastic.
Yeah, exactly. Wait a minute, I think was there someone over here? Yes.
It's a little ironic to me that you don't like to make too hard and fast distinctions, which I agree with, between life and death and so on, but then make the hard and fast distinction between language and more primitive immediate expression and gestures and so on. And I know it's true that, like in Hindu and Buddhist pantheons, they say that when the yogis get really high, they can start tuning into the univocal meaning of sound that these animals and birds talk through, and that they can actually communicate with them through the mind. So that for myself, I don't see any hard and fast distinction. I see language as sort of almost universally beginning with gestures. Somehow the primordial origin is just in gestures, expressions, whether they be verb or sound, auditory or visual.
Well, no, I didn't mean to make a hard and fast distinction there. There is, however, this difference, that there's a difference between a communication and a symbol system. That is, animals communicate, they don't write, and they don't read.
That's true.
That was the simple point I was making.
So
they communicate very clearly. Now, as for your communication with animals, well, very often you can see exactly what the animal is thinking. Sometimes, if you're high or something, it may be, it's hard to check whether the animal was actually thinking that or not, or whether the communication actually does.
Yeah, that's pretty common on trips with a cat or what have you. There's one thing, too, this is just about theory of language, that when you said that you feel that words refer to visual pictures or a sequence of visual pictures, too close. I tend to think of that as a little derivative from the original expression of the words when they actually speaking things, the way primordial gestures would too.
Sure.
So that somehow the origin, I guess in agreement with this fellow back here, I think that speech somehow is the origin of language, and even though there may be divine heritages, the mantric Sanskrit alphabet, what have you, it starts off with speech, it seems to me.
Yeah. Well, now, difference between men and animals. Now, even if you don't have writing in a society, you can have oral tradition. That is, the old men pass on their what they've learned about hunting, fishing, or cosmos, or whatever to others. But animals apparently don't do that. See, an old rat knows all about traps and poison, but he apparently can't pass this knowledge on to the young rats.
Yeah, I can appreciate that.
Very well. Otherwise, they'd be untrackable. Let's see.
I think the questions about Buddhism and writing sort of boil down to the question whether you have any ultimate goal as a writer.
No, writers, I don't think, have ultimate goals. They're simply concerned with writing, any more than a painter has an ultimate goal.
Maybe complete objectivity in your writing ability would be a goal of writing?
I don't see writers as being concerned with ultimate goals. Are painters, are filmmakers, and that, as I say, is where I feel a certain divergence with Buddhists, who would regard a lot of the material that goes into writing as sort of a distraction for an ultimate goal that they do have, which is this thing known as enlightenment. I go into that in a book I wrote that is compiled with some notes I made during the retreat diaries, which should be available at the Books and Plants in 2 weeks. The sort of my divergence of not of interest but of purpose. Pardon, yes, the retreat diaries. Yes.
Do you find it useful to make any distinctions between being a writer and any other part of being human?
Well, no, I don't think there's any real distinction there. It's just that the same applies, I think, to any occupational group. Like a doctor is human, but he's still a doctor, and he's thinking about, or should be, thinking about medicine a good deal of the
purely
time.
occupational.
Yeah. Except that a writer's occupation goes on 24 hours a day.
So there is no
Right.
other part
Well,
of life than being a writer.
No, I would say that you're always there as a writer. And see, unlike a lawyer, doctor, and engineer, you don't leave it in the office. Wait a minute, Alan.
You've got your thing on this.
Getting back to ultimate goals, haven't you had ultimate goals at one time or other in writing, as a raid on the inarticulate, or some sort of almost in military terminology, I think you've used a few times, as sort of an avant-garde expedition into unknown territory, and even earlier, there was some notion of a final fix. Either through writing or certainly through experience, or through examination of experience, of which writing was one means. So the writing is a means of examining experience, or has been for you at one time or other. So in some respects, there's a little element of camp when you say that a writer just writes, because there has always been some secret ambition. Well, I don't know. Have you so purified your writing now that it is just pure writing?
No, Alan, I've simply lived a little longer. And the point is that what may seem to have been a goal turns out to be just, should we say, one goal that leads into others and so on. And like the final enlightenment that seems to recede and recede and recede.
Well, that's parallel to Buddhist practice, yes. Because the concept of enlightenment finally disappears.
Well, exactly. Exactly, yes. But perhaps if you were fully enlightened, you wouldn't need to write at all. Yes. This last year, I believe, has a question.
I was sort of interested in what the young poet from Vancouver said about synchronicity. Do you have any ideas about what that's all about? I mean, where it's all coming from? Because I have it all the time.
I think we all have it all the time. As to where it comes from, I don't know. But the more you keep your eyes open, the more of it you will see.
Yeah, if you start thinking and watching for it, then it just keeps right on happening. As though you stepped into a hall of mirrors, sort of.
That is, for example, lots of times I take a walk and I'll see somebody here, and then I'll see the same person about 5 times around the town. Now, if I hadn't have seen him the first time, or hadn't kept my eyes open, I would never have noticed that. See, lots of people, when they walk down the street, they don't see anybody on the street. I've had people that I've seen a block away that I know would walk right by me without seeing me.
Are your synchronicities meaningful to you? I mean, do they sort of like convey a message, or are they just, just sort of like a repetition of a motif?
No, I think everything that you see and hear is meaningful to you. That they are indeed meaningful.
Yeah.
Yes, I think he had something to say about synchronicity.
Yeah, I had about a couple of months of really intense synchronistic events. Like I would go to do processing, getting my name changed and stuff like that, and the elevator would stop. We stopped, and come out just so I meet a specific person. and like signs were coming up and symbols, and the whole element of the word, you know, well, I had a Christian calling anyhow like that. I don't want to blow anybody's mind out, you know, but I know I'm like a pimp at a picnic here saying that, but within that, you know, Christ said he was the Word, and then I started getting this intense thing with Jung about symbols and all this sort of thing, and the whole element, when he tied it into physics at the end, was sacrifice, that physicists make new discoveries when they just, you know, let go of themselves or the linear thought and go into the curve spot or into the spiral. When they give up who they think they are and what they think it is they're trying to achieve, it achieves its own end, you know.
Yes. Yes, I agree. I think all discoveries are made that way. All new discoveries. Yeah. Let's see if somebody else over here. Wait a minute. This gentleman has something.
You might have to move over.
All right.
I wonder if you watch the gestures in people. I remember in a writing course that I had, it was fiction writing, that you were supposed to know all the gestures that were being made by people, and therefore you could describe these gestures as you were writing the story. Now, we're in poetry, and I wondered if that poetry has anything to do with gestures. You use the gestures of people in writing your poetry.
Yes, I should say it certainly has something to do with any writing, because words are frequently accompanied by gestures, and certainly gestures would have a great deal to do with poetry that's read aloud.
Well, you have to be very observant of your environment all the time, don't you, to be able to write?
I think it helps, although some writers like Beckett seem to be dealing very successfully with an environment that's almost completely internal. Was there someone over here? Yes. I think.
Well, speaking on in the beginning was the word. Do you think that man, as a result of his having to survive, develop language, or do you think that the word virus developed man, since he is the only animal that uses it, and is the only animal, like you said, that binds time, that can communicate? Do you think he developed this through his survival, or do you think that this was somehow given to man, or was discovered and then created his intelligence, created his ability to bind time?
Well, I think it's very difficult to say. We simply don't know. But the old Darwinian theory of evolution, of survival of the fittest because they adapted certain mechanisms, is very much called in question now. And it seems that some evolutionary changes took place quite suddenly, which might suggest the possibility of, say, a virus theory of evolution. In fact, many scientists are moving in that direction, that a virus might have made changes which were then genetically conveyed, and you had quite suddenly a whole new evolutionary development. And that word might have been such a virus. That's only a theory.
Also, responding to this man here said earlier about, had you ever done any work with randomly typing at a typewriter? Well, I and a friend of mine wrote a program once for a computer to completely randomize language elements, and got about 4 or 5 feet of the IBM paper of it, and it didn't hardly. Several words came out, but they were all the small 3- and 2-letter syllable words, so it didn't seem that anything was being generated.
Yeah, I've seen those computer words. They don't seem to have any.
Do you think the human element has to be involved then? Because these machines are operating independently.
Well,
Are the tape recorders ever run in a place where there are no people around for miles?
Oh yes, they've done that. I think they've
Still
let
pick up the voices?
in some cases, yes. But I don't know. It'd be a matter of experimentation. Yeah. Yes, the microphone.
Is there some preconditioning necessary of the subject for a virus to mutate it? And do you think maybe that we're preconditioning, preparing ourselves for mutation by experimentation?
Well, I don't know. There's preconditioning. You would mean in the case of a virus of susceptibility. There's no doubt but what some people are more susceptible to certain viruses than others. That is that we in the West carry all sorts of viruses around with us to which we are immune. And as you know, when they contacted people in the South Seas, people died from colds and flus and all sorts of things that we are not affected by.
So maybe it's not being exposed to something that makes you susceptible to it?
In many cases, yes. For example, if new illnesses came in from another planet, that's what they're very much worried about. That we might have no resistance to them. Yeah.
With regard to that last exchange, the Tibetans in India seem to be remarkably susceptible to certain illnesses, and chicken pox, for instance, is an extremely dangerous disease to many of them. But I'm interested in this point. A man named Robert Joyce has written a book in which he contends that art is the evolutionary factor and that art precedes religion in a certain way, that the totemic objects exist as art forms before they were religious forms. I mean, has this question ever concerned you, or do you know anything about it, or what?
Well, I don't think there's any line really between ceremonial objects and art. See, what we call art all had ceremonial and magical origins. That is, the singing, painting, writing were all originally magical and ceremonial in nature. Cave paintings were apparently magic to get for better hunting. Yes.
When you record dreams, it seems to me something I thought about in recording dreams is that you have a different type of consciousness when you're in a dream state, and you get perceptions that may not be in the same type of symbolism as we have in our waking consciousness. And when you wake up, it seems to me like often we interpret things before we even formalize a concept about it or something. When we look at something, we instantly interpret it. It's like pre-verbal even. And when you try to record a dream when you wake up, it seems to me that possibly you interpret it on the spot. You take the images you had in the dream and you make words out of them when they may not have been words in the dream at all, and visual images, and that this seems to me to be an explanation why, if you don't write it down immediately, then say you go back to sleep and you wake up, you can't remember it at all because you really didn't perceive it in words or visual images as you would in a waking state.
In some cases, yes, but I've had dreams that were of course, you've got visual images in a dream. You want to remember it, you just write down, say, a warehouse or a school or whatever was there. So In other words, the dream does not have to be. I have had dreams that were extremely difficult to translate into any terms. There seemed to be some symbol systems with which I was not familiar. They couldn't be translated into visual or into verbal terms. But many of the dreams that you will forget if you don't write them down are just straightforward, quite straightforward dreams with nothing difficult about them. That you went here, you went there, you saw this person talk to that person. And if you don't write those down, in very many cases you will forget them. Now, why, I don't know.
Well, what I was thinking about is that you, like, when you wake up from a dream and you have a feeling or something from the dream that you change it in your mind before you even before you even write it down or try to visualize it. You may not have had, like, say, someone said something to you in the dream, or there was some type of threatening image in the dream. In your actual dream state, it may not have been expressed in words at all, but when you wake up instantly, even verbally, your mind, like, just to grasp it in that different type of state of consciousness, you ascribe words to a dream, or you take, like, an image that gave you a certain feeling in the dream, and you ascribe a picture to it, before you even realize that you're doing this,
Of course, but the same applies to any account of anything. If I give an account of what's on this table, it's not the things that are on this table, it's an abstraction and immediately an interpretation. And exactly the same, I think, consideration applies to dreams. As soon as you describe something, that is at least one level removed from the actual phenomena you're describing. And of course, this is particularly true of dreams where some of the material may be on a different level. But exactly the same problem, I think, occurs in the description of any events.
Except...
Now you have a complicated dream, it may be much more difficult. Just as you are trying to describe on paper any complex phenomena, it's never more than an approximation.
What I was thinking in terms of, though, say, like, you have an image in a dream. Maybe all dreams aren't like this, but something like comes to you in a dream, like, say, a threatening image, and it may have just in your dream been in some type of form you perceived it that wasn't verbal or a normal picture as we're accustomed to it, a normal, like, sensual phenomenon or something like that. And then when you wake up, you have nothing in this state of consciousness to relate that to. So maybe your mind will instantly, before you even realize you're doing it, think that in the dream that said, I'm going to kill you, I'm going to fuck you up, or something like that, and you change it. What you write down may not, even be what.
Quite possibly.
Like that.
That's true of describing any complex phenomena. There's always the gap between the phenomena and the description. As soon as you start describing, you are interpreting, and very often, to some extent, distorting. Yeah.
As we interpreters have umbilical cord. And we're terribly afraid in the West of nonlinear thinking, and the discussion in the last 5 or 6 minutes has really been centered around that also with words. There are infinities of sequences of expression. We were talking about monkeys earlier. We have 123 separate signals, which we have been able to observe. Now there may be 10,000. But we constantly want to impose order on a universe which may be semi-chaotic. Now, when we talk about dreams, we have really non-linear thinking. While I'm talking, you have been talking, I've been thinking in a linear way. You get from A to B, you answer a certain question in what seems to us a logical fashion. And there is really this tremendous resistance to and questioning about dreams, which I don't at all understand, because most of our thinking this afternoon, alongside the linear thinking, has been very nonlinear in observing, people moving around, colors, smells, and so on. And it's not quite clear to me why in the West, and perhaps this is what the Institute here may try to resolve to some extent, it's be impossible to resolve it, namely some kind of combination, some kind of acceptance of unlinear thinking. Some of the mantras and some of the drawings, which I've seen, Tibetan drawings and so on, again, seem to try to impose order, but within the possibility of disorder, with the possibility of non-linear advances. So I'm not, there is no threat in dreams, really, and what you have been doing is, of course, writing in non-linear fashion, which is, in fact, 99% of our thinking.
Yes, exactly.
Finally, somebody has done it.
Exactly. I certainly agree with that. Let's see, yes. Like this. Someone over here.
In the job, you said that you think women were a basic mistake and the whole dualistic universe evolved from this era.
Yeah.
And then another part, you said, I think that the whole anti-sex orientation of our society is basically manipulated by female interests because it is to their interest to keep sexuality down. That's the way they hang on to a man or latch on to one. And then he's not supposed to do anything else. It is the vested interest of the female sex that is anti-sexual. And I wonder if you think that that's innate in our species or if it's learned.
I think, no. Yes. I have had occasion to revise my opinions there. Anyone who doesn't change his mind, just isn't keeping his mind open. No, I think it's largely learned. Because you can observe, as Margaret Mead has done a lot on this point, of observing the role of women in different societies, and you see that it is, certainly to a good extent, determined by the culture, rather than being anything innate or biological. Now, I was talking there of Western society, in a very narrow sector of Western society, which was a more or less matriarchal society in which I was brought up, which was in St. Louis, was sort of on the borderline of the Old South. And the Old South was certainly a very matriarch-oriented, still is, I guess, culture. That's only one culture. Yes.
We were talking about the distortion in recording your dreams. The same thing occurs in telepathy. So these tapes, assuming they might be coming from some other planet, and we're probably receiving them all garbled, Doesn't mean they necessarily, or they might just say they were coming, and it's just difficult to communicate in some way. So that it comes through like a code, or it's all mixed up in some way.
Yes, it certainly does. One of the books I read on the subject said it's like listening to a very bad telephone connection from a foreign country.
Well, what Rodi said that it couldn't possibly be from another planet because it wasn't meaningful enough.
Yeah, well, that I think is purely arbitrary idea of his. Well, there are no more questions. I think we can. Oh, yeah, where to hand in the papers? Well, I don't know. Who's the administration here? Where is Anne?
She's not here. But you can hand the papers in on
Meeting of International Conference of Technological Psychiatry. Dr. Finger Schaefer, the lobotomy kid, rises and turns on the conference the cold blue blast of his gaze. Gentlemen, the human nervous system can be reduced to a compact and abbreviated spinal column. The brain, front, middle, and rear, must follow the adenoid, the wisdom tooth, the appendix. I give you my masterwork, the complete all-American de-anxietized man. Blast of trumpets. The man is carried in naked by two bearers who dump him on the platform with bestial, sneering brutality. The man wriggles. His flesh turns to viscid, transparent jelly that drifts away in green mist, revealing a monster black centipede. Waves of unknown stench fill the room, searing the lungs, grabbing the stomach. Schaefer wrings his hands, sobbing. Clarence, how can you do this to me? Ingrates, every one of them ingrates. The conference start back muttering in dismay. I'm afraid Schaefer has gone a bit too far. I sounded a word of warning. Brilliant chap, Schaefer, but man will do anything for publicity. Gentlemen, this unspeakable and in every sense illegitimate child of Dr. Schaefer's perverted brain must not see the light. Our duty to the human race is clear. Man, he done seen the light, said one of the bearers. We must stomp out the un-American critter, says a fat, frog-faced southern doctor who has been drinking corn out of a mason jar. He advances drunkenly, then halts, appalled by the formidable size and menacing aspect of the centipede. Fetch gasoline, Bellows. We got to burn the son of a bitch like an uppity nigger. I'm not sticking my neck out me, says a cool, hip young doctor high on LSD 25. Why, a smart DA could. Fade out. Order in the court. DA. Gentlemen of the jury, these learned gentlemen claim that the innocent creature they have so wantonly slain suddenly turned himself into a huge black centipede. And it was their duty to the human race to destroy this monster before it could, by any means at its disposal, perpetrate its kind. Are we to gulp down this tissue of horseshit? Are we to take these glib lies like a greased and nameless asshole? Where is this wondrous centipede? We have destroyed it, they say smugly. And I would like to remind you, gentlemen and hermaphrodites of the jury, that this great beast, he points to Dr. Schaefer, has on several previous occasions appeared in this court, charged with the unspeakable crime of brain rape. In plain English, he pounds the rail of the jury box, his voice rises to a scream. In plain English, gentlemen, forcible lobotomy. The jury gasps. One dies of a heart attack. 3 fall to the floor, writhing in orgasms of prurience. The DA points dramatically. He it is, he and no other, who has reduced whole provinces of our fair land to a state bordering on the far side of idiocy. He it is who has filled great warehouses with row on row, tier on tier of helpless creatures who must have their every want attended. The drones, he calls them with a cynical leer of pure educated evil. Gentlemen, I say to you that the wanton murder of Clarence Cowie must not go unavenged. This foul crime shrieks like a wounded faggot for justice at least. The centipede is rushing about in agitation. Man, that motherfucker's hungry, screams one of the bearers. I'm getting out of here, me. A wave of electric horror sweeps through the conference. They storm the exit, screaming and clawing. Thank you. Thank you. You gentlemen just came in, you have book lists? Here. Yeah. Well, those are the last ones. We'll have to have some more made if anyone else shows up. Okay. All right, we'll start then. Well, every book listed is there for a reason, and I hope to go through the list in the last lecture and comment briefly on all of the books. Some of these books are neglected, little known, and out of print and hard to find. Now, two examples are Brian Geison's book, The Process, and all the books of Denton Welch. And for the last course, I made about 150 pages of copies from these two books. Yeah.
Might be better, Bill, if they all move forward.
Pardon?
It might be better if they all move forward.
I think so, yeah. Because I don't have a mic here. I'm used to a mic. Okay, now some of these books are neglected and out of print and hard to find, and examples are Brian Geison's The Process and all the books of Denton Welch. And for the last course, last year, I had about 150 pages copied from these books, which is here. If any of you want to order the copies, I have to charge you for the Xeroxing. It would be about, I think it would be about $8. Now, some of these books, as I say, are hard to find. Some are quite easy to find. And some of the books like Jaws 2 and Nightcomers are listed not for any intrinsic worth, but because they illustrate a literary trend. Jaws 2 is not written by Benchley, but uses the characters from Jaws 1. And Nightcomers retells the turn of the screw by Henry James, using James's characters. And actually the whole concept of originality is now, as it were, officially dead. You don't need new ideas or new characters. And if the writer uses sets and characters from another writer, his work will be judged on its own merit. Neither of these two books, incidentally, seem to me successful. Now, some of the books are listed because they contain a few good pages. And a film with 5 good minutes is really a good film. And the list is not complete, and I'm working with Ann Woolman and Larry Fagan and others, and we intend to keep adding to the list. And no doubt I will be adding books during the next 3 lectures. And I hope some of you will suggest books that should be on the list, for one reason or another. And I can remember some good books I read years ago, but have forgotten the name of the book and the writer. And I hope that eventually the book will be sort of a Baedeker's guide to the arts with stars and ratings and inspectors. And since I will be referring to the list constantly, I will ask you to please bring the list with you to each lecture. Now, I notice that the course is listed here as creative writing. Actually, it's creative reading. And when I have taught or attempted to teach creative writing, there is, of course, an implicit assumption that the student can write, that is, put words down on paper. So I'm assuming that the students in this room can already read, in the sense of being able to read words on paper. But being able to read creatively, to see what the writer is trying to do and how well he is succeeding, to spot plants and tricks, to devise alternative endings and continuations of the narrative, and to see the characters in other sets. I don't know whether the film Apocalypse Now is out yet. Have any of you seen it? Oh, you have? Really? Where?
San Francisco.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that is based on Heart of Darkness, and using, I don't know that it actually uses the same characters, but it definitely is based on Heart of Darkness by Conrad. Now, in the early days of the Vietnamese War, they had these CIA men in remote outposts where they maybe had 30 people, 30 partisans, armed partisans. And it was very much a turn-of-the-century situation. These guys out there that had set up a little nucleus of power. And of course, that really ended when the war really got going. So I'd be very interested to see what they could do with that, with Heart of Darkness, and in a modern setting. That is, a modern setting that approximates the setting of Heart of Darkness. And also, you should know when a writer is cheating, and how and why a book does or does not hold your interest, and also the whole matter of what is known as style, which is a very mysterious thing. Well, this involves a lot more than just reading. Consider what actually happens when you read. I wrote and recommend a little booklet called The Book of Breathings on Egyptian Hieroglyphs, pointing out the difference between pictographic or calligraphic language and an alphabetical language like English. Now, reading an alphabetical language, we tend to lose sight of the fact that the written word is an image, and that written words are images in sequence. Now, if you were reading an Egyptian hieroglyphic text, it's quite clearly evident that you are reading images in sequence. Of course, there are arbitrary elements in Egyptian writing, beginning with an arbitrary alphabet. But, and both nouns and verbs regularly contain arbitrary pictures. Here, for example, is the glyph for death, which is a man splitting his own head with an axe. And this is a determinative indicating that the word pertains to death, killing to an enemy. And you may be reminded of any number of self-destructive acts, and biting your lip or spilling drink to a serious accident. But there's another picture in the glyph for death, and that is a horned owl. Now, these arbitrary pictures may be compared to what we call style in writing. They arise in the medium itself, which must qualify in order to achieve any degree of precision. And style, then, consists of an arbitrary choice of words or images. The writer makes an arbitrary and therefore characteristic choice between two or more words with more or less the same meaning. Let us suppose that Egyptian scribes may each have his characteristic owl, pretentious, mysterious, threatening, whimsical, dejected, stylish, qualifying death. As I said, I've had occasion to doubt the validity of writing courses, but I think in reading, comments can be helpful, as I know from my own experience. Someone whose opinion I respect has recommended a certain book at a certain time, and time is very important too. And I said, well, I looked at it and couldn't get interested. And then he said, well, look again. This happened with Beckett's What, and when I looked again, I saw what a really great book it is. In other words, a book that may mean nothing to you at one time may mean a great deal at another time. And that's one of the purposes of this book list. You may find that your interest in one of these books at just the right time, that you intersect one of these books at just the right time, maybe months or years from now. And there's another very important factor that may interfere with your appreciation of a book, and that is preconceived standards or expectations. You are looking for something in the book that is not there and lose interest when you don't find it. the book does not conform to your preconceived standards, or you may have preconceived expectations. Now, some of you may have classified An Outcast of the Islands, and the same is true of Lord Jim, as an old-fashioned novel, rather like Dickens, far removed from present-time realities. And you may fail to perceive that personifying the weather is not just a creaky, old-fashioned device, but is here used, that is, I'm talking now of The Outcast of the Islands rather than Lord Jim, is used designedly to evoke a hollow, cardboard world where white shadows play out charades of greed and selfishness and stupidity and corruption like so many animated cartoon figures. I think that An Outcast of the Islands would make a very good film, but I don't see either Lord Jim and The Great Gatsby, the two books that I will be talking about in this course, as film material. Now, the written word is an image, and when you read words, you are seeing a film, a moving film made up of millions of associations. Just read a paragraph of Conrad. Here you see Almayer leaning on the rail of his porch looking at the river. Now, the film you are seeing is made up of pictures you may have seen or imagined of such a jungle outpost. Of course, we aren't all seeing the same film when we read the same book. Someone who had actually been to the islands would see a different film from one whose pictures of the area are all secondhand, are derived from the movies or the National Geographic novels or paintings. And many of my own pictures of Conrad sets derive from my personal experience of South American jungle. And similarly, someone who has actually lived through the 20s, as I have, will see a different film when he reads Fitzgerald from someone who has not had personal experience of the Jazz Age. Point is that when you read, you're seeing a film, and if you don't see anything, you won't read the book. Now, ask yourself exactly how this film is being evoked, how successful the writer is in making you see and experience what he is writing. Now, I'm postulating that the function of art, and I include in this category creative work in science, that is, creation in the widest sense, is to put us in touch with what we know and don't know that we know. You can't tell anybody anything he doesn't know already. For example, in the Middle Ages, people living on the seacoast knew the earth was round. They believed the earth was flat because the church said so. In the same way, when Cézanne first exhibited his pictures, the public was so incensed that they even attacked the canvases with their umbrellas. They couldn't see that these were pictures of apples, fish, simply seen from a special angle. And it took Joyce's Ulysses to make people aware of their own stream of consciousness. The same thing happened in 1959 when Brian Gysin introduced the cut-up method. Now, the cut-up simply applied the montage technique to writing, which had been used in painting for more than 50 years. And these first cut-ups appeared in minutes to go. People were upset, angry, especially critics and other writers. And we were accused of cheating. People felt that it wasn't fair to produce writing with a pair of scissors. We were accused of plagiarism and of promulgating a cult of unintelligibility. Now, an artist sees something and puts it on canvas or paper or film, and at first the public does not see it. There is rejection, ridicule, and anger, and after a few years, everybody sees it. The cut-ups are now a more or less accepted technique. It was used in performance, and Anthony Balch, a filmmaker, my acquaintance, who was one of the ones to use this technique, showed Nicholas Roeg the film cut-ups and explained the technique, and pretty soon the expansion of awareness becomes common knowledge. Now, in my creative writing courses, I suggest some exercises designed to increase the focus and range of awareness by making us aware of what we know and don't know that we know. These exercises are equally applicable to reading. And like all exercises, they are not ends in themselves, but simply intended to develop habits of observation and awareness. Well, just take a walk, paying close attention to what you see and hear, and particular attention to what you are thinking when you read that sign, passed that person, saw that car. Now come back and sit down and write what you have just experienced. Now you are examining a definite time section, and this will teach you something about the basic nature of time and events in time. You can carry the exercise further with a tape recorder, recording as you walk and then playing the recording back and placing yourself back where you were a few minutes or however long ago. And you are actually learning to travel in time. We travel in time all the time, actually. And of course, you can also take along a camera and take pictures. You do this for a few days, and you'll begin to notice that street signs, car license numbers, passing strangers are saying something to you. I can cite examples from my own experience. Yesterday, on my way back from the liquor mart, I was thinking of a book called The Wicker Man. I've been sort of reading that. It isn't very good. But anyway, the protagonist is a religious policeman, a religious police sergeant. That's the worst kind, a religious cop. And this phrase in the book crossed my mind. I'm a police officer. When I ask questions, I expect answers. And just then a police car cut in from Grove Street right on cue. Now things like that happen all the time if you will just pay attention. And some people get very paranoid on this exercise. I remember one of my students saying, everything seems to mean something. Well, I said, everything does mean something. And you will notice that people seem to recur like they were on a conveyor belt. Isn't that the man I just saw in the grocery store? And there he is again and again. No, he's not following you. He's just in the same groove as you are. I recall in New York, I was up at 72nd Street, way out of my neighborhood. I lived downtown below Canal on Franklin Street at the time. So I decided to stop in a grocery store and buy a few things that I needed. In the store, I noticed a young man, and our eyes met, and we saw each other. When I got on the subway, he was sitting opposite me. And I thought, I bet he gets off at Franklin Street, and he did. Now, this is synchronicity. There's no cause and effect there. We were both at the same place at the same time for the same reason. I mean, well, we weren't there for the same reason, but we both had the same idea that since we're here, might as well pick up a few groceries. Now, this happens all the time, but you won't notice it unless you see him or her the first time. Another exercise I learned from a mafia don in Columbus, Ohio. See everybody on the street before he look at you. Well, if you do this, you see everyone before they see you. As a rule, they won't see you. You achieve a sort of invisibility, and then someone will see you. Now, notice that person. I recall I was doing this exercise, and on the subway, a Chinese looked up and saw me. Well, the Chinese are old hands at that game. You notice, you take laundry into a Chinese laundry, and you go there once, and he'll remember you, and he'll remember the color of your laundry bag. You can go into a wash shop, man, and 10 times, 20 times, they still won't. They just still don't notice you. Thinking about something else. Now here's another exercise. See yourself as a bodyguard, maybe one of de Gaulle's bodyguards. Instead of looking straight ahead, you're looking out to the sides, into doorways, into shop windows, and up at windows and roofs. You are literally expanding your field of observation and awareness from straight ahead and more or less on one level, out to the sides and up and down. Actually, few people look up while they're walking, and also look down, of course, into basement windows. Now, to apply these exercises to reading, you're examining a section of time, and of course a novel is a section of time. And if it's a good novel, you will find that certain basic considerations about time and events in time is reflected. That is, well, you might call them laws of life. And here is one of the most important basic facts. Lightning always strikes twice in the same place. If you meet one rude clerk, that is a warning that you will meet another. The first time gives you a warning or notice of repetition, and that will apply to good events or bad events, good days and bad days. Any event will tend to reproduce similar events because events come in series. And that is the only law of gambling that has any validity, that winning and losing come in streaks. I mean, so the only law of gambling is double up when you're winning and quit when you're losing. Now, just as people recur in your field of vision, the exercise, this happens just as people will reoccur in your field of vision, so events will reproduce themselves. The exercise teaches you some of the laws of repetition, recurrence, and synchronicity. If you don't see it the first time, you will miss the second time. You'll miss it the second time. That is, if you don't see something the first time, you're going to miss it and miss a second chance. And both of these books are essentially about, Lord Jim and The Great Gatsby are about a second chance. Last year, I applied these exercises and considerations to a book by Stephen King called The Shining. How many of you have read it? Yeah. Well, in this book, there's a warning of future events which takes the form of a word seen in the mirror, that is, backwards. And the word was red room. Well, how many of you immediately saw that this is murder spelled backwards? No? Well, it took me 3 days, I'm ashamed to say. Now, hold the word Patna up to the mirror. How many of you, by the way, have read Lord Jim? Oh, very good. Well, hold the word Patna up to the mirror. It's a tap. And Jim was warned as clearly as a tap on the shoulder. Destiny, the hint's importance of things to come, is always there at the periphery of your vision. If you don't keep your eyes open for the warning, the event will take you by surprise, as Jim was taken by surprise. Well, he complains that the whole thing is unfair. It came out of nowhere. But actually, he was clearly warned. Did you all notice where in the narrative Jim got his tap on the shoulder, his warning from Captain Destiny? Anyone? Well, here it is, right. Literally. On the lower deck, in the babble of 200 voices, he would forget himself and beforehand live in his mind the sea life of light literature. He saw himself saving people from sinking ships, cutting away masts in a hurricane, swimming through a surf with a line, and so forth, confronting savages on tropical shores. And then something happens. Something's up, come along. He leapt to his feet. The boys were streaming up the ladders. Above could be heard a great scurrying about and shouting, and when he got through the hatchway, he stood still as if confounded. Jim felt his shoulder grip firmly. Too late, youngster, the captain of the ship laid a restraining hand on the boy, who seemed on the point of leaping overboard. And Jim looked up with the pain of conscious defeat in his eyes. The captain smiled sympathetically. Better luck next time. This will teach you to be smart. Absolutely clear warning of what happened on the Patna. Now here he is on the patent. He had unbounded confidence in himself. There was nothing he could not face. He was so pleased with the idea that he smiled, keeping perfunctorily his eyes ahead. When he happened to glance back, he saw the white streak of the wake drawn as straight by the ship's keel upon the sea as the black line drawn by the pencil upon the chart. And then the boat hits this, probably a sea-logged wreck, and he's taken completely by surprise because he wasn't there. He was up floating around in some visions of self-glorification from fiction. He very much needed training in awareness, seminar in Vipassana, being there. And this, of course, must go back to an earlier instant, probably in Jim's childhood, which we don't hear about. He is compensating for some basic flaw or fear. But he isn't facing the basic flaw. He is running away into fictional exploits, as he does in the course of the book. And there's a very definite comparison to the neurotic personality that is overcompensating for something lost. You can see his wife screaming from a New Yorker cartoon, "What are you trying to prove?" Jim has abandoned ship just as the neurotic abandons control of his own body and nervous system. Now, that is, he's overcompensating here for something. There was something wrong to begin with, and then he overcompensated for that with these fictional exploits, and as a result, the actual emergency caught him completely unprepared. Now, actually, he seems to have blacked out when he jumped off the ship. As you'll recall, he said the third engineer had collapsed and died, and Jim said, "I stumbled over his legs." And he was over here, and the next thing is he stumbled over this man's legs, not aware of having moved. And also, then he says, "I had jumped, it seems." Marlowe says, "Yeah, it looks like it." But he apparently blacked out and didn't remember that, just as the neurotic forgets the trauma itself and is left with the crippling results. And Jim had forgotten the jump itself, and only the disgrace and the dishonor remained, which he felt very keenly. Now, then it's we don't know the basic fear in Jim's case. It apparently wasn't the fear of death or the fear of drowning, and we must just look for any clues. One is no time to prepare himself. There's always a moment. Say the soldier's afraid, then he pulls himself together, but if there's no time, then he may not be able to pull himself together, and for Jim there wasn't any time. So something he can never forget then becomes something he can never remember, and that is at bottom the same thing. He couldn't remember having jumped, which means that he simply couldn't face the thoughts and feelings he had at that time. Now, he could have made, of course, to the court a simple statement. Well, we thought, and any seaman would have thought, the boat would go down in a matter of minutes. There was no time to save the passengers, and no possibility even. So we cut the boats loose and saved ourselves, and that's it. Or he could have electrified the inquiry board. After all, it was only gooks, a bunch of prayer mule and Allah freaks. Take your certificate and shove it and give them the finger and walk out. But Jim was incapable of that. Just as the condemned man in most cases goes quietly to his death instead of articulating some memorable bit of insolence. And that would have been quite a different story and quite a different character. As it is, in Lord Jim, he fulfills an incredibly fragile and romantic destiny, rather like the odor eaters in Tibetan mythology. The cities of the odor eaters are fantastically shaped clouds which dissolve in rain and vanish, very much like the mansion of the great Gatsby and Jim's Patusan. Now, Gatsby is no less romantic, but he's a hell of a lot tougher than Jim. I'll go into that in more detail. But in any case, such destinies no longer exist. They are a natural resource, and we may blame both Jim and Gatsby for perhaps using up more than their share. As Gatsby in the last pages speaks of the last and greatest of human dreams. And both Gatsby and Jim only exist in the prose of the writer, which is one reason why a fictional character is completely seen through the eyes of the narrator, Captain Marlowe. Now, there's a gap between Gatsby's rather absurd fake gentleman, all this old sports stuff, and the actual Gatsby that is never, Fitzgerald really doesn't go into this at all. You see, Gatsby was not only in illegal business, but he must have been very good at it. I mean, you're not playing in the league of someone who fixed the World Series without being pretty good. But we don't see this side of Gatsby at all. We just see him as sort of a dope, you know, who rents this big house to impress a girl, to impress Daisy. So Jim remains under a cloud. We never quite see him. And Gatsby remains rather inane and almost stupid on the surface. And there's just occasional glimpse of a Gatsby who was very shrewd and very competent indeed. But he is not like Wolfsheim, immediately recognizable. You see, Wolfsheim has paid for his success with the outward marks of his trade, just like the skipper in Lord Jim. One look tells you all you need to know. As Marlowe said, I could imagine the type of people, he was talking about the skipper with whom he was acquainted. And one look at Wolfsheim and you can see the shady deals, the World Series figs, black markets, hired killers, and so on. So both Gatsby and Lord Jim are romantic heroes. Now, heroes must die, by and large. Otherwise, they lose their heroic quality. Imagine if Jim had been a bit duller, if he had stuck to the ship, of course there wouldn't have been any story. Or suppose he had stayed on in Patusan to become a living anachronism, photographed and written up in the newspapers. Or suppose Gatsby had married Daisy. Here he is, a bit paunchy and drinking too much and putting on his tuxedo to attend some dull party, old sport. Spurious, inessential ghost, rather like the Duke of Windsor. So he would have lost his heroic quality if he had lived. Same is true of Jim, of course. Now the universe of Jim is it seems quite remote from present time, as does the universe of Fitzgerald. And it's a very fragile universe. But they're both very precisely placed in time. Conrad's time there runs from about 1860 through the First World War, and Fitzgerald is even more definite from the American entry of war into the war in 1917 through 1929. That is the only period in which Gatsby could have existed, as Gatsby himself could only live and breathe in the 1920s, and Jim could only live and breathe in the 19th century, sort of the clear Monet light of the 19th century. Now, both universes are not yet darkened by the atom bomb, nor are they illuminated by the hope of space exploration, the possibility of transcending the whole human condition through genetic engineering or achieving immortality through cloning. These didn't exist for Jim nor for Gatsby any more than the certainties of that time. Fitzgerald's belief in the American dream as money, and Conrad's implicit belief in a fixed code of conduct. Both Gatsby and Lord Jim, on closer inspection, they're both very romantic and very much dreamers. They have a very definite dream, but this dream begins to look pretty shabby indeed. The American dream looks like a 1920 party, and the 19th century dream of Lord Jim, the distinction of being white and so on, all the old colonial values, and this time it appears pretty thin. Now, if these universes are brighter than our universe, they are also more limited, and they are both time-bound. And they are both creations of the writer, literally having their breath of life in the prose of Conrad and Fitzgerald, and therefore they both require the midwifely services of a narrator. Now, this phrase, "he was one of us," is quite mysterious. What does this mean? Does it mean simply that he was a likely lad to leave in charge of the deck? I think this is too superficial, though his appearance is the immediate manifestation of his being one of us, whoever we are. Clear blue eyes and blonde hair, and so on. One wonders if there's a reference here to homosexuality, and of course the letter of the bachelor who takes Jim on as just Jim's job for a while is certainly the letter of a snippy old queen, if I ever heard one. Let's see if I can put my hands on that. When Jim leaves, there are no spoons missing as far as I know. I haven't been interested enough to inquire. He is gone, leaving on the breakfast table a formal little note of apology, which is either silly or heartless, probably both. It's all one to me. Allow me to say, lest you have some more mysterious young men in reserve, that I have shut up shop definitely and forever. Do not imagine for a moment that I care a hang, but he is very much regretted at tennis parties. For my own sake, I've told a plausible lie at the club. Ingrates, every one of them ingrates, obviously. Well, as Fitzgerald refrains from looking at the other side of Gatsby, the Gatsby who actually conducted a very successful illegitimate business, a number of very successful illegitimate business ventures, so we don't have any glimpse of Jim's sexual life at all. And one wonders where some of these flights of fantasies was lifted him off the deck so that he wasn't in present time when he should have been, when there was an emergency, were of a sexual nature. Now, they were both and completely creations of the writer, of the narrator. And they don't have any existence, a reality apart from that. And to me, there is something highly unconvincing about the last section of Lord Jim, and also the same is true to some extent with Great Gatsby. This Gentleman Brown, this character, Gentleman Brown, never comes alive at all. He is as much a paper character as Jim, but not being loved by the writer, he has less space and less credibility. If anything, I wonder if he wasn't perhaps patterned on the actual John Brown, because he sounds very much like that. You can see him with a Kansas twister behind him, as like some harsh and bloody prophet. And indeed, he's extremely self-righteous. But where exactly does he relate to Jim? I mean, he really seems to come out of nowhere, like there's no relation between them. Of course, he's got the relation with the skipper and the other people who were on the boat. They were literally all in the same boat. But where does this gentleman Brown come from? Well, possibly he comes from Jim's early readings, because he's a typical villainous character. And I think that maybe Jim read about him somewhere. Now, both Lord Jim and Great Gatsby are essentially about a second chance. I think Carraway says to Gatsby, you can't repeat the past, and he said, but of course you can. And this, I think, is what he means by the last and greatest of human dreams, and of course what America was about was a second chance, the American dream. But of course, if Fitzgerald lived on another into the 60s, he could not have maintained this dream any longer. It's just no longer tenable. But they are both Jim and Gatsby are very definitely time-bound and only exist at a certain time. Gatsby was a product of the 1920s, of Prohibition, and Lord Jim of the turn of the century and the position of the white man in the colonial world. I think the only man that came to Gatsby's funeral says took off his glasses and wiped them again outside and in. The poor son of a bitch, he said. Now, that was exactly what Dorothy Parker said at Fitzgerald's funeral, which sort of ties up the identification of Fitzgerald and the Great Gatsby. And both Gatsby's mansion and Jim's Petusian are equally fragile, the same sort of quality, ephemeral, shimmering quality of a mirage, just disappear at any moment. And of course, there's very definitely, implicitly, the fact that both writers are chronicling a white world. And this is so basic they don't even think about it. I think Tom Buchanan is talking about the breakdown of morality and the fact that first thing you know, whites and blacks will be coupling together, and Jordan says we are all white here. Well, you can really say that again. They sure were. They both realized the dream, their actual dream, briefly. I think presumably Gatsby has it off with Daisy in a pile of expensive shirts, and of course Jim's Petusian. Now we'll stop briefly for some discussion, and I'd like to read a few passages from illustrated passages from these books. There really is so many parallels here that I'm sure that Fitzgerald must have read Lord Jim, and certainly was influenced by it. And there's a great deal of similarity there. Both these very improbable romantic heroes. How many of you saw either of the films? Were they any good?
Not the
Great Gatsby. Well, I don't think that The Great Gatsby is film material. I mean, the whole point of it is in the prose. You take for example, the last page of The Great Gatsby, which is, I think, one of the finer passages of prose in the English language. But how can you translate that into film terms? You can't really, except by the very unsuccessful device of having a narrator speaking over the film, which just never works. I think they used that, didn't they, in The Great Gatsby? Yes. Caraway, yes. Caraway actually reads this, or says it, yeah.
What was that last one?
Pardon?
What was that last one?
Oh, that, well, you've got a passage, a prose passage, like the end of The Great Gatsby, but I don't see any way that it's a great prose passage. I see one of the great prose passages in the English language, really. But how can you turn that into film terms? I don't think you can. And most of the book, it obviously is not written to be a film. And I think the same is true of Lord Jim. It's I don't see how you can make it. Who saw Lord Jim, the film? How was that?
It's been years.
Yeah. It was Peter O'Toole, wasn't it? Yes.
It was pretty poor because they were trying to get the images, image for image from the book, that makes sense of how to make a structure.
Yeah.
So they all read back to the book is at 116 times,
Yeah.
something like that. Still failed it.
Well, do it follow the book very closely?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. To the end where the doorman shoots him?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Just the rhythm of it was very good.
Yeah. Well, as I say, I can't see either one as a film, really. But I believe I said at one time that the dialogue in The Great Gatsby is very wooden and stilted, but it's not altogether true. There's some very sharp dialogue, particularly from Tom Buchanan, who is a very clearly drawn, very limited character, particularly the party in the flat of Wilson's wife. There's some quite funny exchanges there. And I don't know, I think that the dialogue is pretty good, but the end, the whole bit of Wilson shooting Gatsby, I just feel it was very much hard to believe. And the same I think is true of the end of Lord Jim. It just doesn't really convince one. I know that when I got to the end, or to the near the end, where Jim really begins to fuck up, that I found it very difficult to read on. Now, of course, he fucked up in many ways. Obviously, he didn't know anything about power or the exercise of power, because the first thing he should have done when he took over was to kill Cornelius and the Raja. And not to have done so, it isn't just himself, his own ideals of conduct that is at issue there. He was endangering his friends, and his remissness in that respect in leaving Cornelius alive, of course, led to the death of Doraman's son, and also endangered Captain Marlowe himself. He had Marlowe drinking the Raja's coffee. Well, this shouldn't have happened. So he definitely didn't follow through at all. And the Gatsby thing, Wilson just coming in there just seems not to have any sort of validity. It's talking about parallels between the books. There's the last glimpse that Carraway has of Gatsby. His gorgeous pink rag of a suit made a bright spot of color against the white steppes. And then here in Lord Jim, the last, Marlowe's last glimpse of Jim was in his white suit, a speck of white. And then, see if I can find that passage. But it is so strikingly similar that I'm sure that Fitzgerald must have read Lord Jim and was unconsciously or consciously modeling his narrative on that. Yeah, here it is. The twilight was ebbing fast from the sky above his head. The strip of sand had sunk already under his feet. He himself appeared no bigger than a child, and only a speck, a tiny white speck that seemed to catch all the light left in a darkened world, and suddenly I lost him. It's really strikingly similar, those two passages, the last glimpse that the narrator has of the protagonist. And then he speaks of that unfamiliar yet recognizable look that was back again on Gatsby's face. Well, that unfamiliar yet recognizable look is the Gatsby who was engaged in all these illegitimate enterprises and was very, very good at it indeed. And every now and then, Gatsby, who mostly sounds really just very stupid and very inane with his old sport and all his lies about tiger hunting and everything, will come out with something very sharp, like he says, here we are. Here we are, yeah. This is, they're all over at Tom Buchanan's, and Tom is about to attack Gatsby, of course. Gatsby turned to me, Richard, I can't say anything in his household sport. She's got an indiscreet voice, I remarked. It's full of, I hesitated. Her voice is full of money, he said suddenly. Exactly. I never understood before it was full of money. That was the inexhaustible charm that rose and fell in it, the jingle of it, the cymbal song of it. High in a white palace, the king's daughter, the golden girl. And when it comes right down to it, the American dream, as articulated by Fitzgerald, is just that. It's money. It's houses on Long Island and big cars and swimming pools. Pretty thin. So I say that Fitzgerald would not have been able to maintain, to believe in the American dream if he had lived very much longer. Well, have some questions and discussion on these books. I was reading them both for the second time, and I think they both reread very well. I think that seems to me to be one of the marks of a good book, if you can reread it, or reread it any number of times. How many of you were rereading these two books? Yes. How did you find that they reread well?
I think you have to read Lord Jim twice.
You really do. You really do. Yes. Well, were you struck by the parallels and similarities of the two books?
Well, the romantic hero.
The romantic hero. Yes. And, well, of course, the the whole matter of the dream. For example, here it says of Gatsby, he invented just the sort of Jay Gatsby that a 17-year-old boy would be likely to invent, and to this conception he was faithful to the end. We're not quite as clear as to just what Jim's standards of conduct are, or what what his dream is. It's not, of course, as definite as Gatsby's. Gatsby had something very definite that he wanted, and Jim didn't, apparently. And actually, of course, his final denouement of the Lord Jim seems to me it's rather pointless. There was really no point in his going back and getting shot that I can see, except that he, for some reason, as Conrad says, of course, that he was under a cloud, really, that you never really find out what motivates him. There are a number, of course, of loose ends in this book. The suicide of Brierley remains very mysterious. I thought a lot about that, and I can't see any reason for it. But almost as if the writer was cheating a little bit there. Does anyone have any ideas on that as to what could possibly have been?
As a possible. Just as a possible.
Yeah.
Just that Brierley was so that he never been caught off guard. I think that's the immediate assumption. And
Yeah.
you wonder how right that could be.
Yeah. Well, he also jumped off the boat. Yeah. But I don't know. It isn't made at all clear. It's very mysterious. But he was very concerned with Jim. Yeah. I know they have a few of the reviews of Lord Jim in the end of this edition, the Pan edition, and they comment on that, the fact that Brierley's suicide is never really explained. And of course, there's another. People said that no one could have talked that long. That Marlowe's representative is actually narrating all this. I don't think that's necessary. I don't think it's necessary to think in those terms that he was actually talking.
Do you think Fitzgerald intended for Gatsby to die? He dies almost innocent, he's murdered for something that he did,
It was completely sort of random. In the first place, Wilson was the wrong man. One wonders, because he was in one of those inflatable rafts, why the bullet didn't go through and sink the raft. Things like that. But it just doesn't. Both books, it seems to me, are sort of unconvincing at the end. I was never at all convinced by Gentleman Brown or that whole incident. It just doesn't seem to really add up to anything. I think the same is true of the end of Gatsby.
Do you think Fitzgerald may have been some way justified that Gatsby died in the book? Any kind of justification for it all that he did die?
Well, it seems that he would have to die. I mean, as I said, heroes, they don't die. What can you do with them? I can't think of any other, but I just think that his death seems sort of fortuitous. Much more likely that it would, one of Wolfsheim's boys or something like that would have happened. Yes.
I wondered if you knew that Fitzgerald wrote that in writing The Great Gatsby, one of his purposes was to use the same type of story structure that Conrad used in writing Heart of Darkness.
No.
Yes, he did. And he called it, Fitzgerald said that he called it a structure with a dying fall at the end. He put his pages in one beautiful prose at the end of the book, which is what he kind of done in Heart of Darkness. And in starting the book, it was partly because he had wanted to use that particular structure.
That's very interesting. So he did actually mention Heart of Darkness.
Yes, he did actually say that.
Yeah. Well, I felt sure that he must have been thoroughly conversant with Conrad's books. That's very interesting. No, I didn't know that. What did he mean exactly by dying fall?
That was just his phrase that he used, and he explained this in saying he suggested to Ernest Hemingway to use, when Hemingway couldn't find an ending to The Sun Also Rises. I think what he meant was that it was not an ending in the conventional sense of ending at that time where things ended. It ended, but then it went on and on, like the hero dies. But it goes on, and it was that part after the hero dies that he called the dying fall that he found unusual. And that's what gave him the hint for his Gatsby structure. And he did state specifically that he was awakened to that and borrowed from the Heart of Darkness.
But he meant then by a dying fall something that somebody says after. Yeah, no, I didn't know that he had said that. I made the comparison with Heart of Darkness.
I read that in his letter. He's right.
Yeah.
In your lecture, you said both men were dreamers, or both men come on.
Both men what?
Both Jim and Gatsby were dreamers. In the beginning of your lecture, you were talking about synchronization of all things happening.
Synchronicity.
No cause and effect in a sense. And I think Gentleman Brown and Wilson have the same tendency within the novel. And I think it was in seeing my own dreams.
They do indeed. They seem like, well, they have quite a lot in common. They both seem to just sort of come out of nowhere. Very much so.
And dreams, in a sense, are an expansion of awareness.
Oh,
undoubtedly.
undoubtedly.
Their dream, they move away from cause and effect. And I find that, I don't know, I didn't find the same disjointedness in Jim's giving up his life for his dream. And I mean, I thought it was an extension, in a sense. It was just another step in existing in the dream itself.
Yeah, of course. It was.
He's not leaving town. He's saying, no, we're back right now. Even after seeing maybe Daisy fluttering between Tom and he in the apartment that one afternoon, he was so firmly in his dream that he says, no, of course, I'm going to stay here. I mean, how could I leave at this point after Nick asks him, aren't you going to leave town? Maybe you should get away.
Yeah.
And I find that the characters who just show up, the cost effect they're finding isn't that important, but it's just the fact that Gatsby is there waiting.
Yeah.
And I don't know, I just found that to work out. And there isn't that much control. Jim didn't have the control. He don't really have control over the dreams. He didn't have the control not to go to them.
That's true, of course. Of course, Gatsby had no reason to fear anything from the knowledge. He didn't know that this was happening. He didn't know that nothing about Wilson's out to get him with a gun. Whereas, of course, Jim did know. But Wilson does seem just he doesn't ever convince as a character, either in his motivations. I mean, just seem to be completely hidden. Well, both he and Brown are both a little bit crazy. There's that. Any other questions or comments on these two books? No, we can. I'll speak briefly about some of Conrad's other books. The Outcast of the Islands, how many of you have read that? That was, I believe, his second book. No one? No one has read it. It's, there's nobody comparable to Jim. Everybody is much simplified, much more simple characters in that book. And the emphasis seems to be on the sets more than on the characters, but it would make a good film because it is essentially a novel of rather simple corruption. This character Williams falls in love with this girl, which completely ruins him. He just deteriorates. Under Western Eyes, how many of you have read that by Conrad, Under Western Eyes? Yes. That, I think, is a very good book and would make an excellent film. I'll talk more about that in the next lecture when I have my copy, which is being brought in from Cat's Print. My assistant is bringing it with him. I couldn't get a copy in Boulder here, but there's a book that I think would make an excellent film. It is film material, whereas I don't think the Lord Jim is. It was not it was very unsuccessful novel when it first came out. I mean, unsuccessful from the point of view of sales and critics. But there's a superb passage in there, that the interview of Counselor McCoolin and Razumov. There's a great passage in Lord Jim here. I'm assembling just passages that I think are particularly good from this whole list. And this would be this passage of the French naval lieutenant describing his experience when he boarded the ship and so on, would be certainly one of those passages. Let me find that. And he, in a way, seems similar to McCoolin, Counselor McCoolin, in Under Western Eyes. He has the same trick of leaving a sentence unfinished or conveying something just by his, without moving or just by the flicker of an eyelid. Let me see. Oh, yeah. Oh. So, because, mind you, all the time of towing, see, this is the French gunboat that found the Patna, which didn't sink, and towed it ashore. All the time of towing, we had two quartermasters stationed with axes by the hawsers to cut us clear of our tow in case she, and he fluttered downward his heavy eyelids, making his meaning as plain as possible. Counselor McCoolin has that same trick of leaving a sentence unfinished, just sort of looking down for a moment. This is it's just an extremely fine passage with the French, the translations of the French, and the way that he he puts his finger on the essence of this affair. Says, "That is it." So that poor young man ran away along with the others. And then he has some things to say about fear and the way that everybody experiences it, the necessity of putting on a good face, and of people around you. Enables most people to overcome that fear. He said, "Man is born a coward. It is a difficulty." And then it said it would be too easy otherwise. It's very interesting. So, but habit, necessity, in the eyes of others. And then Marlowe says, that young man, you'll observe, had none of these inducements, at least at the moment, that he was completely alone. And the skipper and the other officers were busy trying to launch the boat. There's some very funny passages in this, actually, particularly when let's see, there's the third engineer and the second engineer and the chief and the skipper all trying to launch this boat. And they're having all sorts of difficulties, and the skipper refuses to get under the ship to try to get it loose. He says, "I am too thick." And then the second engineer has to go down and get a hammer, and they finally do get the boat off. And there's also the scenes in the boat are really quite funny. It's not generally considered to be a funny book, but I think it is in those sections are very funny indeed. And there are also some quite funny sections in The Great Gatsby, mostly those involving Buchanan. That is the party and some of his dinner talk. Buchanan himself is quite a comic character. I don't know if he wouldn't think of himself in those terms. Yes.
Are you familiar with the story called No Post in Progress? It's a Conrad short story. And the last half of the movie, The Treasure of the Sierra Madre, straight Conrad on two totally paranoid traders in the heart of the Congo have a real gothic western shootout with each other. Because they think they're ripping each other off mutually.
No, I haven't read it.
You might well have.
Yeah, but there's some very he is. I don't think he's ever been appreciated as a humorist. But some of this is very funny indeed. Have any of you read any Denton Welch? That's he's out of print. I think there are some of these books are in the library here. Pardon? Yeah. But he is very, I think, extremely good writer. I'm trying to get him back in print. Some of the books on this list have just recently come back into print, like The Sheltering Sky by Paul Bowles, put out by Echo Press. And that's. I think it was out of print when I made the list last year, and it's now back in print. And also, Jane Bowles' complete works have been reissued by Echo Press under the title My Sister's Hand in Mine. I'll have something to say about her. She's a very funny writer indeed. How many of you have read any of Jane Bowles? I'll be talking about Jane Bowles next time, and also Denton Welch. Well, any further discussions or questions? Anybody? And also, if anyone has any books to add to this, see, I originally thought of it as sort of neglected books, but then it got beyond that, so that some of them are neglected and some of them aren't. Some of them are quite easy to find, are in print, and others aren't in print and are hard to find. And that's particularly the class of books that I'm interested in adding to the list. But if any of you have any suggestions on books to be added to the list, I'd like to hear them. Notice I don't have many. Yes. What's that? I don't know it. What's it about? Well, by all means, put it down. I don't have many science fiction books on here because that seems to me a very difficult genre. There are very few science fiction books, I think, that convince you that it ever happened anywhere, ever could have happened anywhere. And again, another extremely difficult genre is ghost stories. They're just very, very few that convince. I noticed I got down here A Short Trip Home by Fitzgerald. Now that seems to get left out of most of the anthologies, and it's one of the best ghost stories in the English language. I think it was the only ghost story that he wrote. How many of you read that story, A Short Trip Home? No, none of them. It's hard to find. It seems to get omitted. I don't know why.
What about detective stories? What about detective stories like Rain Machine?
Well, of course, Raymond. Well, Raymond Chandler could be definitely on the list. Of course, he was essentially dealing in mythology. It has nothing to do with reality. He wasn't. He was. Really, he's very much in the same line as Dashiell Hammett. A mythological detective story. Yeah, I should have some detective stories on the list. Although I've never liked this sort of Agatha Christie, the Van Dyne, the straight whodunit. Pardon?
Master and Margarita and Bulgakov. Mikhail Bulgakov.
What's the name of it?
Master and Margarita. Bulgakov.
Is it what is this, a novel or?
Yeah, it's a novel.
Yeah. Well, if any of you have any books that you think should go on the list, we should write the books down and pass them along to me. I've got the Treasure of Sierra Madre on here. Now that it's sort of axiomatic that good films are not made from good books. The Treasure of the Sierra Madre, I think, was a much better film than it was a book. Because I read the book after seeing the film, and I found the book quite a disappointment. It didn't have the punch that the film had at all. I was trying to think of a case of a really good book that had been made into a good movie, and I can't think of one right offhand. Can you? What do you think of who? Women in Love. Oh, that was D.H. Lawrence. I didn't see it. What movie?
Slaughterhouse-Five.
Oh, Slaughterhouse-Five, yeah. Mm-hmm. Was it a good movie or was it a good movie? And the book. How about the book? Good book.
Did you ever see Loa, Julia Cortazar?
Yes.
Pretty obscure film.
Yeah. Good film.
Yeah.
Good film. Was it a good book?
Yes, excellent story.
I think they made a film of both. The Heart is a Lonely Hunter. I know they made a film of that. By Carson McCullers. It was not a bad film, but to me, the best thing in The Heart is a Lonely Hunter was the nightmare that this man had that they didn't mention in the film. It was a fair film. But by and large, I can't think of many good books that have been made into good films. I suppose it's you've got a good book that Hollywood considers to be a classic. They can't take the liberties with it that you have to take with a book in order to make it into a film. Well, yeah, but those you get something like the Hammett books. Those are written like film scripts. Of course, this is getting to be more and more true that people write. They really are writing film scripts. I mean, take a book like Jaws, which is, of course, nothing very special, but it's written as a film script. Any competent film script writer could turn that book into a film script in a week. And that's true of many books that are written now. You see, someone like Fitzgerald, he had obviously no idea of a film when he wrote this book. And it just doesn't work. And then you have books like Conrad, where you really would have to work to find a way of making them into a film. So I say I can see an Outcast of the Islands, I can see Under Western Eyes as films. But not Lord Jim, not really. See, a film, I mean, even a very simple novel, you can't use all of it in a film. I mean, even a novel as simple as Jaws, they left out. They had to leave out a lot of the subplots. The film, you have to be able to say in one sentence just what it's about. And also, it has to be the film in which this and that happens. That's why people go to see films. This is the film with a mechanical shark. This is the film with a giant octopus. This is the film where the alien eats its way out of the guy's stomach and jumps onto the table. Have you, how many of you have seen this Alien thing? Like I said, I read the book and I said right away, that's the thing, man. That's the, yeah, that's what they're gonna really do with the special effects. And that's what everyone says the film's about. It's about the alien that eats its way out of the guy's stomach. Well, you have to simplify like that when you're making a novel into a film, because that one was just written to be a film. Well, any further questions? Yes.
I was wondering about in your own work, if you decided to do that film script of the Blade Runner. Is that to sharpen?
Well, that is written as a film script, but it isn't a film script at all. I mean, if you look at it, I mean, it would have to be $100 million spectacular. You'd have to tear down New York.
I hadn't read the original, so I didn't know what the relationship was.
No. It really, that is just as a form. that I use there, but it really is not practical as a film at all, nor was meant to be so.
Did you write that in order to sharpen certain things you found?
No, it's just a form. I did the same thing with the last words of Dutch Schultz, which really isn't a film script. I mean, it's not a practical film script. No, it isn't meant to be. Well, I don't know. A film project is never dead until you are, really. It's we had some backing and we lost the backing, and then there's talk of more. But and then Dutch Schultz was batted around for about 5 years. So I just don't know. I mean, at present, it's more or less a standstill. There's still. I doubt it very much. I don't think of it as really being film material. I mean, it would have to be, as I say, very drastically simplified. You'd have to concentrate on one aspect. It's and also it's a film. It's a book with a lot of talk in it. And generally speaking, as far as film goes, the less talk, the better. I mean, people do not make long speeches in film.
That's what they say that it's wrong with apocalypse now. That's what they say is wrong with apocalypse now.
Too much talk. I'd like to see it very much. See what they did with that theme. Well, does it have? How many have seen it? Have you seen it? Yeah. I wondered if it had any actual reference. I mean, if there was anyone who could be identified as Mr. Kurtz in there. Pardon?
I read about it. They used the names Kurtz.
Oh, they did. And this was, but it's actually taking place in Vietnam at the present time.
Brenda plays Kurtz.
Yeah, I'd sure like to see that.
He's got 2 endings going for it, and all of a sudden do Hollywood, and one's an action ending, and one is the one that the preview, which is sticking close to the book. Hollywood pushing
Any, yeah. Pretty good. Yeah. Yes, I thought it was creditable. Not bad. Did you see it? You didn't feel it was successful? Yeah. Well, I thought it was. Because it wasn't, strictly speaking, a real professional performance, but I thought it was not bad. Pretty good. Any further questions?
What do you think of all these codes and Lord Jim, like, he's living by this kind of unexplained code, and then at the end he is killed kind of by the natives code, and Brierly's suicide, that's kind of a code. I've been kind of wondering what Conrad was thinking when he put all these open-ended codes of conduct into the book.
Yeah, well, he says faith in a fixed code of conduct. Now, this seems, of course, very remote from the present time, this sort of Victorian codes of conduct. And, of course, the specific codes that refer to seamen. That is, Brierly says a decent man wouldn't behave like that to a cargo of old rags in bales that he had violated. But I think that it goes beyond that. I don't feel that Conrad is really talking so much about anything as simple as a fixed code of conduct. That is, a seaman, captain sticking to the ship and all that sort of thing, which, as I say, does seem awfully remote. And next, I'd like to talk about the whole concept of the anti-hero, that is, the rejection of any fixed code of conduct that you find in picaresque novels like The Unfortunate Traveler and Céline's Journey to the End of the Night. But very much the whole concept of the hero is very much out of date now.
Do you think this is kind of illustrating the futility of all of those? I mean, none of them really worked,
Well, there are moments. They may have worked at one time, they don't work now. I think we're very much disillusioned with fixed codes of conduct. So it's that aspect. I mean, the whole Victorian or the 19th century codes of conduct are just completely out now. Of course, that's very important in Lord Jim. It's not very important in The Great Gatsby. There doesn't seem to be any fixed codes of conduct there, except very superficial and snobbish ideas expressed by Tom Buchanan as to how people should behave. And as I say, as to how seriously Conrad himself took these codes, it's difficult to say. But I think the phrase "he was one of us" is not nearly as simple as referring to the fact that he's a good seaman and abides by the code of seamen and sticking to the ship and performing his duties and all that sort of thing. It's something more. Nor is Jim's code of conduct ever made very clear as to why he thinks all this is so important, but obviously he does. Any further questions? If not, I think we'll disband this evening. Pardon? Oh, I cover a lot of material on Friday. I'll speak briefly about under-westernized, and then the whole concept of the anti-hero as opposed to the hero concept in Conrad, in the Lord Jim and the Great Gatsby. I'll be talking about Jane Bowles, Denton Welch, and Journey at the End of the Night and Death in the Installment Plan by Céline. And then on Monday I want to go through this whole list and comment on the reasons for all these books being on the list. So I'll be talking mostly about the concept of the anti-hero in the next lecture, as illustrated by Jane Bowles, by Denton Welch, and by Celine, with readings from both books. Says, Fort Antrigué, but Parsec Cadaver. Hey, this is causing an echo here. Very intrigued by that corpse. Now, all we know about George is that he was the third engineer and he died. His name was George. He was the third engineer and he died, presumably of a heart attack while trying to launch the lifeboat. And if he hadn't have died, Jim would have stuck with the ship by necessity. Remember that the others were calling to George to jump and waiting to cast off, and they weren't going to wait very long when Jim jumped. See, if George had been in the boat, it would have been quite another story. So it is an interesting fact that George took the place of a dead man, and that Jim took the place of George, this dead man, and that George is really a pivot of the whole story. I mean, if George hadn't have died, there wouldn't have been a story. At least it would have been a different story. It's funny, I didn't notice that myself until last night. I just began thinking about that cover. Well, say a few things about some of the other Conrad books on the list. Under Western Eyes was a financial failure when it was first published in 1911, and I think it's still one of his least read novels. How many of you have read it? Well, that's pretty good. The background is revolution, bomb-throwing terrorists, and double agents. To what extent these people were news at that time, I just don't know. See, the media was really in its infancy at that point. But at any rate, apparently it wasn't a popular current subject. At the present time, when terrorism is again in vogue, very much so, the book might have quite a lot to say to present-day audiences. And also, notice that these are the Tsar's secret police are just exactly reminiscent of the KGB. It's like, they just same guys stayed in there with different management. Not all that different. And the basic theme is, again, corruption of an ordinary person under stress. That's a recurrent theme with Conrad. You see, you have Razumov, who's the protagonist of Under Western Eyes, Nostromo, Jim, Williams in An Outcast of the Islands, and of course Elmire didn't need to be corrupted. He was already a complete jit. In Conrad's own words, Razumov is an ordinary young man with a healthy capacity for work and sane ambitions. He is working towards an academic career. In 30 years, he could be a respected professor. Then Conrad drafts this rather dull, rather stodgy young man into his novel. All Conrad's characters seem to be unwillingly enlisted in the cause of fiction. And no wonder, because that means trouble. No trouble, no story. And they would dodge the draft if they could. But the notice always arrives in some unexpected guise. Report to casting. Now, this Haldon, a bomb-throwing terrorist who has just executed, as he says, Mr. P., takes refuge in Razumov's apartment under the totally mistaken impression that Razumov sympathizes with the revolution. And he is utterly appalled by Haldon's presence in his room. It's like having Patty Hearst dumped into your lap. But one hell of a lot worse, because this is Tsarist Russia with police quite as brutal and arbitrary as the present-day Russian police. And this isn't a few years in a comfortable jail with a publisher's contract coming up. This is 10 years in Siberia, considering the seriousness of this case, might even be a death penalty. So all he wants is to get Halden out of his room. But Halden sends him to a connection who is supposed to arrange his escape, but the connection is dead drunk. And there's a great scene when Razumov loses his temper and breaks his club over this guy's head. Doesn't help any. So then Razumov is wandering around in the snow, and he has already decided to turn Halden in. He was thinking about there's some very good, what I would call hallucinations hallucinations of stress here. And this Conrad does very well indeed. So he's already decided to turn Halden in, and then he thinks about he's just been to try to arrange Halden's escape, and then he thinks, well, I better not say anything about that. It was just like it says a very hard faucet turned over in his mind, that he better not say a word about that. He's wandering around in this snow, and then he has this hallucination of seeing Halden's phantom stretched out in front of him in the snow. Anyway, he goes to his patron. This is a prince who's been sort of his patron, and there's a hint that Razumov may be the... I'm thinking that this is carrying to you, it isn't at all. There is a suggestion that the prince is... that Razumov is the illegitimate son of the prince. Well, anyway, he goes to this prince, and the prince, of course, goes to the police, that is, to the military. And like Lord Jim, you see, Razumov has taken an irretrievable step. He has become an informer. There's a very good scene when Halden walks out of his apartment. This is another of these hallucinations of stress, and he sees, he knows the police are waiting out there. And he sees the police as sort of someone with a cape, with a black cape around and a slouch hat. And then another picture, as he says, perhaps just a shifty-eyed scoundrel with a loaded stick, smelling of raw onions and spirits. Well, of course, the authorities are not convinced. They think that there's some connection, and they're quite right in thinking that. Remember, he has something to hide, namely the fact that he did try to facilitate Halden's escape to get rid of him. And he's expecting to go up against the tough cop, that's the general that he saw at first, and instead he goes before a con cop, Counselor McCoolin. And that, the interview with Counselor McCoolin is very fine indeed. It's one of my favorite passages. I wish I had the book here. I tried to buy it, but I can't find it in town. But there's one point Razumov is about to walk out. He says, I protest against this comedy of persecution, a comedy of errors, phantoms, and suspicions. I shall take the liberty to retire, simply to retire. He walked to the door. An unhurried voice said, Kirilo Sidorovich. Razumov at the door turned his head. To retire, he repeated. Where to? Asked Counselor McCoolin softly. He's not about to let this guy go, of course. Well, anyway, I'm frequently asked what other writers have influenced my own work, and I would say without hesitation I've been most influenced by Joseph Conrad and Denton Welch. The interview between Carl and Dr. Benway in Naked Lunch was quite consciously modeled on the interview between Counselor McCoolin and Razumov. And they both have the same trick of half-finished sentences, and the end is almost identical. That was quite consciously did that. And years later, when Brian Geisen was writing The Process, he showed me a passage of dialogue taken verbatim from a science fiction novel and used in a similar scene in his own work in progress. The science fiction novel appropriately concerned a mad scientist who devised a black hole into which he disappeared. And this passage was not, however, was not used in the published text of the process. Incidentally, I think Under Western Eyes is definitely good film material. You see, Razumov, the informer, falls then in love with the sister of Haldane, who was executed, was arrested and executed after being turned in by Razumov. And then Razumov has been enlisted by Councillor McCoolin as an informer in Geneva, which was then a center of terrorist activity. There's a lot of comic scenes in Geneva, actually, in the salon of this lady who receives all these terrorists. And there's also, could have a very good ending. You see, Razumov has been deafened by a terrorist. They find out that he is an informer, and his eardrums ruptured, so he's stone deaf. Now, I see the film. When this happens, she could turn off the soundtrack. There's snow, and he's walking around in the snow. And you repeat here the scene of his wandering around in the snow when he sees the Phantom of Haldane across his track. The tram is coming, and of course the guy's going like this, banging on the bell. And of course Razumov can't hear him, and the tram runs into him. In the novel, he survives that and lives on, but I think as a film, it would be much better if that was if he was killed right then. Well, now we're turning from heroes, although Razumov is hardly a hero, to anti-heroes, and consider the picaresque novel. Now, the picaresque novel is inseparable from the concept of the anti-hero. And actually, one of the first novels ever written, or one of the first novels that we have, is a picaresque novel, and that is the Satyricon of Petronius Arbiter, who was a courtier at Nero's court, if you remember. How many of you have read that? I can't really see very well. Many of you read the Satyricon? It's very funny, actually, and it's sort of very modern. And there's a great scene in there is the feast of Trimalchio, where this rich freedman Trimalchio is getting drunk and asking everyone to mourn for him as if he was already dead, and reading his will. And it's not the hero, but the protagonist is a thief, cheap thief, and an adventurer, living very precariously by his wits. And then there's another novel. Early example is The Unfortunate Traveler by Thomas Nash, which was written in the 16th century. And the hero, Jack Wilton, is a typical picaresque anti-hero. He encounters a series of adventures and misadventures, often of a comic nature. And most picaresque novels are funny, and most of them, they all have anti-heroes, and the typical hero protagonist of a picaresque novel is also, he's not a member of the establishment. He's an outsider by his nature. So, now, I was thinking of three writers who really, to my way of thinking, come under are in the picaresque tradition, but are not generally considered so. And those are Jane Bowles, Celine, and Denton Welch. And I think I'm also myself very much in the picaresque tradition. And actually, Celine's Journey at the End of the Night is a classical picaresque novel, but was not recognized as such by the critics. They all said, this cry of despair and all that it isn't at all. It's a terribly funny book. Jane Bowles and Denton Welch also, to my mind, fall into this category. Are not as directly, they're not in such a classical picaresque tradition, but both writers pleasantly surprise the reader with frank admissions of ineffectuality and cowardice. And the anti-hero is also very much a punk phenomenon. And not for nothing was Denton Welch called punky by his father. When the gap between what one has been taught he should feel, think, say, and do, and what one actually does feel and think becomes too great, the anti-hero emerges. He emerges from a black hole, a vacuum in the fabric of correct behavior, and his conduct is often so outrageous as to provoke laughter rather than censure. I've also made a collection of anti-heroes in reality from newspaper accounts. There was actually a pilot in the early days of aviation who'd smuggled a parachute on board, and he bailed out and left the passengers to crash. And in the sinking of the Titanic, there was a steward who got himself up in women's clothes and swished into the first lifeboat. And he was discovered. How he ever escaped with his life, I don't know. But he did. And then I used that in Twilight's Last Gleaming, and I had the captain escaping in women's clothes. And then there was a Mexican bus driver. This is really the prize of the collection. And the bus was completely full, about 47 people in the bus, and a lot of people on top of the bus, the way it happens in Mexican buses. And the bus driver is smoking a cigarette with a leaky can of gasoline beside him, and, singing Idiot Mambo, Que Rico Mambo. He looked down and saw that the gasoline had ignited from his cigarette. Without interrupting his song, he opens the door and jumps out. So the plane went ahead and crashed into a ravine. Everybody inside was burned to death. And about 30 peons riding on the roof jumped off, 30 guys with machetes. And they just turned and looked at the driver, man, and he took off and has never been seen since. He outdistanced 30 machetes. And those mountain boys, they can run. So he must have been a real marathon runner. Wow. Actually true, yes. They never heard of him again. Now, Celine, I just speak of one scene which I think is terribly funny, the scene on the boat. He gets on his boat going to Africa, and all the other passengers are civil servants and army personnel. So they don't pay, you see. But when they find out he's paying his own fare, they decide there must be something all wrong about him. He is suspected of pimping a bit and selling cocaine, also of pederasty, but that only is a sideline. So finally they corner him on the deck, and they're prepared to beat him to a pulp. So he rushes up, seizes both the captain's hands in his with a fine show of emotion, and says, "Among soldiers and gentlemen, should any misunderstanding be allowed to exist? In God's name, vive la France!" So he says, however ill-disposed, it's very difficult for an officer to strike a civilian in public. However ill-disposed towards him he may feel just when the other is shouting, "Vive la France!" So he says, their hesitation saved me. Bit by bit, while this humiliating trial lasted, I felt my self-respect slipping away from me further and further, and at last completely gone, as it were officially removed. Say what you like, it's a very pleasant sensation. After this incident, I've always felt infinitely free and light, morally, I mean, of course. Perhaps fear is what you need most often in life to get you out of a hole. Personally, since that day, I've never myself wanted any other weapon or any other virtues. This is about as far as you can get from Lord Jim. And then he goes into the bar with him, and they start telling all their stories and war reminiscences, and he says, that's something that deserves to go down in history. And then they begin to feel, oh, he's a very nice guy. There's some great passages in Africa itself. Just read one here. Endless petty quarrels, both personal and between groups, were always in progress, between the military and the civil servants, between these and the traders, and between both of them against the former, and then between all three against the black man, and finally between the black men themselves. Such vital energy as was not sapped by malaria, thirst, and the heat of the sun was consumed by hatred so bitter and insistent that many of the residents used to die in their tracks, poisoned by themselves like scorpions. Very, very funny book. And Death on the Installment Plan is also, I think, very funny indeed. I sort of lost him in his later books. Now, Denton Welch, very different type of writer. I often recommend Denton Welch to young writers who say they don't have anything to write about, because he can go to a tea party or go out and buy a snuff box or something and get a whole chapter. So I'm just going to read a few selections from A Maiden Voyage and A Voice from a Cloud to give you some idea. In school that afternoon, we each had to write a chapter of a ghost story. This is the only lesson I've ever enjoyed or remembered. Borrowing from the Bible, I wrote, the hair on my flesh stood up. How everyone laughed when it was read out. I described the red damask walls, the silver sconces, and the great bed crowned with moldy ostrich feathers. All very romantic. And now he's in China. I slept alone that night in a bungalow some way from the others. Its owner became very ill, had been taken to Shanghai, and no one expected him to live. 2 soldiers were put to guard me. I began to explore the rooms. A ghostly smell of liquor hung about the sideboard in the dining room, and the dried sediment in the empty decanters reminded me of scabs on sores. I sat down in the armchair, which let out a dirty sigh of dust and tobacco smoke. I was fascinated by the shop-soiled feeling in the house. I went to look at the bed. From the ceiling, a gray carterac of mosquito net fell around it, giving it an important, grim look. And then he finds one of the soldiers looking in the window at him. At breakfast the next morning, we had buffalo milk on our porridge. I tried not to imagine it squirting from tingling, leathery udders. It reminded me of the soft, rich mud around a pool where cattle go to drink. And this is a passage I like very much. They're put off their train by soldiers, and they just stop in this hotel in some small Chinese city. A wasted-looking servant came out of the rooms and led us up the brass-bound stairs to another wide passage. Here the reek of opium was unmistakable. It hung heavy and sickly in air which was already loaded with smells of garlic and sweat. The most disgusting smell of all was the breath of scent, which floated corruptly on the back of the others like a top dressing. Sleeping people lay on the benches. One had just woken up and been sick. His vomit lay in a pile beside him. A door opened and 2 Chinese youths ran out. They were dressed only in European shirts. As they darted past, I saw with a shock that one of them wore a little ebony and ivory crucifix, which bobbed stupidly up and down on his chest. The weary servant took no notice. I lay down on the bed again and waited for the dawn. It came in a little thread, like an inflamed eyelid against a gray face. The morning seemed dead and old and tired before it had begun. The life in the passage revived. There was vomiting and retching and the noise of servants quarreling. This is a passage I like very much. Children are supposed to love their ponies. And then he's in China, and some girl asked him, would you like to come riding this afternoon? Someone has lent me a pony, and I thought you could hire one and come with me. I had not ridden since I was 10 years old, when my horrible little black pony had at last been given away. How I had hated it. Once it had broken out of the stable and galloped through the roses and over the lawn, showing its awful yellow teeth. Now this passage here is the beginning of A Voice Through a Cloud. reading from the forward here, the manuscript of this nearly completed novel by Denton Welch was at his bedside when he died at the age of 31. He had suffered 13 years of chronic and painful illness caused by a road accident in which he sustained a serious fracture of the spine. He was just riding along the road, and some female motorist came along and ran into the back of his bike. He was an invalid from then on out, and this book, A Voice Through a Cloud, describes his hospital experiences. But what is very interesting, I mentioned the walk exercise in the last class, where you just notice things as you walk or ride on a bicycle. It wouldn't make any difference or whatever. And also paying attention to what you were thinking and feeling at a given time when you saw something or whatever. He is doing this in the time just before the accident. So everything is very important. You see, just if he'd been stayed a little longer in the church or not so long in the snack place, it wouldn't have happened. So it gets, it really is quite a charge. I reminded, how many of you saw the Battle of Algiers? It was a bad title. It sounded like the Riff or something like that, but actually it was about the, of course, the French in Algiers, and particularly effective were the bombs. You got a bomb in a milk bar, for example, and the audience knows the bomb's going to go off, and the other people don't, and it really is very, very tense, you know, just minute after minute after minute getting closer to that bomb. And that's, you get some of that feeling from this passage. He goes into a church and he doesn't stay long. He feels rather embarrassed. And then, so I was not used to traffic. So near Beckenham, I saw teas and light refreshments advertised, and he decides to go in and have a coffee. The drive led me at last to the front of a small 18th century house with a portico of Ionic columns rising to the height of 2 stories. And he goes in, and this 18th century room, as it says, was spoilt by glossy plaques advertising Schweppes, soda water, and Players cigarettes. And he was the only one there. I sat down at one of the little tables and ordered coffee and biscuits. As I waited, I looked out the windows at the little figures moving against the bright green and pale pink of the bunkers. It's by a golf course. Now here's an interesting passage. Looking at the sides of the windows, I saw that some of the beautiful little brass handles on the shutters were broken or missing. I was given a vague, uneasy feeling of universal damage and loss. The waitress brought my coffee, then retired behind the counter again and began to laugh and talk quietly with her companion. I wondered if she was laughing at me, but her voice was so low I could hear nothing. Well, anyway, he lingered here quite a long time. And this is very crucial, of course. At last I got up to go. I gave the room a final look. I then recrossed the galleried hall and passed out beneath the portico. My head was full of plans for restoring the house. I was ruthlessly sweeping away the waitresses, the lace parchment, lampshades, the wicker furniture, and the food counter. He gets out on the road. I thought that the ride had been very easy and pleasant so far. I felt I'd wasted many opportunities by leaving my bicycle in the country and not bringing it to London before. I was going along a straight, wide road, keeping close to the curb, not looking behind or bothering about the traffic at all. I heard a voice through a great cloud of agony and sickness. This is when, after he's been hit and he's practically unconscious, and then a cop comes up and so on, taken to the hospital. And as I say, he never recovered. And also, but he had been a painter, was going to art school, and he didn't really start to write until after the accident. And this, which was about the accident, was the last novel he wrote. The first was Maiden Voyage. Well, now I don't have Jane Bowles's book with me, so I'll say something about her on Monday. And just mention here that she was a legend in her own life. She spoke perfect Arabic with a heavy Bronx accent. And Brian told me about how she was up on the roof. You know, only the women are allowed on the roofs during the daytime in an Arab town. You go up on the roof, and the women will all start screaming at you. Pardon? She was up on the roof. All these Arab houses have flat roofs. The men are not supposed to be up there until sundown. And if they get up there in the daytime, that's when the women are, hanging out the wash and gabbing and gossiping. And they'll start screaming at you. So she just leaned across to the next roof and she said, "You had anything good to eat lately?" And she was in solid. And she had all sorts of mischances in her personal life. She had a manuscript completed, and a great wind came in, just blew the manuscript out of the room and away, and was never seen again. She didn't have a copy. She had a stroke and eventually became insane, and she died in a hospital in Malaga about 2 or 3 years ago. I'll have her book. It's been reissued, The Complete Works of Jane Bowles. She didn't write all that much. It can all be gotten into one volume. And it's been reissued by Echo Press, called My Sister's Hand in Mine. Great. I think that Two Serious Ladies is also really a comic classic. There's some marvelously funny scenes in there. In 1959, Brian Geisen said that writing is 50 years behind painting, and applied the montage technique to writing. Now, how did painting get 50 years ahead of writing? Well, most forward steps in any field occur through necessity. It seems that the natives of this planet will not get up off their ass until they have to. Now, the most important advances in medicine in the past century have resulted from wars. That's, they didn't lick malaria until World War II. And evolution, of course, is also a matter of necessity. Who knows, the future on this planet may belong to creatures who thrive on radioactivity. They certainly have a powerful lobby, I must say. Well, 100 years ago, here are all these painters peacefully painting cows in the grass. And everyone says, "My, how clever, it looks just like cows in the grass. You can almost smell it." And they bought these canvases for huge prices. The Vanderbilts had a load of this crap for which they had shelled out millions, and the collection sold at auction for about $100,000. You see, the paintings retain a certain value as antiquities, rather like wooden Indians. But the prices, you can't get anywhere near the price that these things sold for. So what happened to this painter's paradise? Photography. Click. A camera can do it better. And photographers shot the cows and the grass out from under painters, and they had to move on. And then there was montage, impressionism, minimal impressionism, body art, happenings, and every artist practically now has his own school. One guy's doing broken plywood and something else. And so now let us ask, what invention could blast the writer out of sequential narrative? Well, perhaps a tape recorder sensitive enough to record subvocal speech. You see, here's the intuitive writer cleverly approximating the verbal stream of consciousness. Well, it's so real, just what such a person would be saying to him or herself. Click, turn on the recorder, click, play back. The tape recorder can do it better. So now writing has to move. And the process, I would say, anticipates such an invention, and the writer is disappearing into his tape recorder. The process is certainly a neglected book. Few books have sold fewer copies, have been more enthusiastically read by those who did read it. The process was originally published by Doubleday, but one of the directors, I recall, hated the book, so there was no promotion, and the copies were finally pulped. And Cape was the publisher in England, and it's still in print, I think, in the Panther paperback, if you can find it. Well, anyway, in the process, Brian Geisner eliminates the omniscient author who knows the past, present, and future, and the innermost thoughts and feelings of his characters. Nothing is presented in the process that the person speaking could not know from his own experience. The process is a series of first-person recordings, and the tapes are I, thou, he, it, she, we, you, feminine, you, masculine, and lastly, they. And all the narrations are recordings on the ewer of Ulysses O. Hanson, a pot-smoking black professor, recording and recorded as he travels through great deserts where the fabulous Heimers juggle precarious phantom empires over heat waves and atomic testing sites. And the tape recorder is the point of observation that brings each narration into present time. Rising a curtain can begin with a tape recorder against a white wall. There's a round opening in the wall through which, like a porthole, we see the blue sky of Africa. A black hand presses the button. Playback 1. I'm out in the Sahara heading due south, with each day of travel less sure of just who I am, where I am going, or why. This desert is so long it can take a lifetime to go from one end to the other and a childhood to cross at its narrowest point. Sand dunes, a jolting truck, smell of hot iron and acrid exhaust fumes. Hanson fills his keep pipe. Black Greaser, the driver's assistant, on a flute made out of an old bicycle pump, is playing a windy tune. Scenes rise from the recorder. Here's a fort from Beau Geste. That's the I, and thou is Hamri, who comes to the mountain village of Jujuka, where the rites of Pan are still celebrated, and he had been the goat god at one time. A boy is sewed into a goat skin, and he is Bijaloud, the goat god, for the festival, which lasts about 4 days. And he is not at all content to be just a recording. And now the master of ceremonies, Hassan Merakani, the black professor, introduces that interplanetary vaudeville team, the Himmers. This pair, who traveled through Africa with $1 million tossed casually into a suitcase, leaving a wake of riots and devastation behind them, as all travelers in present time must do, riding a surfboard on the wave of present time, which is, of course, what the city desk calls news. And remember that all news is bad news. Now the one and only Thay Himmer, Doctor of Grammatology, advanced student of IMSAC, hereditary bishop of the Far Isles. Now, of course, grammatology is actually Scientology, and the Himmers are actual characters who considered themselves to be the power behind Hubbard. And they were called the Skeltons, and a witty local CIA man said, "Old Mother Hubbard went to the cupboard and found a skeleton there." So this is Thay Himmer. He said, "I've been through the whole gamut from voodoo to MRA, from Scientology to Spood, and every branch of Eastern mysticism. And I say to you, proclaim to you one and all, that Morocco is the Wild West of the spirit. Hi-O Silver." And he throws himself into self-flagellation cults of considerable personal danger. And he is a dauntless initiate, a big-time player in the game, an interplanetary agent, shimmering with eerie authority from some tenuous lost place far away and long ago, or if you like, the high priest of some future cult clothed in robes of perhaps. "You begin to see I'm just a recording," he said. "Well, this is Operation Seal. And this Emerald Seal which he describes as the beginning and end of word, he gives to the black professor. And actually there was such a seal, and he did give it to Brian, and we finally hawked it in London, didn't get very much for it. But the seal is supposed to be the beginning and end of word, and the beginning was the word, in the beginning of what exactly? What we call recorded history, which goes back maybe 10,000 years, and only exists in the recordings. Same roles over and over, 10,000 years, and there can't be any new roles because it is all pre-recorded. The world is contained in that word, the Saharan scabbard you hold in your hand. That's it. If you have all recorded history stored in one artifact, well, that's it. The world is shadows on the wall which flicker briefly over the recorder and return to silence. And here's she who's got all these plots going. Oh, don't be silly and say you won't be Emperor of Africa. After all, it's a game, and we'll cheat you if we can. Now, isn't that fun? Well, Hassan didn't think so. You have only to say it. You know the word. And so, actually, in the end, of course, the sands of present time are running out from under our feet. Where do we go from here? We're here to go. It still takes a pair to beat out old terrestrial death and roll out replicas all over the universe. All we need is the emerald. The last tape is they. The Himmers make a brief dimmed-out appearance, transformed into a dull couple from Champaign, Illinois. And Hassan is on the train again with his keep pipe on his way to a teaching job in the Algout School. The recorder turns to an emerald seal slowly covered by dust and drifting sand. They have all spoken. The emerald was a tape, and the process was the word, the whole illusion of language. Now to consider in physiological terms the beginning of word and the function of language. There's a book on the list entitled The Origin of Consciousness and the Breakdown of the Bicameral Mind by Julian Jaynes. How many of you have read that? Well, good, yes. Very interesting book. I'm not altogether convinced of his thesis, and the book, the end of the book sort of falls down completely. But anyway, he surmises that the first voices were what we would now call hallucinated voices. The chief or God King was able to evoke these voices, and this ability to make his subjects hear his voice was the reason for the awe in which he was held. If you could imagine, he's here and they're there, and they're hearing his voice right in their heads. He further surmises that the right or non-dominant brain hemisphere was the source of these voices. Now, someone carrying out a task, say at some distance from the chief, needed this hallucinated voice to keep him on the job. The right brain hemisphere was the voice of God. So, ruled by his right brain hemisphere, bicameral man was not conscious as we know consciousness, which is a byproduct of indecision and conflict. Bicameral man had neither conflicts nor responsibility. He was obeying the voice of God. To put it in Freudian terms, he had no ego. He was ruled by his superego and his id speaking through the right brain hemisphere. He had no need for what we call consciousness, which is ego. Homeric Greeks saw and heard the gods. Now the poet is, you see, we think of the poet like Homer speaking in fanciful terms when his heroes talk with the gods. Not at all. He was speaking, according to Jaynes' thesis, quite in factual terms, because people then were existing in a medium of hallucination, both verbal, oral, and visual. Now, why were the voices believed and obeyed? Authority of these voices derives from their very presence. The inner voice is inescapable. To hear is to obey. And he cites the case of a modern man on a beach, and a voice orders him to drown himself. And he would have done so, except that the lifeguard jumped in and pulled him out so he could tell the story. And, of course, the voices of schizophrenics are definitely in this category. Now, this is very much the same thing, what she says in the process. The first word was hello. The enforced recognition of another being, or at least another voice, and another purpose inside the human nervous system. James cites a mass of evidence from patients with brain injuries and experiments with electrical brain stimulation. The right brain hemisphere is the source of creation, synthesis, and the relation of objects in space. The simplest problem in geometry becomes extremely difficult if the right brain hemisphere is damaged or destroyed. For example, that is, say, 0x, 0x, x, 0. Well, obviously the next thing is x, but it would be very hard for anyone to see that if their right brain hemisphere was destroyed. The left hand can. And stimulation of certain centers in the right hemisphere can produce oral hallucinations in normal subjects. Now, he doesn't go far enough. Wouldn't this lead us to infer that perhaps the voices were originally produced by some external stimulation? That an electromagnetic field or perhaps even a virus was the original means by which the voices were internalized? And that these must have come from somewhere. Well, he doesn't go that far, actually. Now, the bicameral mind, according to his thesis, broke down in a period of great chaos and migrations, and this breakdown was the beginning of consciousness, of the hallucinated internal space known as I. Now, his point is that, the Homo erectus had nothing, no such internal space. They didn't have this I. Into morality, law, and divination, narratization and responsibility, and deceit as well. You see, if you need, he says that the rise of oracles is a very important step in the breakdown of the bicameral mind. If you need oracles, you don't got it. You don't have the voice of God in your own head. Well, people then finally, as this broke down, then the people who were hearing voices became sort of a nuisance. And in fact, they were, in many cases, driven out or even shut up into concentration camps. Now, from this point on, the dominant hemisphere is from this point on uneasily and insecurely dominant. Remember, the whole space we call I, our whole reality concept, which is a moving film of association, memories, is as much an illusion as the voice of God that ruled bicameral man. Both constructs are simply recordings. The whole screen you think of as reality may quite suddenly go blank. This is the way the world ends, not with a bang but a click. Now, in evolutionary terms, we have seen the complete dominance of the non-dominant hemisphere, and now the precarious dominance of the dominant hemisphere, at the expense of great mental illness and crippling conflicts. And James has no solution, and I think the end of his book is quite disappointing, as obviously some synthesis is necessary. Perhaps the two brain hemispheres will ultimately just fuse into one, which eliminate conflicts, which are, I think, becoming more and more crippling. There's a number of very interesting ideas in this book, and I recommend it. He said, reading in the 3rd millennium BC may have been a matter of hearing the cuneiform, that is, hallucinating the speech from looking at its picture symbols. And pictorial writing in general is a device to release information which the reader already has. he says, of course, bicameral man had no internal space in which to be private and no I to be private with. And he speaks of the mind, says, it's possible that reading or hallucinating from the glyphs function for the minds as did hallucinogenic drugs for others. Thesis is very interesting and book worth reading. I'll stop here for some questions and discussion. How many of you have read, how many had read the book, the Bicameral Mind book? Only one, yes. What do you think?
Rather interesting.
That was my feeling, yes. Yeah.
Kind of compared it to, you know, by Carl Sagan, the Dragons of Eden, where the reptilian cortex.
Yeah.
Compared it to that.
But he begs the question as to where the voices came from in the first place. I mean, how they got into the the non-dominant brain hemisphere. But this is rather, the whole thing is rather very much a pointed issue now, because these cult leaders like Hubbard and Jones and so on, they become the voice of God to their followers. Yeah. Yes, indeed. But I mean, I remember reading about Synanon said that his voice, what was his name, Dietrich or whatever his name was, that seemed to drift out of the loudspeaker. It was just all around you. Maybe he had tape recorders playing back his voice, but that apparently is what happens. That they become the voice of God to their followers, which means that they have, as it were, invaded the non-dominant brain hemisphere.
And anybody that has that happen after that is a threat to that organization. Anybody in an organization such as that also is included to use of anything.
That's right. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Exactly. Exactly. If they don't conform, but it's amazing because some of the Dietrich's followers, the Synanon people, they believe to this day that the media put the snake in the mailbox to discredit Synanon. I mean, how far can it go? Well, somewhat further when Joan ordered them all to commit suicide.
It was rather interesting to compare that to some of Mircea Eliade's books on shamanism, linear time, and historical time and cyclical time.
Yeah.
And compare the two, I really couldn't do anything except note the differences between them, but they kind of overlap a little bit.
They do. They do, very definitely. Well, let's see. Some further questions? Yes.
Wouldn't Odysseus be an example of a man with a masterful and clever ego of the sort that we recognize as being formidably modern among people who perhaps would be
You're talking about cult leaders?
Well, I'm referring to James's idea that all the people there were asleep, caught up in the war of the gods. It seemed to me that part of Odysseus' strength was that he was cleverness.
Yeah. Well, yes, that was the point I was making, that anyone who is going to has the strength to sort of produce his voice in other people and make them obey. Well, they're always sort of dominant, strong personalities, whether they be leaders in any sort of a positive sense or just con men. But they had the power to convince, in other words. Any cult leader must have the power to convince. Now, as you point out, he's convincing people often who are quite ignorant. And he wants to keep them that way. That's the way he likes to see them, is ignorant.
you say earlier that it cultivates the non-dominant hemisphere and causes it to control the right hemisphere?
They've done lots of experiments with electric brain stimulation, say in stimulating certain areas in the right brain hemisphere, and that will produce hallucinated voices in perfectly normal subjects.
Earlier, when you mentioned cults, did you say that cults leaders tend to take on the voice of like what is now becoming non-dominant hemisphere?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
So is that to imply that we're still not very far away from what's now the non-dominant hemisphere, that we're very close to still hearing voices?
Well, yes, and lots of people do hear voices, and actually we all hear voices. We have the voices of memory, and of course oral hallucinations are among the most common, and I think there are very few people that haven't had it at one time or another. The most common is to hear someone call your name, but so it's not an uncommon occurrence. Isn't confined to schizophrenics by any means.
Is it the evolutionary process that we are moving away from like hearing voices?
Well, I don't know. You see, what has happened is we had first a complete dominance, according to his thesis. It's probably a simplification. Say the complete dominance of the non-dominant hemisphere. That's the guy's getting his orders from the voice of God, and that's it. It doesn't have any conflict. Then we have, as I say, the precarious dominance of the dominant hemisphere, which is logic, linear thinking, etc., and all like that, which frequently breaks down into mental illness and great manifestations of illogic, such as we had in the Nazi movement and so on and so forth. And so what we've had since the breakdown of what he calls the bicameral mind is a state of conflict, which we have now. And this conflict, as I say, often resulting in mental illness and all sorts of aberrations. And now we have a realization that that linear thinking is not the answer, and that all the what? Well, is this microphone doing anything here? Oh, I thought it was just yes. Well, as I say, first we had the rule of the bicameral mind, that is the non-dominant brain hemisphere, and when that broke down, we had a very uneasy dominance of the dominant hemisphere, which has existed to this day with many breakdowns and a great deal of conflict and illness. So, and that now the feeling that linear thinking and logic is just a very small part of the picture, and that has, of course, has resulted in Eastern religions, interest in Eastern religions, meditation, Buddhism, and on another level in cults and all sorts of programs for self-improvement. And who's the man that's always talking about lateral thinking? Bono, yes. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So we have now a reversal, and presumably, if we're to make a forward step, there must be some kind of a synthesis. Although James doesn't say anything about this, and apparently doesn't believe in such a synthesis, and is very negative towards those who are attempting to do lateral thinking and to get away from linear thinking. I mean, he seems to feel that there's no possibility of a synthesis. Excuse me, yes.
It's kind of a rising of an individual's own personality or ego, breaking away from the inherent image, so to speak, getting back to the pulse, getting back to a parental image, which I think is very much the same as born-again Christianity, fundamentalist Baptism.
Yeah, yes. Very much so, yes. So there is a very definite swaying away from rationality. at the present time. But he doesn't suggest any sort of synthesis of the two brain hemispheres, to put it in simplest terms. Yes.
Is he talking about a physiological evolutionary shift?
Yes, certainly. Well, no, he is not. He is pointing out, for example, that the bicameral mind broke down in a period of great sociological change and chaos, not necessarily physiological. But I don't think that there are any. I think that such changes would involve physiological changes. It's a question of how one is used to thinking. If one has been used to bicameral thinking, that is, to hearing the voice of God, if you're used to that, you are physiologically different from someone who is not.
What does it do with a fellow like Socrates, who would probably be pointed out as the great god of rationality in the West, and the starter of the whole sequence of linear thinking? Who was hearing voices?
No, Socrates is way after what he considers the breakdown of the bicameral mind. Any philosophy, see, they didn't need any philosophy if they've got the voice of God inside. So Socrates is way after that. Socrates, the philosophers, and in fact, very much earlier divination indicates that the bicameral mind is broken down. That's what he's talking about. The arising of what we call consciousness, which he says is something that these people didn't have at all. Say the Homericos, the early Homericos, did not have anything corresponding to I. Except what? Well, he points out that Odysseus is a later hero, as he's not one of the earlies, and that he began. Yes, he pointed out exactly that Odysseus, in the beginning of deceit, is the breakdown of the bicameral mind. If you've got a bicameral mind going, there isn't any deceit. Yeah, he points that out. Have you read the book? Well, yeah, but he points that out very definitely, that Odysseus was one of the signs that the deceitful hero, who has a very definite ego and a very tricky ego, is one of the signs of the breakdown of the bicameral mind, one of many. The whole concept, of course, of responsibility, of morality, well, the whole of philosophy really indicates the breakdown of the bicameral mind and all rules of conduct. More questions?
What part of videotape was you talking about before, being able to hear this man's voice and the tape recorder over and over again? What part does this play? Is this part of the evolution? Is this part of
Well, it's a very, very important point, you see. Remember, this is very new, and that now you can, by electronic means, tune right into the right brain hemisphere. There's all sorts of things that can be done with tape recordings, as we saw at Watergate. So this is a new development. Is the tape recorder, and one of the more important, probably one of the more important developments, one of the more important inventions. God's little toy, as Paul Bowles calls it. Exactly that. Yeah.
So obviously there's a lot of evidence mounting there all the time about.
Can't hear. Can you speak louder?
A lot of evidence mounting. For example, what's that new science kind of science magazine?
Omni.
Right. Dealing with, for example, types of choline, lecithin, everything so to speak, mechanical chemistry memorization right there, too. So I'm sure it's tied right in.
Yes, certainly. Mm-hmm. Questions? Well, go on briefly. On the reading list, I'm going to go through talking about books that I haven't talked about briefly now. These books, the Le Vieux de la Montagne and the Caliph Hakim by Betty Boutoul, about the only books on a very, to my mind, a very important and unique figure, the old man of the mountain, Hassan-i Saba, who lived about 1000 A.D., the old man of the mountain, master of the assassins. Operating from a mountain fortress in Alamut, where he trained his assassins, he terrorized the whole Muslim world. His long, bony finger could reach as far as Paris. Now, his technique was that he would know that he's going to have trouble from so-and-so, some caliph, some general, and then he would plant one of his men, either in the sometimes in the entourage or as a servant. There's one case of a general who was about to start a campaign against Hassan-i Saba's fort, Alamut. You see, he wasn't paying taxes up there. He was living outside the law. And there were many expeditions made against Alamut. Well, at this point, when the general was getting all ready to launch this campaign, an old man who had worked in the garden for 10 years killed him with a scythe. He was one of Hassan-i Saba's assassins. There are many misconceptions of Hassan-i Saba. The hashish story, that he gave them hash and they felt themselves transported to a paradise which was full of houris. And anyone who's taken hashish knows this is pretty absurd. And there were no women allowed in Alamut at all. And everything points to a very Spartan discipline. He had his own son beheaded for bringing wine into Alamut. But you see this system. You have a fortress which is surrounded by partisans. It wasn't by any means the only fortress. He was in no effect position with regards to his opponents. That is, he could affect them, they couldn't affect him. And this is still a very viable tactic. But of course, the no effect position would have to be ensured by concealment. They made a number of attempts, as I say, to take Alamut, but it wasn't taken until about 200 years after the death of Hassan-i Saba. And his last words were supposed to have been, nothing is true, everything is permitted. Now, this is usually taken as a license to commit any sort of atrocities. Everything is permitted. But remember that everything is permitted because nothing is true. That is permitted to someone who realizes that everything is illusion. The Caliph Hakim was also a member of the same sect of the Ismailian sect, but he was Caliph of Cairo and was very tyrannical indeed, but he's the only tyrant ever to take absolutely no regard for his personal safety. He rode around on a donkey all through the streets of Cairo, where he was very much hated, but he was never assassinated. He disappeared finally. The whole matter of Hassan-i Saba's method, and there was supposed to have been a large library at Alamut, but there's no record of this. Brian Geisner's been there, and he said there couldn't have been more than 100 people at most resident in Alamut. It's because it's just the top of a mountain. And they must have gotten their supplies from surrounding villages, which must have been friendly. Some of these books, I think, have recently, alleged books to come from Alamut have recently turned up in Bombay somewhere. So there's very little known about what actually went on there, what form of training the assassins received, or how he could activate them at a distance, which apparently he could. It is true that he was in Egypt at one point, and that he had come in contact with hashish, and that this formed some part of the training. But it certainly didn't cause people to be tricked into a fake paradise. That is just a misconception of what was going on there. Well, any questions? Have any of you read any of, there is another book, I think, The Valley of the Assassins. There are a couple of other books about Hasni Saba and the other members of he was a member of the Ismailian cult, remember, or sect, which survives in the Ali Khan, who is supposedly traces his descent to Hasni Saba. Now this genealogy is very, very questionable. It was supported by the English, who wanted to use him as sort of a puppet ruler, and it has been questioned. And it was a dissident Muslim cult that had the tenets of it are really quite hard to pin down, because Hasni Saba left no written record. I mean, he didn't write any sort of a Bible or anything like that. There's very little written. Have any of you read anything about Hasni Saba at all? There's not much known about him. And what? There's a couple of books. The Valley of the Assassins. There was another book on secret societies, which I forget the name, which listed the assassins as one of these secret societies. Yes. Oh, yes. That is Le Vieux de la Montagne by Betty Boutou. Both of these books are unfortunately in French and have not been translated. The second book on the list is what I was just talking about. Published by Gallimard in 1924. And as I say, have not been translated. And the only others I know, there are about two that I forget the author and the name, but she certainly had certainly the best and most complete account. Although what her sources were, the Russians are the most considerable scholars on this particular subject of Hasni Saba and the genealogy, etc. The Muslims took it, the Mongols took Alamut in about 1200 and something. And then there was the rumor of this library, which has never turned up. So it's pretty wide open for research and also for inference, since we don't know what the actual training was of the assassins received. So it's a good subject for fiction. Oh yes, yes, yeah. Hassan Isaba is one of my. I've been very interested in find out as much as I can about him, and he was apparently a pretty unique figure. Further questions? Well, I think we'll disband for this evening then. Yeah. Takes wait a minute. Let me be sure you're getting that. The mountain. And his last words, which were, "Nothing is true, everything is permitted." Now this, a very similar statement, of course, was made by Aleister Crowley. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. In other words, do what you want to do. But I feel that only one person in a million knows what they want to do. And still fewer are able to do it. So instead of being sort of an invitation to license, it is very much the contrary. It's probably the most difficult of all disciplines to find out what you really want to do. Now let me get back to my list here. I also talked briefly about Jane Bowles, and I now have the book, the last copy, I'm afraid. It's extraordinary. I mean, just one little scene, and it couldn't be anybody but Jane Bowles. It's incredibly distinguished, particularly in the dialogue. And she's very good with with conversations with bus drivers and policemen and that sort of exchange. This is from Two Serious Ladies, which is set in Panama. Very, very funny novel, I think. A policeman stopped and stood a few feet away from them. The negress released Mrs. Copperfield's hand and bounded across the street laughing. "Wasn't that the strangest thing you've ever seen?" said Mrs. Copperfield breathlessly. "You better mind your own business," said the policeman. "Why don't you go over and look at the stores? Everybody walks along the streets where the stores are. Buy something for your uncle or your cousin." "No, that's not what I want to do," said Mrs. Copperfield. "Well, then go to a movie," said the policeman, walking away. And here's a very funny scene. Mrs. Copperfield and this whore Pacifica are sleeping in this room, and one of Pacifica's clients comes and starts banging on the door. And so Pacifica's trying to get her to help her move a bureau in front of the door to block it, and Miss Copperfield became hysterical. No, I've always promised myself that I would open the door if someone was trying to break in. He would be less of an enemy then. The longer he stays out there, the angrier he will get. The first thing I will say to him when I open the door is, 'We are your friends,' and then perhaps he will be less angry." That's very typical. Janie Bowles. There's a very funny scene in the bar where Mrs. Quill, the proprietor of this whorehouse, runs up a bill she can't pay in her exchange with the assistant manager. So Mrs. Quill calls in Mrs. Copperfield to bail her out, and Mrs. Copperfield arrives wearing a silver fox cape, despite the heat. Although she was perspiring and badly made up, she felt assured of being treated with a certain amount of deference by the hotel employees because of the silver fox cape. very much the contrary. She starts talking to the manager, and he just looks at her. The assistant manager looked down with loathing at Mrs. Copperfield's upturned face. He hated her sharp features and her high voice. He found her even more disgusting than Mrs. Quill. He was not fond of women anyway. And here is something that only Janey could have written in Plain Pleasures. Mr. Drake was saying very slowly with a dreamy look in his eye, "If I believe in a lot of unnecessary changing around, a lot of going back and forth, I mean. When I was a younger man, I had a chance to go way down south to Florida. I had an offer to join forces with an alligator farm project, but there was no security in the alligators." Pure Jane Bowles. This is Paul's book, The Sheltering Sky, which has recently been reissued by the Echo Press. I think it was really out of print before then. It's a very special thing that he does in the first two books, The Sheltering Sky and Let It Come Down. It's sort of a heavy, palpable darkness like underexposed film. It's very special and very sinister. Here's a passage from the typhoid delirium. This man is actually dying of typhoid fever. Incidentally, Bowles had typhoid fever, so he's talking about something that he knows about. The street led up a steep hill where the hot sun was shining. The sidewalks were crowded with pedestrians looking at the shop windows. He had a feeling there was traffic in the side streets, but the shadows there were dark. An attitude of expectancy was growing in the crowd. They were waiting for something, for what he did not know. The entire afternoon was tense, poised, ready to fall. At the top of the street, a huge automobile suddenly appeared, glistening in the sunlight. It came careening over the crest and down the hill, swerving savagely from one curb to the other. A great yell rose up from the crowd. He turned and frantically sought a doorway. At the corner, there was a pastry shop, its windows full of cakes and meringues. He fumbled along the wall if he could reach the door. He wheeled, stood transfixed. In the tremendous flash of sunlight reflected from the glass as it splintered, he saw the metal pinning him to the stone. He heard his cry and felt his bowels pierced through. As he tried to topple over to lose consciousness, he found his face a few inches from a row of pastries, still intact on their paper-covered shelf. Now, there's a very good passage in the end of this novel. This Kit, the wife of the man that died of typhoid, has been lost in the desert where this sheik has sort of made her his love slave. But anyway, the woman from the consulate, they found her and brought her back, and the woman from the consulate is seeing her to her hotel. And she says, the Sahara is the woman from the consulate, this is Mrs. Perry. The Sahara is a small place, really, when you come right down to it. People just don't disappear there. It's not like it is here in the city, in the Kasbah. Well, then Miss Ferry realizes that, finally she says, "My God, the woman's nuts," she said to herself. She opened the door, jumped down, and ran into the hotel to the desk. Took a little while to make herself understood. A few minutes later, two men walked out to the waiting cab. They looked inside, glanced up and down the sidewalk. Then they spoke questioningly to the driver, who shrugged his shoulders. At that moment, a crowded streetcar was passing by, filled largely with native dock workers in blue overalls. Inside it, the dim lights flickered, the standees swayed. Rounding the corner and clanging its bell, it started up the hill past the Café de la Porte, where the awnings flapped in the evening breeze. Past the Bar Metropole, past the Café de France, shining with mirrors and brass. Scraped around another corner and began the slow ascent of the Avenue Guyani. Below, the harbor lights came into view and were distorted in the gently moving water. Then the shabbier buildings loomed, the streets were dimmer. At the edge of the Arab quarter, the car made a wide U-turn and stopped. It was the end of the line. This nymphomaniac woman has just wandered off into the native quarter to stay lost, obviously. Let me see. The Let It Come Down, I think that's out of print. I like that even better than The Sheltering Sky. It's cast all in Tangiers. And there's a tremendous passage in the end of it where this man in a hashish delirium drives a nail into someone's ear. I mean, the guy's sleeping and drives a nail into his ear. He always leaves his characters in a dead-end, absolutely dead-end situation. Well, I guess a lot of you have read Nightwood by Deanna Barnes. She hasn't written anything in many years, although she's still alive, but very much a recluse. I've talked about Celine. The Heart is a Lonely Hunter by Carson McCullers, I believe, was written when she was 20 years old. It's still a very, very good book. And I always thought one of the greatest things in it is this dream, this nightmare that the man has. I can't exactly quote it, but it's in an eastern city, and he's carrying something around, and just the fear just builds up. And it gave me the idea for a dream anthology of famous dreams in fiction. That would certainly be one that I would include. I can't really attempt to go into Beckett here. I mean, that would be a whole course. Here's a writer, Julian Green, not very well known. Genet said about him, he does not have the courage to be a writer. He said he's a Catholic pederast, and he really doesn't have the courage. I can't quite agree with this. He's written some very fine short stories in the supernatural area, which I think are very effective, particularly The Pilgrim on the Earth. And also a book called If I Were You, which takes up the matter of changing, people switching identities. This man has the power to switch identities with other people so he could become them. But he had to say certain words, and some people would knock him on his ass before he could get the words out. But it's an interesting book. Now here are two sort of period pieces, Cytherea and The Green Hat. The Green Hat by Michael Arlen. Everyone read it in the 1920s. And I tried to reread it recently. It's on here more as a sort of a curiosity, like a wooden Indian. But everybody read it in the 20s, and this green hat was sort of a bell-shaped hat, became the uniform of the Jazz Age, the Jazz Age flapper. So it had a great influence. It now seems incredibly wooden. You wonder if people really did talk like that and say such things and do such things. Here's someone named Boy Fenwick yet, who throws himself out of a window on his wedding night when he finds out his bride isn't a virgin. My God. And Cytherea was a great shocker of the 20s. This middle-aged man has an affair with this woman, and she has heart trouble and dies while he's laying her. Any of you read Cain's book by Alex Trokey? Oh, yes. It's, well, I don't know if it's even in print now. I haven't seen it in a long while. He's a very good friend of mine. This is one of the early junkie books, drug books, and a very good one. The Wild Party and the Setup. Are any of you acquainted with those poems? They're written in the 20s and are very typical. I just remember, I quote one couplet from the Wild Party talking about this punch-drunk fighter. After he'd had his 10th scotch, a man to be careful of and watch. And when he was mixing gin and rum, a man to stay well away from. I've got some Julian Green on here, the earlier books. I sort of lost him with Travels with My Aunt. But these early books are very good and very skillful. There's not too much to say about them. And Evelyn Waugh seemed awfully funny when I first read him in the late 20s. And, well, he's still fairly funny. I'm going to skip over the Alexandrian Quartets by Lawrence Durrell. Certainly worth reading. The whole idea of the same story really being told by four people is very well worked out. And here's Opium and by Jean Cocteau. It's quite a good book on the subject, actually. I mean, there are insights in there. He mentions the incompatibility of opium and alcohol and the fact of milk being, to some extent, an antidote for opium. But I say still the best book on the subject is De Quincey, Confessions of an English Opium Eater, which they have in the bookstore here. I mean, he said it all about use for pain and use, addiction, overuse, and withdrawal. He built himself up to a huge amount of opium, and then he built himself down again to a moderate quantity. There's a very funny passage in here, one of my favorite passages, about Coleridge. He's quite bitchy about Coleridge, really. It is notorious that in Bristol, to that I can speak myself, but probably in many other places, he, Coleridge it is, went so far as to hire men, porters, hackney coachmen, and others, to oppose by force his entrance into any druggist shop. But as the authority for stopping him was derived simply from himself, naturally these poor men found themselves in a metaphysical fix, not provided for even by Thomas Aquinas or by the prince of Jesuitical casuists. In this excruciating dilemma would occur such scenes as the following. "Oh, sir," would plead the suppliant porter, suppliant yet semi-imperative, for equally if he did and if he did not show fight, the poor man's daily 5 shillings seemed endangered. "Really you must not consider, sir, your wife and transcendental philosopher. Wife? What wife? I have no wife." Porter: "But really now you must not, sir. Didn't you say no longer ago than yesterday?" Transcendental philosopher: "Pooh, pooh. Yesterday is a long time ago. Are you aware, my man, that people are known to have dropped down dead for timely want of opium?" "Eh, but you tellest me not to hearken." Transcendental philosopher: "Oh, nonsense, an emergency, a shocking emergency has arisen, quite unlooked for. No matter what I told you in time long past, that which I now tell you is, get out of my way." Funny passage. Well, Cherie and LaFanta Cherie, there's no trouble about finding Colette. She's all over the bookstores. Very special sort of female writing and very, very good. The Treasure of the Sierra Madre made a very good film, but I think is rather an indifferent book. I was disappointed reading the book after the film. And of course, yes.
Why was that?
I don't know. The strong scene in the film was the scene with the bandits, right? That was the big thing. Well, this is much more diffuse in the book. You didn't get the real impact as much. No, I mean when the bandits, you see Boggs or whatever his name is, he's forgotten that his pistol is empty. So when he pulls it, this is supposed to stop these 3 guys. And they just say you can only shoot one at this distance, and just close in on him. And then they find the pistol is empty, and they say, look at him and cut his head off. But it certainly was a very fine movie. Well, The Oblivion Seekers by Isabel Eberhard, I think, shows how much Paul Bowles owes to her. It's a lot in common with Paul Bowles. Now, these short stories, this is a very short list. Actually, many could be added, and I have added some in the supplementary list here. But A Short Trip Home by Fitzgerald is, I think, one of the finest ghost stories in the language. And ghost stories, good ghost stories, very, very rare. It's the most difficult of all genres, I think, to make a ghost story that is really convincing, that is really chilling. There was a curious fact connected with this Short Trip Home. In a footnote by Fitzgerald, he said that he had inadvertently included in this story a passage from another book. And he decided to leave it in there. But I never found out what book. That's something that would be an interesting bit of research. Just that little note. And there's that also the fact that it is usually omitted from anthologies and is hard to find. There is something really ghostly about the story itself. And The House in the Brain by Bulwer Lytton is, I think, one of the best ghost stories. And it's quite modern because the real horror of the... how many of you read it? It's also called The Haunted and the Haunters. But The House in the Brain is really what it's about. Has no one read it? No one has read The House in the Brain? Good heavens. Well, when I was a kid, everybody read it. It was one of the classical ghost stories. And it's hard to find a class that hadn't read it. Even I read it when I was about 12, I think. It's very good, and it's modern because it's about this man that has some way of being immortal. But the real evil in this house is obviously radioactivity. There's this room where it's very strong, and then when they tear it up, they find something, some kind of a compass, and he touches it and he gets this shock. And of course, The Turn of the Screw, well, that's, I think many of you have read that. But here's a very good one called The Firmin Child. I'm talking about ghost stories in the Fontana Book of Great Ghost Stories, about a changeling child. It really got something of a chill to it. And one of the dead from A Walk with the Beast. I started reading this in a barber shop, and didn't notice the author, and it was years later that I finally tracked it down again. And then there's the stories, the very gruesome stories by Flannery O'Connor, who ran a pig farm down in Georgia somewhere. And also the short stories of Tennessee Williams, which I think are very fine, much, they impressed me more than his plays, actually. And The Snows of Kilimanjaro, I think that is the best thing that Hemingway ever wrote. I mean, he could have stopped right there. It's, the last passage is, I forget the white, as far as the eye can see, The Snows of Kilimanjaro. It was, of course, a story about death, and one of the better stories about death in the English language. But in the movie, this phantom plane becomes a real plane, and the guy gets out with the penicillin to cure the man's gangrene. I mean, I would say, was enough to kill a writer right there to see his, to sell a title and see them botch his work like that. With the top of his head blown off, he couldn't have made a very good-looking corpse. He was always talking about good-looking corpses. Hemingway was certainly a man that was imprisoned in his own style. He had so much style that everything is Hemingway. He's often considered to be a master of dialogue, but I don't agree with this at all. Nobody talks that way except in Hemingway stories. In The Killers, where one killer says, "What do they do here at night?" And the other one says, "They're in this diner where they haven't been able to get anything they wanted because everything we want is on the dinner." They said, "They eat the dinner. They all come here and eat the big dinner." It was generally conceded that the most atrocious conceit in the English language was, I think it was written by Dryden on Lord somebody's smallpox. "Each little pimple had a tear in it, to wail the fault its rising did commit." But Hemingway almost went that one better. He said, his guideline there, he said, the hole in the front of his head where the bullet went in was about the size of a pencil. The hole in the back of his head where the bullet came out was big enough to put your fist in, if it was a small fist and you wanted to put it there. Well, some of these bestsellers, all bestsellers, are not necessarily bad books. I considered The Shining in the last course. It's good. It really is. Well made, and it's got quite a few real chills in it, I think. And The Godfather, well, it's pretty shameless PR for the mafia. All these charming old gentlemen indeed, God almighty. They live right around me in the yard. But it did say some very interesting and important things about power. And, of course, it is a formula bestseller. There are two main formulas for the bestseller. One is something that people know something about and want to know more about, like the mafia or the inside of Hollywood or what happens in a hospital, all that kind of thing. And, of course, the other is the menace, and the removal of the menace. Jaws would be one of those, and all these plague stories, disaster stories. Now, the Day of the Jackal and the Dogs of War, these three books that he wrote, I think are very, very good indeed. They, of course, fall into the category of what people know something about and want to know more about. The Day of the Jackal, of course, is about this man who's an assassin who's going to try to assassinate de Gaulle. One of the most difficult tests, because de Gaulle had superb bodyguards, really intuitive bodyguards. If Kennedy had bodyguards like de Gaulle had, they wouldn't have got him. And they tried again and again. There's a very good scene where they have sprayed de Gaulle's car with machine gun bullets, and he's just brushing the glass off himself, saying, "Encore une fois," once again. He was certainly fearless, the general, there's no doubt about that. But the interesting thing about this, it has come full circle from the psychological novel. This killer, we never know what he thinks, just what he does. There's absolutely no psychological insight how he got to be a killer, anything. He just walks in from nowhere, and in the end of the book, you're left wondering whether he existed at all, because they finally trace him down and they got the wrong man. He always has a little twist in the end of his books like that. The Dogs of War, of course, about these mercenaries who take over a country, sort of like Uganda. I mean, they displace a dictator, in other words. He's very knowledgeable. He was a correspondent for the Tribune, and he's talking about people and situations that he does know about. Forsyth, Frederick Forsyth. He's written, those are the three books. I heard that he feels that he's made enough money and he doesn't want to write anymore, because there's a lot of research and work that goes into them. Another thing, like they probably were written as, you see, it's the Dogs of War. They got so many days to prepare, and you get, this day, that day, that day. And he probably wrote it in the same way. So he just blocked out like that and gave himself some sort of a deadline. They're very good books. How many of you read The Magus by John Fowles? Yeah. I think it's good. I read it under the best circumstances. I was on the island of Spetsai where it takes place, and the tourist agent lent it to me. And I rode out to see the house, the supposed house of the Magus. Fell off my horse, too. This is a good book, The Interview with the Vampire by Anne Rice. How many read it? Mm-hmm. Well, I think it says some very interesting things about the impasses of physical immortality. I found it quite touching, really. Well, some of these. The Nightcomers by Michael Hastings, that is simply a retelling of the Turn of the Screw using the same characters. I mean, this just it isn't a successful book. I just put it on here illustrating that now, the idea, the whole concept of originality is really pretty dead, that's a perfectly legitimate thing to do if you write a good book. And Jaws 2 by Hank Searles, based on the screenplay by Howard Sackler and Dorothy Tristan, inspired by Jaws, the Jaws 1. Well, that shows you how far, this tendency towards using any material you want can be carried. Well, Nightwing is about vampire bats, rabid vampire bats, and there's a whole batch of these books. This is just typical: the rats, the birds, the cats, and so on. This book I doubt very much if you can find it. It's maybe out of print, but it would make a good film. It's about a prospector, gold prospector, who finds some gold these natives have, and he comes back and wants permission to exploit this. So he goes to this guy who's very much a CIA type, who immediately begins figuring how he can get the gold. And he sends two anthropologists out. And these anthropologists, one is they go out there and poison all the natives with bully beef that they've injected poison into. Well, that's nothing new. I mean, white men are always doing things like that, coming in with their big smile and poison bully beef. But that's a pretty old story, but the perpetrators are completely atypical. There's a snippy closet queen who believes in native magic and prides himself on having no racial prejudice, and his superior, who's a well-known cultural anthropologist. You see, they're sort of pillars of the liberal establishment, always ready to write letters about an endangered species or mistreatment of native populations. And they're just as corrupt as the prospector, who talks about the natives as bloody apes. So it's another of these stories, sort of like the Outcast of the Islands of white corruption. And also I got a phrase from that I later used: arty type, no principles. The denouement, the district supervisor, whatever they call him, said, bad show. Bad for the territory, bad for the administration, bad for the natives, said Emma. Washington, understandable, arty type, no principles. But Warwick, he was a good fellow, can't understand it. It's not a very good book, but I think would make a very good film.
What's the name?
It's called Beat Not the Bones. Beat Not the Bones. Yeah. Pardon? Oh, yeah, sure. Where am I? I'm coming to the science fiction section. And to my way of thinking, science fiction is a very difficult genre. and very, very few science fiction books. You can go in there, whole stacks of them, convince you that it ever happened or ever could have happened anywhere. They're just, it's a great lack of verisimilitude or conviction. Well, here's a very good one, Fury by Henry Kuttner, and I'm afraid it's out of print. Henry Kuttner's dead, and when they republished some of his books, they left out "This is the best thing, the only thing he ever did." It's, well, I can't give you the whole plot. It's on the planet Venice, and they've got a lot of exotic drugs and so on. It really convinces you. I mean, you feel that he's talking about a place. Three to Conquer by Eric Frank Russell, who's also dead, is, I think, one of the best books on the whole subject of virus invasion. That is, a virus or a parasite taking over a human body. And there's with this one telepath who can detect this. He can tell right away. And he describes the parasite as speaking in little squigs and giggles and turkey gobbles. It's quite chilling and quite convincing. This Changeling Earth, now lots of times you open one of these books, you know, and you see some unpronounceable name, so-and-so, and a whole lot of titles like custodian of the third level of cherubine or some such stuff as that. And here's one that starts off with a bang. You get it. It's called Changeling Earth by Fred Superhagen. And starts off and really pulls the reader in. They're preparing a man for death by slow impalement for the amusement of the Emperor of the East, who sat in thoughtful silence amid the blooming, drowsy richness of his summer garden. On the sloping lawn, a little below the Emperor, John Omenor's simple chair and a simple name, till you can remember it. The sharpened stake had been set up in a space framed by formal plantings of tall flowers. And then the man who was to die let out his first unbelieving cry as the sharpened wood began to have its way with him. John Omenor had not been paying close attention to the preparations. He had larger matters on his mind today, but now he uttered a small sound of satisfaction and leaned back a little in his chair. Well, there you've got a beginning that catches your interest, and you know this guy's going to get his comeuppance sooner or later, which, of course, he does. This Critical Threshold book by Brian Stableford, I do recommend. But he really took on a subject that he couldn't quite finish. You see, he had the idea that these people who had been stranded on this planet, and then the search team or a team of anthropologists or whatever comes out to see what has happened. They had been so altered by this butterfly hormone when the butterflies mated that they weren't human at all. They'd lost language and were utterly horrified to see a human being, which they saw some way in a telepathic way. And let's see, wait a minute, put that one bit here. And then he saw me, and he didn't like what he saw. An expression came over his face more than fear, something like horror. He cringed, averting his face, but flicking his gaze back and forth. I can understand his being frightened, but I was at a loss to explain the fact that he seemed to be physically affected by what he saw, almost nauseated. No human being ever looked at me that way before. Well, and there's a telepath there, but we never find out what he saw. That is, that's all he says about it. I think in a way that is cheating. That is, he builds up this expectation that you're going to find something out which you don't find out. At any rate, if anyone wanted to carry that idea further, there certainly would be quite legitimate. Walk to the End of the World by Susie McKay Charnos, about a world dominated by men where women are complete underlings, is also a convincing book. And here's The World Wreckers by Marion Zimmer Bradley. She's written a lot of these Darkover books. This is one of the better ones about people who set out to wreck a world by lousing up the ecology and so forth, and you wonder, as you read it, whether world wreckers aren't at work here. It's just a team of people that move in, and all they're doing is just, wrecking things, lousing everything up, setting one faction against another, and so on. These books that are these science fiction books that I have on the list here, I think have good parts in them. Some of them are better than others, but some of them have just like Nightmare Blue, which has about 3 good pages in it. Same with the Dream Fields and the Dreaming Earth. The Terminal Man by Michael Crichton, they made a movie out of that, I believe. It's, I think the book is quite good. Who saw the movie, anybody? Is it any good? No. Did you read the book, too? Yeah. Well, the book was good because it's science fact about this guy that has a pacemaker in his brain. It's nothing that is beyond the reach of present-day technology. Now, nonfiction books, most of these are information books. That's a different kind of reading. You're reading for information. The Gangs of New York by Herbert Asbury is, it's, no.
Excuse me, you were talking about information, like information data. I don't understand.
Well, yeah. Oh, yeah, but I mean information in the sense of data, like a history book or nonfiction book, like The Gangs of New York is about, it's historical about the gangs in New York. And specifically in here, I think they're going to make a film based on this. But by far the most interesting part is the draft riots in 1963 in New York City. There were about 5,000 people killed, and whole sections of New York were burned down. And that was actually the beginning of the New York City police. See, the police could not contain the riot, and then they had to call in the army, and they opened up with grape shot on the crowd. But if the police had been able to contain it, they might have stopped it with 40 or 50 casualties. So after that, the police force of New York was completely remodeled and is now an occupying army, as it were, that is prepared to deal with just such a situation as that. It's just from the point of view of information, there's a lot of good ideas for writing in there. I mean, that you could imagine that. Pardon? 1963. 53. 1853, excuse me. This was during the Civil War, and I think it was the first real draft in America. Well, word went out that the rich were buying their sons out for $300, which was probably true. And that was the pretext for the riot. But the riot really expressed all sorts of long-standing grievances and people living in terrible slums and terrible conditions and terrible poverty. The Irish were the most prominent in this riot. And it must have been a terrific deal. It went on for about a week. This is on my notes. I was talking about this book, The Witch Doctor's Apprentice. Now, this was a woman who went down to South America to gather native remedies and herbs for some big drug company. Now, she found that they had a contraceptive that would last for 7 years. More than that this could be reversed by another drug if the woman wanted to have children before the 7 years was up. Oh, here we are. Here are my notes on this. A 7-year pill. So she comes back and she thinks, oh, I've got something great here. And no drug company will touch it. Of course not. They can sell a pill a day. A 7-year pill, you could make a lot of money right away, would not be profitable in the long run, and big money thinks in the long run. And you see there that how absolutely these vested interests are in opposition to the public good. They don't even think about that. They think about money for the stockholders. Now, the fact that such a pill would convey untold blessings on a planet suffering from overpopulation is, of course, not to be even considered, because money doesn't give a shit about the public good. All it gives a shit about is more money. So, of course, the citizen gets fucked around. Now, suppose somebody with know-how and guts, I was taught as a kid that, that you had the good product, you could get, there was always a market, goes down there and gets the formula, comes back here and starts making it in a basement laboratory. Well, that's when the FDA comes in. You never get the okay to distribute it. And, of course, the FDA supports the whole medical establishment, the AMA and the FDA. So that book is very interesting from that point of view. And it's quite an authentic book. I know the area in which she was, and I'd heard about some of these remedies. That was only one. There were several others, equally useful. One, I think, was specifically for healing bones, but the drug companies just didn't want to touch it. So the book was written in 1963. And Keep the River on Your Right. This is a man who went down and lived with cannibals in Peru. Funny, quite an interesting book. And I've spoken, I think in the first lecture I said something about The Science and Sanity by Alfred Korzybski. They have an abbreviated version of that, the Institute of General Semantics in Lakeville, Connecticut. I think everybody how many of you are acquainted with general semantics, the whole concept of general semantics? Yeah. Well, it's something I think that everybody that goes to a university should read, because it's going to save you so much time, because lots of arguments are purely verbal. They don't mean anything. Generalities, like a good thing. Well, good for who, where, and when always have to be pinned down. Or they say, any generalities. The American people, well, that's, what do you mean by the American people, and so on. It's very much worth reading. I think it's just sort of an instrument to save you a lot of time. Now, this experiment with time and the serial universe by John was written in 1924, I believe. Well, he was a physicist and a mathematician, and he started writing his dreams down very carefully. And he found that there was material in these dreams, not only from the past, but from the future. And he says that anyone who writes their dreams down carefully over a period of time will find this to be true. And I have done it, and I certainly have found very clear instances. Now, wait a minute. Yeah. Oh. Okay. He observes that when we dream about fires, floods, earthquakes, plane crashes, one is seeing not the future event itself, but the moment when the dreamer will become aware of the event, usually a newspaper picture. What one is seeing then is one's own future time track. Now, I've had instances of this. For example, I saw in a dream, just saw a wardrobe sort of floating by. And the next day, this was in Tangiers, I was sitting in the Café de France, and a wardrobe did indeed float by. Somebody was carrying it on a strap, the way they carry furniture in Tangiers. So, but it didn't seem to have any significance beyond that. It was just many of the dreams, future dreams that I've had like that, or precognitive dreams, have been in this purely, seemingly irrelevant. Just nothing happened. I never saw the man who was carrying the thing again, and so on. But anyone who will write their dreams down, I think, will confirm that. Pardon? No.
It's primarily about Australian dream time, that precognitive.
Mm-hmm. Australian? You say, is it about Australian natives?
Yes, about Abos
Uh-huh.
who actually have as their sacred ground the city of Sydney.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lawyer who becomes one of them. He begins to dream their dream time that a wave is coming to the city.
Is this, was this a movie?
Yeah, it's
a film? Oh, really? Well, I'd be interested to see it. Mm-hmm. Well, there's psychic discoveries behind the Iron Curtain, and then there was a handbook of psychic discoveries. It's just information about how far they have gone in Russia with the experiments into into telepathy and all sorts of psychic manifestations, but mostly being used for political purposes. And Journeys Out of the Body by Robert Monroe, I think, is one of the better books on the whole matter of projection. I've met him. I'm convinced that he is, he's genuine, that he does experience these things. But following his directions, I can't say that I achieved anything very remarkable. But it is one of the better books, certainly, on the subject. And I've got a couple of books on magic here. So many magic books, books on magic are just windy and full of bullshit, like Aleister Crowley's books. I really, he may have been a competent black magician, but he wasn't much of a writer, is my feeling. But he is implicated in this Necronomicon, which was published by Barnes Graphics and the Weiser Bookshop in New York. And, it's an interesting book. It's, I think, was concocted by Aleister Crowley and Lovecraft and several other people, although it purports to be this mad Arab. And they're going to now publish it in paperback so anyone can conjure up abominations in his kitchen. But I wrote an introduction for the paperback edition, saying, in effect, that it's time for these magicians to come out of their circles and into the street. That's a pretty cowardly way of acting, to cower in his magic circle like some mafia don, hidden behind bulletproof glass and giving orders to his hitmen, sending them out to do the jobs he's afraid to do himself. This is the age of confrontation. Meet your demons face to face. The ceremonial magicians are very hidebound indeed. And I doubt that will have much effect. I've got this book, How to Stop Smoking by Breen, on here because I read it and did stop smoking. I've been trying for years. And he guarantees anybody who reads the book, does what he tells them, if they want to stop smoking, they'll stop smoking. I read it, and I did. A couple of other people I gave it to. It's really quite, it's sort of a Buddhist technique. The first thing you do, instead of, you just sit and look at the whole problem. As you want to stop smoking, you can't stop smoking. That is the problem. You just sit and look at it. And if you look at it, then, like most problems, just looked at without trying to solve them will solve themselves. Then you looked at it, and then you just pick a day and stop. That's all. And I did that 3 years ago, and I haven't had a cigarette since. So it really works. But it's funny, you know, I should have known those things, but just reading it seemed to have some effect. He was a heavy smoker himself, otherwise no one would pay attention to him, of course. But if anyone wants to start smoking, try reading that book. But that's the base. The main thing is looking at the problem without doing anything about it. Of course, any program to stop smoking of cutting down is completely wrong. Won't work. And this memory book is interesting. If you pick it up, it shows you some of the actual mechanisms of memory, how memory works on associational lines. And I've used it, and it works. I mean, you can improve your memory. You can remember names and things like that by using the method described in this book. The Natural Way to Draw is actually one of the best how-to books on any subject. It's been so described, and I agree that it is. I mean, if anyone's interested in drawing, that is the best book. Now, some of these books that I taught a course on in film script writing, and these books were The Writer and the Screen Film Script Writing. These are good, sound books on the subject. And while there may not be a technology of writing novels, there certainly is a technology of writing film scripts. There is a way to do it. And these books explain that, the way in which film scripts are written. Let me see. This book in the supplement here, You Can't Win, by Jack Black, I read in 1926. And it was written before sort of the autobiography of a allegedly reformed burglar. It could really make a great film, quite a nostalgic film, because of the turn of the century when burglars and peat men rode the rails, and opium in the back room of the Chinese laundries and jails, and a great character called Salt Chunk Mary. She didn't like talk, and she didn't like talkers. As soon as you walk in the door, she puts a pot of salt chunk and beans on the wood stove with a blue coffee pot. You eat first, then you talk business. She had more no's than any woman I ever knew, and none of them ever meant yes. She's a real tough type woman, you know, who was a fence and deceiver and so on. It's a very interesting book of a whole world that is gone present time. Pardon? That's called You Can't Win by Jack Black. Now, I found it and had a Xerox made of it, and I hope to get it back into print sometime. That's one of my projects, to get a lot of these books back, some of these books back into print. Just a few more of the, well, of course, all the Castaneda books are, I think, very much worth reading. I don't have to talk too much about them. Now, here's some books by this David Rorvik. And he wrote this book in his image about a man who allegedly had himself cloned, rich man. Whether this is true or not, which I doubt very much, the idea is interesting, and the information in here. This guy's a scientific reporter. He got a lot of good information in here. It seems they could even recreate King Tutankhamun they've got enough there to clone him if they perfected the technique. But the interesting thing to me is the objections to cloning. Here are some quotations, just a minute. And these are scientists talking. They're talking about interfering with the designs of the Creator. We cannot ethically get to know whether the cloning is feasible, producing monsters in the laboratory, precipitating an identity crisis. And many of these scientists, who you think would know better, are just very much hung up on their identity. Each of us has a right to a special yet unique relationship with the Creator. What that's supposed to mean. Differences of opinion reinforce our sense of self, and hence add support to the feeling of individual worth we seek in ourselves and from others. And selfness is an essential fact of life. The thought of human non-selfness is terrifying. Well, apparently these people never heard of Buddhism. Or the whole concept of egolessness. And these are scientists. Well, there's no doubt what they've done. They've cloned mice. They've cloned, first they cloned frogs, and then they've cloned mice, and if they can clone mice, they can clone people. There's no doubt about it. And I don't know, it strikes me as being a very good idea. Why not? Huh? In Missouri? Why in Missouri? Well, I'm from Missouri. I haven't seen it yet, but there's no doubt what they can do it. And the other books, Brave New Baby and Man as Machine, well, he's got a lot of information, so that the frontiers of science, and extrapolating from there. And the fact that very soon they will have artificial parts. See, now they have with the transplants, they have the problem of rejection, but if the parts were artificial, then they wouldn't have that problem. You could just replace yourself piece by piece like an old car, and apparently live forever. So all these things are on the way, and he's a very good scientific reporter, and those books, I think, are well worth reading. Well, I'll stop here for some questions and discussions and so forth. Yeah.
Do you get approached for film?
No. On the contrary, man. I tried to sell that Dutch Schultz film script for about 7 years. But no, I'd be glad to work on a film script. But, of course, the big rule in films is never do anything unless you see some money. Unless you see some money. I mean, don't give out any ideas or anything until you have until money changes hands, nothing has happened at all. And that doesn't mean that you may get money, and that may be the end of the project. But
this Dutch Schultz film was somehow a formula or a mega formula?
Pardon?
Did you approach the Dutch Schultz script as a mega formula, or just something you wanted to do and then?
Well, I was originally interested in the last words of Dutch Schultz, these sort of surrealist 2,000 words on his deathbed. And I sort of based my script on that. I did write it as a film script, yes, and I did want to have it made into a film. That was the point. But I know now, of course, that after learning a little more about script writing, that the script I had was much too long, too unwieldy, and some of the tricks in it, that you might have a trick that you think is great, but it may not be great at all on the screen. But I certainly tried to sell it for about 7 years. Saw an awful lot of people. Peckinpah was one, and you want to. And at one point, Elliot Gould was going to play Dutch Schultz and produce the film, but that never got off the ground. It's the way it is in any film script. Nothing happens until it happens. They say, "Oh yes, positively," and $6 million, and the next day the secretary won't put you through to the guy. That's the way it is. Yeah. Huh?
Woman.
What are the mechanics of
Wait
selling
up,
these scripts?
sir.
Thank you, sir. What are the mechanics of selling these scripts? What do you mean nothing happens until money changes hands?
Exactly that.
Dealing with your agent, you don't want to give them the idea, or?
Well, yeah, an agent can sell scripts if he is in that particular line of business, but a literary agent doesn't necessarily know how to sell scripts. Scripts are usually sold directly by talking to somebody, rather than, by the usual routes. In other words, you got a script, you go and talk to a director. If you get a director, that's part of it. Or conversely, you see, like Terry Southern, when he wanted to make The Magic Christian, he'd been trying for years to line up Peter Sellers. As soon as he got Peter Sellers lined up, then that was it. Then he can get a director. So it's sort of a full-time job selling a film script. But I did talk to a lot of people and learn something about how film scripts are sold. But it's nothing like selling a book. You don't just you take a book to a publisher and he accepts it. This you've got to get out and convince somebody, interest somebody, line people up.
Took a long time for One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest to get.
I can't hear you. What?
It took a long time, I guess, for One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest to get finally produced.
Yeah. Well, Midnight Cowboy was kicking around Hollywood for about 5 years before anyone took it. Yeah.
Hold it.
Thought I'd answer the question of why Missouri, and that's because, Bonnie and Clyde and people like that, Mafia, well, I shouldn't say, the family, they hang out there because it's such an obscure place. They can get away with it. But my question was, smoking is a habit, and I was wondering if you could apply that technique that, you stop smoking to any other habit.
Yeah. Well, he's just talking about smoking here, which has some unique features. It isn't quite like any other habit. But some, I guess, the same technique would certainly have some applicability to other habits.
And another thing, I had a dream about you, and I was asking you, what was the success of your writing?
What was what?
What was the success of your writing? What did you feel made your writing successful? And in the dream you answered, you didn't use verbs, you wrote without verbs.
I wrote without words?
Verbs.
Oh, without verbs.
And I can't, I don't know. That may mean something to you. I just like... That's all.
Well, I remember a phrase from Rowdy Bay's tapes. He was that guy who got voices on tapes with no, when there's no, nobody was talking. And, well, he did it scientifically, he ruled out that it was radio, that the parts of the machine were picking up radio waves and so on. And one of the phrases, they're very enigmatic phrases, was, "We still don't have the nouns." So, yes.
I think it's interesting in the fact that there's now no such thing as an accident.
Well, that's my feeling. When people say coincidence, what are they talking about? It doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, at this point in time, it doesn't mean anything?
Coincidence does not mean anything to me. I mean, when they say, oh, it's just a coincidence, like as I pointed out in this walk exercise, if you do it, you'll see the same person. You meet him in a grocery store, a stranger. You see him in a grocery store, you see him here, you see him there, and you see him there. But it isn't coincidence to me at all. It's something to do with synchronicity. In some way, at that point, you are synchronizing. You're in his groove in some way. And he's not following you. I think it's just that you are in the same area. But I don't see that that isn't a coincidence to me. That is much more than a coincidence. In fact, I think coincidence is a meaningless word.
How does that work in the dreams? Like, what's the difference between the dream and the conscious, the waking state?
Well, there are the obvious differences, of course. But I think that I don't make so much distinction. I think that dreams are quite as real as a waking state, and who's to tell the difference? Because it actually, of course, the dreaming process goes on at all times anyway. It goes on when you're awake. It's just that you are paying attention to external, to getting yourself around and crossing streets and things. But Dunn made that observation. He said that he just had to close his eyes in the waking state, and he could contact the dream area. It's going on at all times. I think better. Yeah. I have thought about it, and I've tried it, but I've never, somehow I didn't ever click. I may come to it.
What was it? I was looking at a microphone.
Repeat the question.
Yes. Have you ever thought of writing for theater, for plays, for theater?
Yes, as I said, I've thought about it. I've thought about it, and I've tried it, but I never it didn't seem to click somehow. So I've never really done anything. No, I don't really. I don't read many plays, nor see many plays.
Any reason for that, or just not interested in plays, or any reason for not seeing plays, or?
Well, they come at an inconvenient time. They sort of louse up your evening. But actually, I don't know. I just I'd rather see a film than a play. It's just personal, but I don't know whether the theater isn't somewhat of a dying proposition. Maybe I'm wrong about that. Yes. Yes. Oh. Microphone.
I'd just like to hear a little bit about your writing habits.
Oh, well, there's not much to tell. I just sit down and write. That I write mostly in the daytime, from about 11 or 10 o'clock in the morning till about 6 in the evening. And that's about it. Yes, right there.
Is the apomorphine treatment that you've written about in Junkie, is that still being neglected by the U.S. medical authorities?
It's being neglected by the U.S. medical authorities, yes.
Still?
There have been a revival of interest in Denmark and other places, and they've gotten some very good results. But the American medical establishment has never accepted it at all. They don't know anything about it. They don't know how the treatment works. They think of it as an aversion therapy when it's not. You see, Dent always stressed that it was not an aversion therapy, that apomorphine re-regulates the metabolism so you don't need drugs or alcohol or whatever, and that the recent discoveries about endorphin would indicate that withdrawal is caused because the body has stopped producing its natural painkiller, which is endorphin, natural regulator and painkiller, since the receptors are blocked with opiate like heroin or morphine. So when the opiate is withdrawn, it takes the body a certain time to get back into production. And without your natural painkiller, any little, just the slightest thing is excruciating. So there is some evidence that both acupuncture and apomorphine stimulate the production of endorphin, the natural painkiller, so to normalize the metabolism more rapidly.
What is it that they seem to be so scared of it? The fact that they couldn't make any money out of it?
Well, there's no doubt about it that the American Narcotics Department was definitely conspiring to keep the whole show on the road and to spread it around, missionary work as they called it, spreading it to Puerto Rico and England and all sorts of places. See, England used to have the doctors could prescribe all they wanted, and so the addicts got their heroin on the public, what is it called, the health bill or whatever it's called, public health. Well, then the Americans got in there and started agitating. And now that's becoming difficult, and they have just the same story as we've got here, thousands of addicts and people ODing in subway toilets and stealing and all the rest of it. So they were never interested in a cure. And to this day, there's very little. You see, there's hardly any public appropriations for a cure. There are the two places, Lexington and Fort Worth, that just give a reduction cure with methadone, which is, well, I mean, if they can't come up with something that better than De Quincey did that, he gave himself a reduction cure. But they've never developed anything in the way of treatment beyond De Quincey. And there are lots of leads. I mean, they're pulling their feet, there's no doubt about it. Questions? Yes.
If you were a unproduced a script writer and you gave a script to a producer, what would prevent him from just stealing that from you? I mean,
well, lots of things. In the first place, it is important, as I stress. You don't do anything till you see some money. In other words, it's an old trick to have some guy try to draw you out in conversation and get your ideas. There's no protection for that. But as soon as you write, even a film treatment, there is protection. Naturally, you're usually dealing through an agent or somebody, and you have photostats of this. I mean, you can have, certified copies made if you want, in front of a notary. So there is protection at that stage. But as I say, it's very unwise to give anything until you see some money.
So it really doesn't happen anymore. I've heard in the early days it did.
I wouldn't say that it doesn't happen. But usually it happens, I think, in that the people have been talking in conversation. See, there isn't much protection there. You say, well, I got a great idea for a film script, and you're talking with some guys in the Hilton or something, and you don't have any protection there. But as soon as you write it down, then you have some protection. Much more. Pardon? Yeah, well, yes, if you want to.
Just commenting on what you said, a friend of mine wrote a screenplay about Frank and Jesse James about 6 years ago with a friend of his, Jim Keach, whose brother is Stacy Keach. And since then, it's been rewritten 17 times, and it'll be out next year. So he'll maybe get part of the story, but his name won't even be listed. So even though he did all of the research, he might get a walk-on part and part of the story idea, maybe $3,000 or $5,000. So there are other ways of stealing a script, or buying a certain rights to the story and then totally rewriting it.
Well, that's an old story in Hollywood. It happens again and again. Somebody will start the script, then the studio doesn't like it. They call in another guy to rewrite it. And it isn't usually rewritten that many times, but many of them are rewritten 4, 5, 6 times. So the people who originally worked on the script may be shoved out and not even get their name on the credits in many cases.
Yeah, I know that happened to the screenwriter Robert Towne before, and he's won an Academy Award finally, but he spent several years just being a script doctor and never got credit for really, doing a good job on scripts.
Yeah, that happens all the time. No doubt about it. Yeah.
Do you do a lot of revision in your writing, or do you follow Jack Kerouac's idea of writing as it comes?
I do a lot of revising, usually about 3 or 4 versions. Jack said that the first version is always the best, but I told him, Jack, that may work for you, but it doesn't work for me. See, something that works very well for one writer doesn't necessarily work for another at all. So I just look at the first draft as sort of a sketch, like a rough sketch, and then I go over it, usually 3, often 4 times, sometimes more, depending on the... Straight narrative is sometimes pretty easy if you're really in the flow of it. I sometimes only have to do that about 2 times, but description is another matter that's difficult. So I do a lot of revising, yes.
Okay. Could you give some brief comments on The Soft Machine?
Well, hardly. I was using a lot of cut-ups in there. I think perhaps too many. I was just starting to use the technique. And writers can get interested in a technique and carry it too far, I think. Like James Joyce in Finnegan's Wake, spending 20 years on a great book that no one can read. I find it difficult to read Finnegan's Wake. So, yes.
Cobblestone Gardens seems to have a minimum of cut-up material in it. I was wondering if at a certain point stylistically you began composing in a kind of cut-up motif. Did you begin thinking that way, or have you left it behind? Where did you cross the line there?
Well, Cobblestone Gardens, a lot of the material in there is material that dates back to the time when Naked Lunch was being written, before I had any experience or knowledge of the cut-ups. There is some cut-up material in there from Rimbaud and various places, just woven in, but a lot of it, as I say, dates back to 1959 and before. More questions? Yes.
I've got a question about, like, I've never read 1984, but there's a lot of conversation about, we're there, and it's like, I feel automated a whole lot, like I'll do something and don't even know why I do it, it's like the bell rings and I do something. And I was wondering, like, how far or how close are we to like a world government? Would it surprise you if tomorrow there was a new regime?
Would surprise me very much. I don't see much evidence of world government. I mean, more and more, small countries getting and becoming autonomous. And, it doesn't seem to me that things are moving in that direction. They're moving rather towards dispersal, I think. No, I think that 1984 is pretty far off the mark. And all his, police and thought police and so on, they just don't seem to be around. I feel that it's not a very accurate prophecy, in other words, or prophetic novel. Yes.
I agree with you. I agree with you, especially considering it seems like now there's going to be a mini civil war in Afghanistan. You have a type of mullah Muslim Brotherhood arising out of Central Asia again, and don't you think that's kind of interesting the way that's happening?
Yeah. This gentleman over here.
I wanted to get back to this matter of the cut-up technique that you were using. When I first read that, I was very bewildered by it. And as I thought about it after a few days, it reminded me very much of the kind of thing that James Joyce had done in Finnegan's Wake. And I thought, in fact, at that time that you might have borrowed part of the idea from him. And that made me feel better. But I'm wondering now if, in light of your comments, if you have ever thought about any similarity between those two techniques, the type of thing that he did in Finnegan's Wake and the type of thing that you did in the cutout. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. No, I don't think it's similar. You see, Brian Geisen was the one that first developed the cut-ups, and he was a painter. He said that writing is 50 years behind painting, and he simply applied the montage technique to writing, which is old hat in painting now. That is, for example, you walk around the street, walk around the block, and come back and put what you've seen down on canvas, you've got a jumble of fragments, right?
Right.
You don't have a representational picture. So I think it's the montage method then, when you see when the artists had to develop something new because of photography. That was one of the first things that they did, was montage. So this was simply applying that same technique to writing, the montage technique. That is, for example, you do the same thing with writing, come back and write what you say, and you've got pretty much of a jumble of fragments. That is, in other words, life is a cut-up. That is, wherever you walk down the street, look out the window, your consciousness is cut by random factors. And we were simply making this explicit with a pair of scissors, taking a page and arbitrarily cutting it and moving it around.
Well, I can see how you have drawn a relationship between your oranges and the painter's apples, but my question is, what is the relationship? Why is it not similar, what he did and what you did, in terms of combining words at odd angles or in different ways?
I just don't think that he actually cut the pages. That's all, which is an important point. You see, as Brian says, this gives the writer a chance to touch and handle his medium. I just don't think that he was doing that, although he may have. I frankly have not carefully read Finnegan's Wake. I read it years and years ago, so I couldn't say for sure that he never actually cut and moved the words around. And Anatole France years ago said he wrote with scissors, that is, he cut a sentence out and move it around. Whether he actually cut through the sentences or not, I don't know. Alan?
Joyce, I think, collected words on little pieces of paper for Finnegan's Wake. He collected words on pieces of paper and then shuffled the papers around. So there may have been some similarity there. But he'd accumulate a whole file of words under different subjects.
Who did this?
James Joyce.
Oh, James. Oh, did he?
Particular rivers, place names, and also combination words, a combination of different languages. So, but he did it just sort of make a file, and he didn't intention. I don't think at any point he assembled them at random, though.
I didn't know that, so there is a similarity there, decidedly.
A couple of years ago, there was an interview in which you mentioned there was either existing or about to be formed some sort of an academy in Scotland where psychiatric applications were being used for putting videotapes over the person, tape recorders. Some of the things you write in your book were being actually worked out in reality. Has anything ever come of that?
Nothing came of it at all. It was just a prospectus, and I left England shortly after that. No, it was just an idea. It never got beyond the idea stage, really.
Do you usually have an idea of what you're going to write when you sit down and write every day?
Yeah, some idea. I may change it. I may get all sorts of other ideas, but you have to have some place to start. Sometimes much clearer than others, but generally speaking, yes, I would say I do have an idea.
Do you write more in a linear sequence now, like following a certain theme for a novel, or?
Well, I always did. Like Naked Lunch is full of straight narrative, and I feel that you can't dispense with straight linear narrative and have anybody read it. Not entirely.
Do you have any magic words from the Kabbalah, or words that you come back to in order to get started? Or, yeah.
No, I don't. I know what you mean. No, I don't. Really.
I don't know how to phrase this question. It's almost like, what do you want from life, Don't be too Buddhist about it either.
Read Korzybski. It's too general a question. And what you want and what you get are two different things, obviously.
The man was talking about catchphrases. What is rotten ectoplasm?
What is what?
Rotten ectoplasm. And why that saline term catch your fancy so much?
I can't understand it. What?
The term rotten ectoplasm?
Yeah, well...
I'm just curious, why did that...
The late Eileen Garrett was particularly good at producing ectoplasm.
No, that isn't what I meant.
So it's something that could easily be rotten. It's sort of semi-organic matter.
When you were reading the part from Mr. Bowles, there was talking about the awning flap, where the awning flaps, which you've gone back and used. To these other lines of certain people that do catch your fancy, you keep coming back to them. Is reprise progress?
Well, the thing is, writers get their material from all sorts of places. See, until I reread this book, Beating Out the Bones, I did not know that I had got where I'd gotten that phrase from, arty tight, no principles. And I think that's quite legitimate. That is what is writing is things you hear, overhear, phrase you read somewhere, and it's often very hard to know where they come from. But it's part of your total input.
Was Dead on Arrival cut up, the first chapter of Soft Machine?
Yeah, there was a lot of cut-ups in there.
It seems almost like... In painting a cut-up, no matter how the montage would still have some of the artist's idea in it, whether he's still going to make some sort of judgment in what he uses and what he doesn't use. To where when you just absolutely cut a page in half, you're like making chance music or chance words. Somehow seems like a difference there.
No, I never said that you had to use all the material. I may make a cut-up and only get a sentence that I want to use. There's no obligation to use it all. And many of them don't work at all. Sometimes, when I'm in a bind, I don't know where the narrative's going, I may get an idea from cutting up a page or two.
Then the idea...
I don't have to use that at all. I may just use some of the ideas from it that emerge from it. That's all.
Fine.
Any more questions? If not, we'll close for this evening. Wednesday night. Yes, where will this be?
The reading will be at Nisa Auditorium. William Seward Burroughs Jr., if he's well enough to get in from Denver Institute.